All right, it is time. Ship chasing round 1 draft party. We're going to be here for the next 4 hours reacting to all 32 first round picks. We have a bunch of guests swinging by and a massive giveaway from Underdog Fantasy, up to $2,500 in BBM5 credit we can give away tonight. If we hit some of our picks, we'll describe that all in short order. I'm Pete. This is Ship Chasing with Pat, Gretchen, guests. Let's do it. It's a ship chasing annual tradition.
We got Spags, we got Eric, we got Rob, we got Blair, we got Hassan, we got Sam.
They're comparing Garrett Wilson to Lynn Swan. How many people even fucking know who Lynn Swan is?
Are you kidding me? Kadarius Toney?
All right.
Custom intro.
We had to get a special draft intro going, and I was working with Lou on it, and I was like, is this how many years have we done this? And this is our 4th year doing it. And each of the previous years had one iconic moment, the Kadarius Toney, the Lynn Swan, and then the Gretch burp last year. So I was like, this is perfect. Let's put them all in one little intro video.
Those are all 3 different years. Oh yeah, because Lynn Swan was Garrett Wilson. That was 2 years ago.
That's right. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh wow.
And by the way, paternity Pat, back from his 2-week mandated ship chasing paternity leave. We only gave him 2 weeks off. Thanks for coming back to work, man.
Yeah, not many people know it's actually ship chasing that I get my paternity leave from. That's the way it works. It's a little complicated, but appreciate it, guys. Yeah, no, back today. I was doing a little bit of site maintenance type stuff. It felt good to be back at the computer. Just been being a dad for the last 2 weeks, so it's going good. Vivian is sleeping pretty well. She's eating really well. She's a little baby. She was 5 pounds, 10 ounces.
Oh, wow.
But she's already 11. I keep saying 11 pounds. She's
like,
already 6 pounds.
My
brain is broken. My brain is She's already 11. God damn it. She's already 6 pounds, 3 ounces. 6 pounds, 3 ounces. I don't know why. I think it's because of 10 ounces.
Has she gained 11 ounces? Where's the 11 coming
there's
from?
no 11. She was born only 11. That's the only 11.
I will say, Pat, I would overshoot. Like when we would go in for April's like 1 month, 2 month, I would always be like really, I'm like, oh no, she's definitely gained like 6 pounds. And Lauren's like, she's gained like 1.5 pounds. Like, relax. It's like, no, she's growing like a weed.
If she gains 6 pounds, that's a problem because she is 6 pounds.
Yeah, exactly. Man, we know we have eagle-eyed viewers. Did I get a lighting director? Here's the thing. I normally turn my lights on, but I'm like, we're going to go 4+ hours tonight. And my new camera adjusts pretty well without it. And I'm just like, guys, you're not getting the special lights tonight. 4 hours.
I thought the same thing. I almost came on like this tonight, but I was like, all right, I'll turn it off halfway.
we got to pace ourselves in a lot of ways tonight.
I'm starting by pouring margarita while
you were starting during the intro. StreamYard used to mute everyone. It wasn't on screen, and it clearly hasn't. Because Pete's introing and
I also love like Pat, has been doing the paternity thing. I've been writing in my newsletter about some healthier habits. Gretch just had a post that dropped earlier on Stealing Signals talking about his positive habits. And then I'm pouring tequila. Ben's running out, getting margaritas. And we're just back on our bullshit for draft night.
We talked earlier today. Pete and Pat, we assume you're staying somewhat sober, but Pete and I were like, I wasn't
going to, but then I thought we were starting at 8, and you were like, "Are we starting at 7:45?" I was like, "Well, that was my walk to the liquor store that's taken." So but you know what? It's good. I'm glad. I'm glad that I'm not drinking tonight. It's better. It's pretty.
That is sharp. Pete and I were chatting earlier, and we were both like, are you going to drink? You're going to drink? Like, we should probably stick to our good habits. And then I went to the store and I wound up buying tequila and 3 different 6-packs. So that's where we're at.
It's like the equivalent, how you're not supposed to go to the grocery store when you're hungry. Like you shouldn't go to the grocery or the liquor store right before a live stream.
Before the NFL draft, a 4-hour stream.
Well, we were talking before. We're like, we used to be able to kind of put them away a little more easily. I got the new baby. It's like, let's take it easy tonight. It's like, are we washed? But this is kind of like a rejuvenation season. This is like DeAndre Hopkins when we all thought he was washed. Comes back, is still good. Ship chasing, we still got it.
That's right. The chat has been watching us become old and sorry boomers slowly over the last couple of years. We got to live up to something, man.
I know. Really washed up here. Let's just do a quick overview of some stuff Let me get this overlay. Some stuff you guys can expect tonight. We have been in the lab booking guests, and we got a giveaway. We can do some table setting here. Daigle and Spags will be joining us here in a little bit for the first block. Then Mike Leone and Ron Stewart will be swinging by. Hopefully we can capture the Jets pick with Ron Stewart, who we had a blast with his self-loathing Jets fandom on a shipcast in the fall. Then we will have Davis Mattek and Sam Sherman. Davis for exactly 45 minutes, no shorter, no less. 10:15 p.m., Jakob Sanderson and Erik Beimfohr. And then we're going to close it out with our stat chasing crew and Steph Miller, Sackreligious, Drico out, and Stephanie Miller. So jam-packed. And then Gretch, why don't you let the people know what we have going on with this giveaway? I'll try to make it a little bigger here so people can know what the communal sweats are tonight.
Yeah, this is awesome. It's kind of like the Shipcast in season. We got 5 higher and lower picks throughout the first round. We're starting with Brock Bowers. We have him going in the top 10. That was the one that we discussed the most, I think, of all of them. We did our typical get our heads together, talk through our picks like we do every week in season for the Shipcast. We liked the other 3 wide receiver ones, kind of like a mini correlation play here. We were worried about getting docked from, the Underdog, the correlation multiplier, but we went with Brian Thomas and A.D. Mitchell, both sliding, and Xavier Worthy going in the first round, which captures the Bills pick on all 3 of those, which is something we love. The Bills at pick 28, Thomas and Mitchell have both been mocked there a bunch. If they go to 28, the Bills don't move. We'll be right on either of those being higher. If Worthy happened to go to the Bills at 28, he would be lower than 32.5. So we have the Bills side of all 3 of those. And then we took Penix to fall out of the first round. So we got 2 that are, whether they just go in the first round at all, Worthy and Penix. I think my hot take, Pete, you've been saying Worthy's going to go in the first round basically all offseason. You've been all over that and getting really good exposure to him in best ball. I think we're going to see him go at least 10 picks before the end of the first. I think we'll see him go by like 22. I mean, I think he's going to like 19 or something like that.
And it's so, and I've finally seen some mocks like reflect that. I know Norris had him to the Rams in his, Peter Schrager had him to the Jags in his latest one. And I think when you couple it with kind of some of the question marks about the injury stuff with Brian Thomas, the questions with A.D. Mitchell, who's been kind of all over the board, like Xavier Worthy is starting to feel like the safe pick, like after the top 3 in a weird way. So yeah, I'm there. And just to clarify for these, because I even saw some people when I posted this graphic on the YouTube page, like not necessarily understanding the lower higher. And I get that it's confusing. The best way to think about it is lower means before and higher means after. So Brock Bowers before pick 10.5, Brian Thomas after pick 19.5. That's how you need to read.
I just say earlier and later is in that, like I always convert it because I don't like the higher lower.
Everyone that hits $500 credit goes to somebody in the chat. I mean, we're giving out a lot of money here tonight. It's going to be great.
Exactly. Yeah, we'll fire up. How it will work is when we hit on these, we'll have a hashtag. We'll use the StreamYard tool. You'll type that hashtag in the chat, and then shortly after, we'll give it a window of like 5 to 10 minutes, and then we will spin that randomly for a winner. So you got to be in the chat when those picks hit. Put the hashtag in, and then afterward, you just need to put your Underdog username in the comments, and then we'll match that with your YouTube name. Make sure you get those credits. And of course, you do have to have an Underdog account in an eligible state to draft Best Ball Mania 5 team. So those are the rules, but this is a complete free roll. In the other free roll, Gretch, if by some crazy happenstance, Jerry Jones says, you know what? I got to get Jonathan Brooks in round 1.
That's right.
$1,000 bonus we'll get to give away here. So that's our biggest sweat. Just can one of these teams donk it off with a running back at the end of round 1?
It seems possible, right? And I mean, I don't know if we've ever been this stoked about a running back getting drafted, but $1,000 to somebody watching if it happens. The Jerry Jones thing, like everyone is super into the Cowboys taking a running back in round 2. It seems at least possible that they would want to get their guy, the guy from Texas, University of Texas Longhorn. Maybe they trade back. I wrote about it in my write-up today. Maybe they get a deal done with the Bills. Maybe they move back to like 28, and then they take him at like 28. But if he goes in the first round, it depends who's on the board. Right? But
you trade back, and then you do the donkey thing.
And then you take the running back.
We traded back.
We traded back. We got an extra 4th round pick.
Before our guests start trickling in, do you guys have any other, I guess I'll say like non-obvious, like dream spots or things you really would like to see happen tonight, whether for fandom, for fantasy? Like, what's on your wish list, Pat?
Here's my wish list. So I was kind of on the other side of this Brock Bowers thing. I was thinking that he would go later than 10 because I think it really is about the Jets. But we heard today, right, the Jets, Brock Bowers, every draft, they're getting mocked Brock Bowers every single time. Every mock drafter has Brock Bowers to the Jets. Well, now we heard 2 things today. We heard the Bears are willing to trade down out of 9, and the Rams want to trade into the top 10. Come on in for 9 and draft Brock Bowers. That sounds so fun to me. He's sort of a perfect fit there. The concerns with Brock Bowers is that you end up with let's just say an offense coordinator whose favorite movie is Goldmember. You know, that kind of that kind of donkey level behavior would not be great for Bowers. I don't think he's like this type of guy you have to like be a genius to utilize. He's kind of like Dalton Kincaid or, you know, but I think better. But like that kind of archetype. But I do think you could screw it up if you didn't know what you were doing. And so having him on the Rams I think it would make the Rams way more fun. Like some of the cool things about Bowers is he's going to get matched up with cornerbacks a decent amount, but he's a pretty solid blocker, and I think he'll block nickel corners really well. So you can have like the Rams kind of doing what they want to do, show one look and do multiple things out of that look. Really would be a chess piece for Sean McVay.
Gretch, what about you?
I mean, I think there's a lot. That's a great one. I want Odunze to go somewhere with a good QB. I'm very in the tank for Odunze. A weird one is I would love to see Bo Nix land with the Broncos. However that ends up happening, maybe it's in the 2nd round or something. But I think that the Sean Payton offense, I think we saw it with Russell Wilson last year. They still had him throw running backs a ton, even though that wasn't ever really Russell Wilson's thing. This extension of the passing game. And you guys know how I love my high value touches and everything. Like, I just want the quarterback for Sean Payton to be someone that, like, so Bo Nix last year set the NCAA record in completion percentage. He had like 78% completion percentage, but it was all really low ADOT underneath stuff, or a lot of that. He's good and accurate in the short area of the field. And I think short area accuracy is a skill, even though it's not one that like we talk a ton about because like who really cares? Like, it's not that hard to be accurate in the short area of the field. But Bo Nix is like never going to miss a throw in the short area. That was like Drew Brees' superpower. Mm-hmm. Nix probably can't do the stuff down the field that Brees can do. But if Peyton and Bo Nix were together, I would take all of the Broncos running backs in every draft forever. Like, for as long as I was out, like the receptions would be so fun. It would be.
I've already been doing that, so I'm pretty psyched to hear you say that.
Yeah, I took a ton of B. Ryan and stuff already in the preseason, and Javonte. I've been doing it too. In the few drafts I've done, you've done a lot more, but I mean, if you get that matchup, like I'm just thinking, not even just for 2024, but for like the next 3 years, it's just beautiful.
All right. We got some wish list items there from Pat and Gretch. We got our first guest swinging by Chris Spags from Probably in Splash Play. Always fun getting Spags on the shows, generally a Thanksgiving themed edition or the draft night. Spags, welcome to the extravaganza.
Yeah, I got pulled out of the frozen chamber for myself. I'm ready to be here and excited to be here with Pat, who looks amazing for a man who's had a child recently. And he himself passed the child through his loins, and now here he is, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, which, Pete, I don't know if you remember those first couple weeks. I was not. I was like,
Yeah, I don't think I look like Pat. No, he's got a glow.
That's like glowing. Like he's beautiful right now for a man who's had a child and went through the ringer.
Well, I mean, he casually mentioned in our chat the other day that he has a night doula already. So when you're a millionaire, like it's a little different.
BBM money. Yeah.
That's what happens when you win Best Ball Mania in your 30s. You're like, I'm gonna spend this shit on a night doula, baby.
Old Pat would have been able to go on an incredible, scuba diving trip in the Maldives or something, and now you just spend it on like a lady to get your baby to go to bed.
That's exactly right, dude. But hey, I'm getting some sleep. It's working out.
Spags, we just got some wish list items from Pat and Gretch. What is big on your fantasy wish list tonight?
I would like to see Troy Franklin go to the Buffalo Bills at their current pick at the end of the first round, because if I have this bet hit, I've won the big board is how I feel about it. That's basically it. I've been making this bet for way too long, to the point that people in streams would steal Troy Franklin from me. And this is the moment, is where we could pay it all off.
So you were specifically stacking him with the Bills?
After a certain point, he was the only guy that had 3 visits with the Bills. So I kind of connected the tea leaves there. Like Brian Thomas didn't go there. Thought that would have made a little bit more sense. But I've been big on Troy Franklin. I don't know how you could put up a 0.7 EPA per target at a major conference and not be good. And I think people are a little bit weird. Like size Queenie is how I feel about all the mock drafts right now. They're like, oh, he's too small. And meanwhile, they're doing what they do with Tank Dell, doing what they do with Xavier Worthy. While Franklin, he's just built like Snoop. He's built like Snoop Dogg. That's fine. You can make it.
I'm happy to hear you say that. I haven't heard a lot of Troy Franklin love. I like Troy Franklin a lot. I think he's probably a little like one-dimensional in the sense that he's like kind of a deep threat guy. He's not going to be like used on like all the different routes. I would imagine. His reception perception kind of showed like he's really good on like deep routes. He's really good when there's cushion and he comes back for the ball like you would expect. But I don't know, in kind of a like on the Bills. I mean, if he's like the Bills version of like Christian Watson or something, like holy shit,
There's so much vacated there. That's like the main thing to me, where a guy produced that much, and it might be a weird thing because Oregon, I know like Bo Nix looks great in EPA, Bucky Irving looks great in EPA, Troy Franklin looks great in EPA. So it could be one of those like EPA's biased towards just really efficient offense. But I'm making the bet, so I'm hoping.
This is another big question mark for tonight. Probably the biggest question mark at the top. Alex here. Who ends up with McCarthy in what spot? Hearing Minnesota to 5 is very possible. Also Penix to 13 likelihood. I mean, I do think that the Vikings end up with him, but I just don't think they're going to have to pay a premium for it. Like, I think they might move up a spot or two. I just don't think they're going to have to go up to 4 or 5 to get.
I loved this note just an hour or two ago that was like, the Vikings war. There's like tension in the Vikings war room. It was on the ESPN broadcast. It went to Jeff Darlington, and he was in wherever they are, whatever ranch they have in Minnesota. But he had the Minnesota backdrop going, right? And he was like, "There's tension in the room and all this stuff." And there's people speculating. I mean, there's competition to go up, and the fact that the Vikings traded for a second first rounder, 23 or whatever it was, weeks ago, but then never got the deal done. Like, remember when the Niners made the Lance trade and it was so early that it was like, do they even know who they want yet? And there was all that discussion. But like, the reason they did that is if you trade into 3, then no one else can trade into 3. You're the team that's moving up. You give up all these first round picks and everything. The Vikings,
they really hadn't decided what they wanted to do, right? I mean, they really like you should know like a little who you want.
You probably should. But Minnesota clearly wants to come up for a QB. They got that extra first round pick. I don't think anyone is like going to be surprised if they try to trade up, but they definitely want to trade up. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like they haven't gotten it done before now. And it like now there's a reporter on site saying there's tension in the war room in Minnesota. Like there's probably like, do we throw in that extra future third round pick?
Come up. I think the Patriots are bending them over right now. And they're like, we know who you want. You want May. And we're going to take him. We're going to fucking take him unless you pony up. And the tension is, this is too much.
Do you think the discussion is like they're holding out hope that they can get to 3 and they have a deal on the table to get to like 4 or 5 to get JJ, but they really want to get to 3 and they haven't gotten the Patriots to sign off on that yet? Probably, like, maybe that's what it is. And the other people are like, we got to go up to 4 or 5 because if we don't, some other team's going to go up to 4 or 5 and get JJ McCarthy, and we're going to get neither of them, right? Like,
I think the Patriots are going to move down and try to get into position to take McCarthy is my bet. I think they trade with whoever takes May. I would guess the Vikings, but because they have the most draft capital, and I think because like both the Cardinals and the Patriots have said to reporters either formally or informally that they're going to hold on to the picks at the last minute. They're going to see what offers come in and then kind of decide from there. I think the Patriots are just holding out to see if somebody else comes with a better offer, and if not, I think they're going to trade it and get McCarthy. McCarthy's like such a Patriots QB who's going to throw for 190 and 2 touchdowns and like nice game scripts.
If they go to 11, they probably miss McCarthy. I think that's one of the reasons they're probably just wanting.
Really? Are you like how confident are you in that? Because I think he's not Levis Faller, but I think he falls inside the top 10. I think people are going to get tempted by Odunze, by
Giants at 6.
I'm not like immensely confident. I could see him falling to 11, but I guess it depends on if the Broncos like once you get in, let's say to 8. Are the Broncos now in range to come back up? You know, so and the Patriots themselves obviously could do a small trade up.
I don't think if you're the Patriots, you can trade to 11 and hope to come back up, unless you have like a 3-team trade, like all agreed on.
The Falcons would move back. Falcons are going to take like Latu or somebody. They could take them at 11.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if they could get him at 11, but I guess if you're the Patriots and you want a QB, I don't know how you can trade from 3 to 11 and hope that the other QB's there.
If you like JJ all along and you think you could push him, I mean, that's what you would do in a best ball draft. That's what you do in real football.
Right, but this isn't best ball. There's millions and millions of dollars on the line.
Here's what would be amazing. What if the Vikings are on the phone with the Cardinals right now, working out the trade that they'll make with the Patriots? The Patriots are like, go figure out our other trade and we'll do it.
Well, that's Consigliere says he's calling his shot. Kyler's getting traded, and the Cards are going to take their future QB at 4. That would flip tonight on its head. It is. I do love, Gretch, that report that there's tension in the Minnesota war room, as if this hasn't been the dynamic for months. Have they just been hoping one of these days they'll wake up and it'll work itself out? It's how have you guys not gone through these scenarios by now?
Well, you have to think that there are trades that are agreed upon, but that are contingent on who's available in the spots. And I wonder if that's part of this. It's the Patriots really want Drake Maye, for example, but for a while there, it was, maybe they have a strong lean on Maye or Daniels, right? And for a while, it seemed like maybe Maye might go too, but now it seems like we're back to it's definitely going to be Daniels, and maybe that's influenced the Patriots situation. Maybe they only want to trade out contingent on who's available at 3. So the fact that none of these trades has happened doesn't mean that these trades have not been negotiated, right? We just don't know. We don't know the deals yet. I'm excited. I'm eager.
If you're the Patriots. If you're the Patriots, you're incentivized, I think, to trade before you're on the clock, because is anyone coming up for Daniels? If you're wrong that the Commanders are taking, you think they're taking Daniels, everyone thinks they're taking Daniels, but what if they're not? What if they take Maye?
Raiders would come up in a heartbeat if they could. Yeah.
Is that Eminem on stage?
It is. I was just going to say they have to do the Eminem thing. If you're doing it in Detroit.
He just looks lost.
Is Tim Robinson going to be there? I hope so. He's not the Clippers game.
I mean, also, it's hard. Eminem does have such an identifiable figure, but when he's wearing that hat, pulled over, it's when he came out, I didn't recognize him as Eminem.
Oh, he's getting animated. Was he yelling something? Because the chat's going to have to tell us. Mom's
Justin Timberlake playing Eminem or something.
Man, this would have been this is obviously very cool, but this would have been a lot cooler if they would have pulled out the NFC Championship and played the Super Bowl and potentially been Super Bowl champions at this point. You guys blew that opportunity.
You see how stoked the trade people were? They're like, "Oh, we extended Penny Sewell and Goff. We're gonna or Amon-Ra. We're gonna get Goff next." They're so amped up. Purple Yoshi, one of our favorites. I know, a nice guy in all the communities out there. Detroit people are stoked just to sign contract extension. So it's a small bar to pass.
Would this?
It is pretty sick. They made the NFC Championship finally, though.
They were great last year.
Yeah.
Would that be the best possible? If you're a hacker and we're able to get into the jumbotron right now and show the Ayuk catch from that game bouncing off his helmet?
Oh my god! Yes, that would be the best thing you could do. Now Amon-Ra is doing. Detroit is pumped. We're going to see. This is what, we're 10 minutes in and we're nowhere near the first pick getting announced. And this happens every year. I was telling you guys this. We're going to have a solid 15 minutes late before we even get the first pick in.
I kind of thought they were going to ghost Jared Goff too. I'm glad Jared Goff is on stage right now because not Teddy Bridgewater they brought in, but also Hendon Hooker. I kind of thought they were preparing for a life without Goff. So he's back and he's going to get $150 million.
This is one of the benefits of leaving Los Angeles. If you're Goff, if this draft is in Los Angeles, they literally have Ryan Gosling out on stage right now.
Yeah.
You get to go to Detroit, and you're
the better looking version of you.
It's you're not needed in LA. In Detroit, it's fuck, dude, you're all we
you're the
got
guy
out there.
Yeah, you're the dude. It's you and Eminem. That's what we got. Oh man,
Spags, did you end up doing? Did you get in the proper mock draft game? Did you do a full 32 picks?
I did. I did a full 32, which is funny because I don't give a crap at all about offensive linemen and defensive backs and whatever. But I know there's going to be a lot that go at a certain point. But I the wide receivers. I'm with you on the prop betting stuff. I think the one thing I disagree with you guys. I do think Adonai Mitchell goes in the top 20. I think he's going to be the one guy that I wouldn't say flukes his way, but goes to the Jags is probably my guess. Besides that, though, I'm the wide receiver bets. I want a lot of wide receivers to go, but there's so many good ones that I think they kind of inherently get bumped down from the fact that you can just choose your own adventure from round 2, round 3, round 4. But that's my biggest bet. The QBs I think are historically great, so I'm excited for that. And I think you'd be a fool if they didn't go 1, 2, 3, and then McCarthy somewhere after.
I believe you on the Mitchell take because you're the first person I've heard say his full name and not just go AD. So they can skip the pronunciation. If you know how to say his name, you must know something.
Adonai, that's a Jewish Torah thing when you do the ceremony that they have around Easter. I forget what it's called. The Seder, where they do like the apple cinnamon dish. You guys don't have any Jewish friends? No.
I do, but I have not. I was on.
Yeah, am I bragging or is it a flex? Go like I've been to Seder. I've been here.
I've never been to.
You have revealed yourself as the most woke person on this panel, right?
I went to a mostly Jewish high school, so like we had that as like a thing.
Yeah.
Adonai.
Oh, the broadcast is rubbing in on the Panthers right now.
Oh man.
Bears received DJ Moore, 2023. Oh god,
Yikes.
2023 first round pick.
Bryce is bouncing back next year, though.
Oh my god, it was worse than I thought. They got DJ Moore and their first last year, and their second last year, and their second next year, and Caleb Williams for Bryce Young.
God.
Wow.
Oh, that hurts.
What was I going to say? I hope, even though we have the AD Mitchell, I just hope in general, like there's a surprise wide receiver pick in the top 20. Like I just want to kick off the wide receiver run. Like if we could get like both Brian Thomas and Xavier Worthy, both AD Mitchell and Xavier Worthy, and then these teams start scrambling because they're looking around and like, no, we were planning on taking a wide receiver. Next thing you know, you're Troy Franklin to the Bills.
I think it's Ladd. I mocked Ladd to the Bengals, which I don't know is like the best pick for them in terms of what they can do. But if T. Higgins wants to get traded, you have McConkey there who can play the slot, filling in for Boyd. Boyd's gone. Or Higgins, if Higgins is gone, you can have McConkey playing out wide, moving into the slot. I think he's the one that could sneak in the first round that I've been like a little bit down on, but he has the athletics. Every film guy is obsessed with him. I think Ladd McConkey sneaks into the first round, and it's going to be like the big stunner.
I like that. I like that fit as well because McConkey, part of the appeal is that he can play outside. He's not just like a slot, but I think he would be a really good, like third piece on that offense starting in the slot. Let's say Higgins doesn't get traded, but then he's gone after this year. I mean, then he moves to the outside and he can be kind of like an inside outside, move him around a little bit. They moved Jamar Chase around a little bit. So that would be a very fun kind of future look for the Bengals.
I mean, come on. Chicago needs to do what you do in Underdog. You push the plane when you know the pick. I mean, what are we doing
Come
here?
Get it done.
The clock is ticking down. 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Just seeing if anyone calls. Gotta see.
We will literally sell you our franchise for this pick.
We're going to say no to anything we hear, but you got to let them call.
It would be fascinating if a team would release, like if the Bears were like, okay, we were always taking Caleb Williams, no doubt about that. But this is what it would have taken to get that.
They should have to release. That should be like contingent upon them letting the clock tick all the way down. Is you have to release what it would have taken.
Yeah, I mean, what could you possibly be doing? Are you just congratulating yourselves? Like, you've had so much time to do that already. Like, just make the pick.
I feel like these are the kind of comments you get when you have Spags on stream. Lad has a hot girlfriend. Teams love that. Is that part of your model, Spags?
No, it's unfair. I think I'm not up with.
You did say something about the analytics. Is this what you meant?
You guys had Mathology on. You guys like blew up Mathology. Then I had him on afterwards. I got the sloppy seconds for him doing a full
Spags, your fan base is called the Squirt Squad. Don't try to sidestep.
Well, because the emoji is like a squirting flash emoji.
Yeah,
they took it on themselves. You, Pete, you left, and then the beast got wild. I don't.
The Squirt Squad.
That's right.
Caleb, though, pretty good, huh? Good player.
Pretty good. Yeah.
USC playing. Hey, Gretsch, by the way, USC, most number one picks overall now with this one.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. We got it. UW going to have the most busts in one draft.
UW only has Steve Edmond. We got who won that matchup, Spags?
If I recall, I believe it was Washington. But Caleb was already. His nails were painted black. He was kissing his mom in the stands, crying. I don't know. There's a lot going on there.
When was the last time USC was even relevant?
Today, you see all the words about Reggie Bush and things that happened 16 years ago or 18 years ago?
I'm looking at they went 10-2 in 2011. That's the last 2-win season other than the COVID year when they went 5-1.
Is that
2-loss season?
Is that a John David Booty year?
Yeah, So you got to go all the way back to 2008 for them to have gone 12-1 when Pete Carroll.
But the thing is, when I was in college, it was the apex, so it's never like it can't ever live up to that. So after that, it's all been disappointment.
You saying?
But I still think Penix is going to be a bust. That's the main thing.
I'm not arguing that. I actually have a bet now with one of my college buddies about Penix. We didn't actually agree on terms yet, but I'm on the he's a little overrated, and he's on the everyone's overlooking the obvious that he's a winner and all this stuff. So anyway,
you got hit with the QB win stat by your buddy.
Right, I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Gretch, speaking of your Washington alum, Steve Entman, are you impressed that he's still my profile picture?
I am. Every time I look at it, I'm like, I remember that stream and how that came to be, and I'm just proud. It makes me happy.
The over-under was set at like 30 days, and the over is cleared.
I think I told you during that stream, when I was in college, my senior year, we ended up in a house with I was never in a dorm, I was never in a frat, but in the dorms, I met a bunch of guys. We ended up in a house with 16 bedrooms, and we filled it. We had 16 guys living in it. And on our mantle, we had a picture of Steve Entman, after a sack, doing the sack dance. And it reminds me of that every time I see your profile picture. It's just like that Steve Entman picture on the mantle. It warms my heart.
And Spags, were you brought to tears yesterday when you heard Reggie Bush would be getting his Heisman Trophy back?
I mean, I think it's all a sham at this point. It's even what they're offering them to be in the EA video game this year. It's all a joke. They're making so much money, but not making enough money. None of it makes sense to me, and it's upsetting because college football, college sports, there's a 10% chance that college sports just die at some point, and I don't love that because part of the whole thing of having a degree from USC is get to root for some sick teams, and now I might not have that at some point.
College football might die.
It's not moving in a good direction. The coaches bitch, head coaches leaving for offensive coordinator jobs in the NFL is not a good sign. I think it's, at least if you're not in the power conference, if you're not in the Big 12, the SEC, it's not good right now.
The Bears draft room right now, they're very excited.
You guys can do all of this stuff after you put the pick. Oh, they put
right. The pick is finally in. Yeah.
Spags, what if the counter is this? That the college ranks are actually going to try to destroy the NFL from within, and Jim Harbaugh is their cheap operative to come in and set the game back about 45 years.
I think Joe Alt's going there. I support an offensive lineman. Let's let the receivers leave the regressive offense. But Caleb's going to go right now. This is exciting. What color nails is he going to have, guys? That's a prop bet.
It's a real prop bet.
Is that? Did they really do a Gatorade prop bet like that for him? The Gatorade color.
I just couldn't care less about the dude's nails. Why does that come up so much?
The same reason people care about beers and things. You know why?
Oh. Yeah.
Wow. Really? I should have unloaded my account. Minus 20,000, Caleb Williams to the Bears. Could have eked out some change in the couch cushions. What was I thinking?
Beautiful.
He's gonna crush, right? They gave him all the weapons. This is it.
This is about as good a setup as you can get.
Yeah,
it's incredible. Yeah. I mean, the Bears are going to be pretty fun. I mean, I think you have to love the receivers in place. I was doing a bunch of those slows, and I was finishing those up. I took a lot of Roshan Johnson and Khalil Herbert at the end. I mean,
yeah,
I know there's 3 backs there right now, but they're not going to add to that backfield, I don't think. And Swift's not a super healthy guy. They're going to score touchdowns. Did you take a lot of those guys too?
I didn't take so much Johnson, but I've never just been that. He went higher, and I've never really been that.
Yeah,
I took a lot of Herbert. I
did too. I took more Herbert. In half PPR, he's going to run. He's going to get some TDs. It's going to be.
Yes.
This is a fun offense. You want pieces of this offense. It's going to be good.
Guys like Spike in the chat, another Ryan Leaf. What is Ryan Leafy about him, who is a statuesque, prototypical 1990s pocket passer versus Caleb, who's like Patrick Mahomes, but with legs, who has incredible efficiency, avoids tackles at a crazy rate. Bad takes abound in the pre-draft period, guys, and it upsets me a lot as somebody that did the work.
I think, the only bear take I can really muster at this point is because he's set up so well. I don't think he's quite as fantasy friendly as people seem to think. He's more of he scrambles around and then throws downfield, more in the Mahomes mold, which is, I'm not saying he's not be good, but I don't know that he's going to be this fantasy force of nature purely by his own style of play. The problem though is that like he is set up so well to play that way and score fantasy points because he's got Keenan Allen, DJ Moore. So then it's like, what the fuck is my point? Because he's gonna do well no matter what.
Do you guys think they'll let him pass like a good amount? I mean, I'm a little worried about the rookie year QB like pass rate over expected stuff. Like, is he gonna actually get to throw enough, or did they pay Swift and have 3 running backs so they can run too much?
Well, that was what was so impressive about Stroud, right? Like they weren't letting him throw that much. They were still running it a ton in the red zone, and he was just so transcendent that he still, got there.
But at a certain
Waldron
point,
is pretty
though,
mid.
I don't know. Like you have so much talent. Like, is not DJ Moore and Keenan Allen more talent than Woods and Nico and Tank Dell combined in 3 guys? He's got 2 of the greatest receivers within the last 10 years.
He's got a good.
Woods wasn't that negative.
Yeah. Well, hey, Woods was on the winning big board team. Don't forget it.
Woods was so bad last. When you look at like his per route stuff, I didn't know someone could be that bad and run 400 plus routes.
He scored points to get into the winning lineup.
I read a great thread about him in the offseason into last year.
That guy had a point because he made the winning lineup of the big board.
Yes, no one can forget. It really says a lot.
You also wrote up Nico Collins in your defense.
It was like my first article,
Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say that's like just such bullshit that like the thing we razz Pat about is like Robert Woods like being a disappointment.
Right. No. I wasn't even trying to razz it, but just Robert Woods was really bad. Like when he said the 3 of them combined, I'm like, the 3 of them combined is not hard to beat. It's 2 players.
He's the only one in that offense that was bad too. Like Schultz was okay, Singletary was okay, like everybody was. Noah Brown was okay.
It makes it extra hilarious that he was bad because like the right answer was Texans wide receiver, but just not that guy.
Noah Brown would have been fine. A couple spike weeks in there.
So, do any of you guys have not Jayden Daniels being selected with this next pick in your personal mock draft?
I think our future guest Davis in his last mock draft when I was looking through his, I think he had I just saw him in the chat. Who did you have, Davis? Did you have McCarthy too here? I feel like Davis Mattek's final mock did not have Jayden Daniels.
Jayden's the best fantasy rookie QB in the draft. No, I'll say that right now.
Davis already admitted on the Swolecast he doesn't actually think that. He has a ton of Drake Maye long shots at 2, and he's just bagged defending with the mock draft. He doesn't actually think that.
His final mock on his Twitter does have Drake Maye at 2. So if it's just bag defending, then that makes sense.
Spags, I like Drake Maye more from a fantasy perspective. I think
he's so inaccurate. His catchable ball rate was worse than Anthony Richardson's. And by the way, race card, nobody's bullshitting about Drake Maye and how he can't throw the ball, but all of a sudden he's the best. 60% catchable ball rate's like incredibly bad.
I mean, that doesn't make sense because his completion percentage
he was all air yards. He threw like 160 air yards a game to Tez Walker, and then everybody else was not far off.
That's what I'm into. By the way, I was huge on Anthony Richardson. This is my type.
I know you were. I'm defending you. You're the theoretical scapegoat here for everybody else. AR haters now are like, I was in on him. I just vocalized my concern. Fuck off, man. You guys weren't in on AR.
I was out on him and got lucky. I mean, I can admit that. I was wrong, but it didn't kill me because he got hurt.
Yeah, I actually don't know where Daigle is. He said he was going to be here, or might have been a little late, but
he said
Daigle.
He's supposed to fall asleep on stream. Why?
Yes, on stream, not before.
The ETR groupies are rolling in, I think is what it is.
I mean, that's the thing. Old Daigle would have never big timed us like this, but now I'm like the ETR mothership. I can just show up 25 minutes late. It's the Silva mode.
Classic. And then he's going to show up when our other guests are on and want to be brought in. We're going to have too many people on at once. It's going to be.
It's all right. I can bump Davis for Daigle if we need. Okay, actually, we might have a solve. Leone just DM'd me. He saw his into getting to bed earlier, and he's saying he can come in right now because not all ETR guys are late. So we will. Nice. We're gonna bump Leone to the top of the line here.
Hell yeah!
So we get the pick is in here for the Commanders.
Is it Terry McLaurin going up 20 spots in ADP, baby? Let's do it.
How did Drake Maye have a lower catchable target percentage than completion percentage?
So it was on target. So 61% Drake Maye, SIS data, 61% on target rate, 77% catchable ball rate.
I don't
lower
care
than
about
Caleb,
that.
lower than Jayden, lower than JJ. Nix.
I don't care.
Michael Leone, the only prompt member at ETR, is welcome to the show. It's a bummer we couldn't get you for the Bills pick, but we know you will be in like your second REM cycle by that point.
Yeah, unless they do. I think they're going to trade up, but
okay.
I think they're going to do a small trade up though, so I will still probably be in the first round.
What did you? I just saw you in the chat mention like the Bears and do you think that there's a possibility they'll trade all the way up to 8 or 9?
Well, everyone around here is like pushing for an Odunze trade. It's insane.
Okay.
Really?
The Joe B, which is really good beat reporter for the Bills, had that in his latest mock. The Bills trading up for Odunze. Sending
is it Buscaglia?
Yeah,
Buscaglia,
basically
right.
sending their first this year, their first next year, and a second, I think.
For
Maybe even
Odunze?
another second.
That'd be so sick.
Yeah.
I would love that, but not necessarily for the Bills. That's a lot of draft capital for a receiver.
Dude, that's why I'm like I could maybe stomach it for like Marvin Harrison or Nabers, which wouldn't happen because you'd have to trade up like way too early. But like I like Odunze, but I mean that would be a lot for Odunze when you could stay put and maybe get Brian Thomas or Worthy or someone.
Troy Franklin.
I like Troy Franklin.
It is funny, Leone, because your GM is on record having talked about, did you give up too much for the Josh Allen trade? And he said no, because if it didn't work out, I'd be fired, and if it hits, no one cares. So they do have that mentality over there in Buffalo.
Oh, I don't know if you saw all his quotes. He like basically acknowledged like he shouldn't be trading up as much as he does, but he gets impatient. Like he like literally said that. He's just basically like yeah, I probably shouldn't do this, but
One of us. What a perfect GM for Bills Mafia GM. Like, I mean, that makes you want to jump through a table. Like that's all right, I love it.
In a couple different ways.
Yeah.
He has his own like Sam Hinkie PDF manifesto called "The Shortest Vision in the Room." Don't be afraid to trade up.
He's like an above average GM too, but like
I know what to do, but I just do what I want to do.
Like he gets a lot of picks through like comp stuff and whatnot, so like he gets away with it a little bit. But even like last year, you know, they were impatient and didn't wait for Kincaid, and it's like, you know, you gave up stuff to get Kincaid when you could have waited, probably would have gotten him. If you didn't, you would have gotten Laporta. Like, but man, rest in peace to Amico and Davis on the Jayden Daniels chalk hitting.
I mean, Davis had that in his mock. Like, this is the difference between like did Amico placed the bet, but had Jayden Daniels at 2 in his mock. Davis placed the bet on Maye and put Maye as number 2 in his mock. I think that's the difference.
You are 100% correct. Like Davis cannot balance like plus 450 being good, but like also that's probably not going to happen.
What do you guys think the Pats do?
Pick
here
is in. So they didn't
I don't
do the
know.
trade.
Oh, the pick's in.
I think
They got to take Maye.
It's got to be that,
Man.
or the surprise would be Marvin Harrison. I feel like, but that's
I don't.
I wish they had traded down with the Vikings. That would have been fun.
This team, I mean, they would be so loath to take. They've passed on just wide receivers in the first round, class after class. The one exception being N'Keal Harry. That's where they finally found a spot to dip their toes in the round 1 wide receiver waters.
It feels like as we've gotten closer, the chalk has been Patriots take Maye and Arizona stays put and takes Harrison.
Yeah.
Jayden wearing sunglasses right now, by the way. What a star. What a star. He's your QB1.
Would you say it's because the future's so bright that he needs them?
He's going to be throwing to Jahan Dotson and Zach Ertz and Terry McLaurin as a star. What a treat.
I can't believe, please, man, the order of how you listed those names is offensive.
Why went the
to
worst?
me.
Yeah, I think Terry's actually good, but it's hilarious. That's the wide receiver chart. And I still think he's going to make them all better.
I can already see it. We're gonna be doing a draft with Leone like in the middle of July, and he's gonna be touting Zach Ertz as our last round pick. I can feel it right now.
I've taken Zach Ertz
too far.
a fair amount.
I have taken it too.
You guys are sick.
It could be
Leone's
any
on
of
my
us.
side with this one.
If
Yeah.
you're taking Jayden, take him in the 20th round. That's
Yeah,
free.
just stack 'em.
Why not?
It's free. Hey, Spags, we don't have 20 rounds anymore. Inflation hit, and we're down to 18.
There's 2
Zach Ertz
tournaments
is
they haven't
off the
announced yet.
menu.
Those could be 20 rounders. They're just waiting on.
Oh, man. All right. Let's see. Drake Maye. This
Damn,
is
man.
this.
What do
is
you
the-
want to see from the Bills, Leone?
Yeah.
I mean, I think like the awesome move, the low key fun move that seems not fun on the surface is actually to trade back a little bit and get 2 wide receivers in like the early second. Like if they
Because they don't have a third.
Franklin and Legette or something like that.
This is a draft.
I really don't want them to draft Keon Coleman. He's just like generally I try not to be too like I know prospecting is hard and like these guys know way better than me, but like Keon Coleman's the one guy I'm like I do not want them to draft.
Yeah. Pat, where are you at? Because this was a plausible spot for May. You're very into him for fantasy. I assume this, dampens your enthusiasm a little bit, but do you think, he's going to be cheap. He will be cheap because of this landing spot.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have a bunch of Drake Maye is the way this is going to go because this is obviously what we were hoping would not happen. This it's maybe not like worst case scenario. Worst case scenario is probably the Giants take him because then you're worrying about how many games he even starts as a rookie. But this is bad. I think Alex Van Pelt as the OC is okay. It's not like a disastrous situation in that sense. I assume they will draft someone for him to throw to as well. So it's probably, this is like as bad as it's going to look. But yeah, he's going to fall a little, I guess. But I don't know. Like my whole thing with him is that he is mobile. He's mobile around the goal line. He throws downfield. He runs around and makes plays. He scrambles a lot. Like when he scrambles from a clean pocket a lot, which he'll probably do at a pretty high rate without receivers. So my biggest take with Maye is that he's a lot more fantasy friendly in his skill set than people have given him credit for. And I don't think that really changes, as long as he's out there starting, I think we'll get more fantasy points per snap than the market seems to think.
Yeah. I think, he is that type of quarterback that people have been wrong on for fantasy, right? Like he is the Josh Allen, the Justin Herbert, not saying he's going to turn into those guys, but like it happens multiple times or every other, draft.
Even
class.
Carson Wentz. I think the guys that he looks like that weren't long-term stars are pretty encouraging from a short-term fantasy lens. Like he looks a little bit like Wentz. He looks a little bit like Bortles. Like he does look like Herbert a lot, but even if you say, okay, this dude's ultimately going to be a bust, I think he's going to give us a season, maybe 2, that are really fun for fantasy in the process.
He runs, he throws deep balls. That's like all you need. That was what got me on Josh Allen year one. Is like he was throwing deep balls at the highest rate in the league, was running, more than most people. Like he's got enough there. It's just a matter of like his last year he ran less. I didn't know if that was a business decision or the offense changing over. The year before last, like he was running 10 times a game and looked really good. So if he's going to go out there and go balls out and run a lot, I think he has a shot to be Josh Allen. And I think Van Pelt, like Pat was saying, like I think that's it. But it's if he doesn't run, he's a really bad pocket passer. He shouldn't be a pocket passer. Is how I feel about it.
The other thing that could really tip the scales, right, is like the whole reason everyone's going to be down on him is the lack of weaponry. If they could get hit on a second round wide receiver, take advantage of this deep class and really get a breakout there, then you can start to tell yourself a little bit more of a story.
May's going to throw it up. Like somebody's going to get it. If it's Osborne, if it's somebody.
I've been drafting a lot of Demario Douglas, man.
I have too. He's good.
If Harrison goes to the Cardinals here at 4, I think it's super interesting to talk through the super flex rookie drafts. I know you guys are mostly in the best ball mode, but like the super flex rookie drafts are like really intriguing to me.
What if Nabers?
Yeah, I listened to your episode with Amico on that, and I feel like the answer is to trade down off the 101, like because you kind of got to take Caleb, but I think you trade down and take Harrison if you can, or take Caleb.
Sometimes it's hard though.
I know it's hard. Yeah,
I was backtracking my head a little bit off that because a lot of it, the QB trade value is indisputably insanely good, like even a year out on these guys, even when they're not good. But from a practical standpoint, if you draft Caleb, it might not be like, even though the quote unquote market value still holds, like if you're worried about him, it might not be easy to move him. You know what I mean? Like, it's nice to say like, oh, well, the trade value is still good, but like, what does that mean?
Pick is in.
Practice?
I tried to trade Trevor Lawrence after his rookie season, and people were like, yeah, I'll give you like 10 cents. And it's like, so, technically like in startups and stuff, his trade value was good, but that's true. Like if he kind of struggles, especially with this awesome setup, you're not getting Harrison for him next year.
Yeah, I think Maye is going to be the guy that falls for sure in those super flex dinos. People are going to take Rome over him, and for sure.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I like Rome, but that's a big mistake, I think,
especially in the tight end premium. He'll easily go ahead of him.
So
you think so?
I think so. I think people get so spooked on the landing spot.
Yeah.
It's sometimes, I guess it really depends on need. Like I was looking at some of these FFPC rookie drafts, I feel like there could be a different guy there at like 6 and 7 based on the draft. Like it could be Maye, it could be Odunze, like Nabers could fall to like 5 in drafts, which would be like kind of insane, I think. But at the same time, if it goes like Caleb, Harrison, Daniels, and then like it just takes one either QB pick or Bowers in front, and like Nabers falls to 5 or something. I know it's going to be, I feel like you're going to want to be active trading this year in the rookie drafts, or like be ready to if something like that happens.
For sure. I saw a trade in one of my FFPCs that was the 109 and the 209 for the 108. And I was like, it was to go up one pick. And it's a league guy with Sean, and I messaged him right away. I was like, I wonder who that's for. Like, it has to be for JJ McCarthy, right? Because, like, isn't the 108 now probably McCarthy? But maybe that person was thinking McCarthy will go top 7 in some of these, and Odunze is the 108.
See, this is where
McCarthy
I think
still ends up in Minnesota.
He'll go ahead of Maye in that case.
He could.
Yeah, that's not good.
But I do think you're probably getting stuck with the QB you don't feel great about at 108 now. Whereas, like, for a while there, you might have convinced yourself that you get like a Odunze or Bowers or something at 108 to maybe a Odunze.
I honestly think taking a Odunze over Maye is going to look like a horrendous mistake if people do that. Like, I do not think you should do that. This landing spot is not bad enough to where we should be moving him below Odunze. That's kind of crazy to me.
I know Amico's with you. I've been arguing with him. Amico's pretty high on the quarterbacks in general. At least.
Yeah, I mean, they have the way cleaner path to like second round startup value next year. But if Odunze is a star, I mean, people have talked about Odunze would be the number 1 receiver in most classes, kind of a thing.
Yeah,
it's not, and especially if Maye is not a hit, which he could very well not.
No, but like, what is Chris Olave getting you at quarterback? You know what I mean? Like, even as a hit, you need them to be superstars in order to get in the quarterback conversation. If he's a fantasy-friendly quarterback, which I really feel strongly that he is, then it's just you're making a mistake taking a good number 1 wide receiver over him. He needs to be great. NFL.
Yeah.
It's tricky. It's tricky. You were right, Leone. The super flex first round.
I just think
there's like so many. Like you can like waterfall it too. It's like Caleb or Marvin Harrison, and then it's like Nabers or Drake Maye or like even Jayden Daniels. I could see going too in some of these over Harrison for like QB needy teams. But like with him going second overall and the rushing ability, I'm not saying it's a good idea, but like I could see it.
Yeah.
And where does Nabers end up? I mean, if Nabers has a bad landing spot, he could be the key to the draft, really.
What's a bad landing spot for Nabers?
Giants.
Titans.
Giants is fancy Wandale. I think that's the worst, but Titans would be pretty bad too.
Dude, I think
this is the nut. This is the nut spot. The Chargers. Like, I mean, I understand they're not going to throw a ton, but if you can get Herbert, like,
so it looks like we did get
steam on like the number 2 offensive tackle going to the Chargers here late.
That Alabama guy, JC Latham, like everybody's been putting him in their latest mocks.
He was like 2 days ago, like 10-1 to be first OT. Sorry, Pete.
No, I just want to talk a little Marv, just because that pick happened and we haven't even mentioned it yet. And it is funny that the Marv stuff has just been so boring. No one wants to talk Marv. He didn't do the combine, didn't do visits. He's just good. Didn't want to talk about him because he's boring, because he's just going to the Cardinals. Like, this has just been, written in stone for so long. But here it happened. Spags, how hype are you on Harrison? Were you taking him in the mid-second of these early underdog drafts?
I mean, I was taking him sometimes in the first round just to get some exposure if I had the turn, just to get like 2 receivers there. I'm in on him. Like, I think he's great. I think the issue for me, and I think some NFL teams based on the athletic articles and all that, is like Nabers is more exciting. You watch the film, he gets outside, he breaks some big plays. But for Marvin Harrison, you're just looking at 10 to 15 yards targets. Like, he's going to get every one of them, if not, a good amount of them. And he's a little bit slower, I think, but the way he plays, like, he sets guys up well. I like everything about him. I was kind of thinking in my head, I think Arizona's a better landing spot than Los Angeles, but Los Angeles being an open target chart, like, I would like to get Harrison there too, I guess. But I think he got one of the best landing spots, and I wouldn't be shocked if Nabers outperforms him. If Nabers goes to the Giants, though, that's off.
Yeah,
I've made this case, but I now want to double down on Trey McBride, tight end 1. I think this is good for Trey McBride.
Really?
We talked about it on the show a little while back, but the idea of like the rookie, even that rookie hits don't see like their peak volume in year 1. Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase are 2 examples where they both saw at least two targets per game more their sophomore season than their rookie year, and they both were huge hits as rookies. But what they became scaled up in year 2. I think in year 1, he's going to be a huge threat that's going to open up the field for Trey McBride, but not be like a massively target dominant player. And I don't think anyone else is really going to factor in a ton. Like, I think McBride's going to eat for a tight end.
Marvin's a red zone threat, though. Like, he's going to take some targets away there. Like, that was where he excelled. Like, it was him and Keon Coleman who were a tier above, I think, out of the red zone guys. So I mean, I think he's going to crush, but I don't know. Like, I agree with the McBride take. I think there's a chance that he just doesn't get there from Arizona's offense. You have Kyler running a lot. Like, Gannon wants to win with defense. I think that's still the risk for him primarily.
My pushback on the take would be that I think by the time we get to the end of the season, it's Harrison's team. He's just the guy. So maybe
should be room for
the whole season.
Oh, don't you think?
Yeah. No.
Like, Harrison could be 28% target share, which would be massive, and you could still get almost 25% from McBride, and then hopefully the offense is just better.
Yeah, I think McBride's really, really good too. So if you're right about that, I think it's Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce, and I think the Cardinals are like competing to win the West. Like, I think they're that good. Like, if Harrison's that big of a hit,
it's just the efficiency stuff. Like, I feel like on Underdog, he's a little overdrafted in the half PPR, but like his catch rates are so insane. Like, we have him with a huge disparity between like Underdog rank and FFPC rank just because the volume of catches.
Yeah, I think that's probably part of it for me, Ben. I don't think McBride's like that good. I think he was in a really good situation last year. I think he's good. I don't think he's amazing. He was like a fine prospect, nothing amazing. Had a really bad rookie year. Has an awesome second year. So like I think it's like more situational, and I just don't feel strongly about the talent. So my take is more like when you're deciding between guys like, Kelsey's going a few picks ahead, Mark Andrews is going a few picks behind. I like both those guys better than McBride, but I get it. I mean, I do not want to be fading McBride. McBride is set up very, very well.
Yeah. Spags, what do you have else on your wish list rest of the night in addition to Franklin to the Bills? Anything else you're going to be rooting for here?
I mean, in general, wide receivers going hot and heavy is always a thing for me. This is not going to happen day 1, even day 2, possibly more day 3. Audric Estime and Bucky Irving, I think, are my favorite college backs, despite the athletic testing not being there. So I hope they do well. But the wide receivers, I just want to see him go. Like Brian Thomas, I love the shoulder things. I worry about him falling down a little bit more. But I think this is a great class. And I think I'm hoping for the big board, especially. If you bought it on rookies, I'm hoping you get rewarded, because I think this is like a legendary class in terms of the talent and how they produce in college and the athletic testing too. And I hope they put it all together.
Yeah, Pat just sent you a cease and desist for that legendary mention.
No.
That's the plug. I mean, there's $25 promo codes now for legendary upside. So that's what I'm.
You understood. No, you get it. But if you're signed up and renew, you get it. That's it. It's not just renew.
It looks like the pick is in. The Chargers are going Joe Alt at 5. Jim Harbaugh is.
Wow.
to send the game back.
Coach speaking next new. They were saying Joe Alt.
Yeah.
I was thinking
They went alt, so everyone had the Titans going alt at 7. Pete, this opens up some Bowers paths now. There might be a trade up for Bowers. So we had the big discussion. Our first big giveaway is Bowers. We have in the top 10, lower than 10.5. We talked through it a lot. Pete, you really liked the Bowers lower. Pat was on the higher. I was originally on the higher. Pete kind of sold me, talked me into it. This is I think good for that pick to get alt going 5.
I think it's good. It's good for 2 ways because
it's good that Latham is not in there.
Right.
Yeah. But if alt were to be there at 10, the Jets are taking alt and not Bowers, and that's one of your landing spots right there. So that's good for that reason. I think it also is good for trades because the Titans might trade out now.
It's really tight in the top 10, but in digging into a lot of different stuff, the big board stuff, there's not a lot of guys like behind. There was the one quote that Pete, you mentioned from Blair's article that said that they would be shocked if Bowers fell past 12. There's not a lot of dudes outside of like the top 10 consensus. Like we know there's like a top 8. There's a 4 QBs and 3 receivers in alt. And so there's only like 2 more spots, and it feels tight to get Bowers in there. But there's also like a gap after Bowers and like 1 edge rusher and like a gap of like 4 average picks when you look at like the consensus mocks and the big boards, where you would need like a couple like legit reaches up to like number 9 or 10. Like Latham or whatever his name is would have been a little bit of a reach. Yeah. They might happen, but I don't think there's going to be so many reaches that Bowers falls to 15. I've seen a mock to like the Colts. I think that's wish casting. Like our buddy Jakob Sanderson, he did a mock. He'll be on later in the show. He's a Colts fan. He mocked Bowers to the Colts at 15. Like that's what a Colts fan would do. But you're not actually going to get Bowers at 15.
He did get mocked there a bunch early.
I think I'm on the higher on Bowers. Not to be, I don't know. Today's
it's tight.
Today's reports have been like good, and that there seems like there's more outs now in either the Colts or the Rams, possibly trading up, which would be. And it sounds like the Bears and the Jets are both open to trading down. So that's definitely.
The real question for Jim Harbaugh, because don't the Chargers have a pick at the top of the second round? If they pass on wide receiver there, that's when he really is.
Do we have to draft Quentin Johnston again? Like, what are you doing?
Oh my
God!
Josh
Palmer season. It's Josh Palmer season, and I hate it. But
I've taken some Palmer. I've done it.
I've taken a lot of Palmer. Pat,
I don't know why.
Dude,
I have 26% Palmer so far.
That's a nice signal.
26%.
Because if this happened and it did happen, like how is Josh Palmer not a smash?
They're going to take a receiver at some point. They can take a guy in round 4. He's better than Josh Palmer.
Yeah. I know that's true, but Palmer's still going to play alongside him.
Like if they take a guy in round 4, he's going to play.
Maybe we need Jacob Cowing in round 4, and he had just like a 100 catch season.
I would go nuts if they take Cowing, but Palmer had low key his best season by a mile last year.
Yeah.
Like his first 2 years sucked, and then he was actually good last year. So
it's a little St. Jonesy.
Well, speaking of Brock Bowers, I am going to bring on our resident Jets fan here, Ron Stewart. But Spags, appreciate you as always swinging by. Everyone needs to check out the Splash Play regular draft streams and everything you're doing at Probably. Anything else people should look out for from you here?
No, I just want to thank you guys for having me on another year. Glad to be a part of this one. I'll see you guys at Thanksgiving. But honestly, great draft here. Go Jayden Daniels and Caleb Williams and Drake Maye. Just keep missing some targets. That's what we're going to hope for.
Wow. Shots fired on the way out. We'll see you, Spags.
See ya.
All right. Ron Stewart. We had to bring this man on. We saw the pain in his face as he watched the Jets on I believe it was a Thursday night football game last year. And now we get to see the pain on his face. They can't mess this one up, right? They just take back Brock Bowers. We give away $500. It's a blast, right, Ron?
You guys are sick perverts.
We really are.
This is gonna be like we're taking Byron Murphy. We're taking a D tackle. We're taking an edge. Like I've convinced myself that everything that's going to go wrong is going to go wrong at this pick. I watched them take a 24-year-old edge last year out of freaking Iowa State that I still have never seen play.
We are perverts. We're a little older. We're at the age of like, I remember reading Deadspin when it was good, which Ron probably doesn't know. He was like 10 when that
was not
when
born
that
when that
existed.
site was good.
But they had a hashtag LOL Jets, right? Or like they had LOL Mets, but they also had LOL Jets. Like the Jets would do so much ridiculous stuff. You have like the Mark Sanchez butt fumble, so much other ridiculous stuff. Your starting quarterback gets his like nose broken by a teammate in preseason. To have a young Jets fan come on and just watch your hope get crushed, it really is sick. We are perverted. I'm sorry.
One of the games I've been to, I remember it was during the dark times, and we're talking Tebow and we're talking Sanchez, and the entire crowd was on their feet to get Greg McElroy in the game. That's where we were. If you guys remember Greg McElroy, there were audible Greg McElroy chants, and he actually got his way in. And now he's calling games in like college football. Like he is awful. So it's brutal, man.
Ron, there was a stretch for the Bills where their punter Brian Moorman was one of the highest selling jerseys. So
yeah, I was gonna wear a Jets jersey, but you guys are all too cool to wear laundry. So I was like, damn, I can't do it. I was about to.
You still have teams outside of the hustle.
Leone's normally good for a jersey.
Yeah, Leone wears like jerseys
half
half
your
the
Jets
time.
jersey on. I'll go put my Bills jersey on.
It would be cute. You guys.
Should I grab the name behind me?
Yeah, go do it.
Yeah. Wow, there you go.
Oh, there you
I
go.
gotta see this pick first.
Yeah, and put the
Neighbors.
It was Neighbors. The chat's
it is Neighbors.
The chat's going for it.
Neighbors. So who's tipping picks, by the way? Who's the best guy?
Why does Spags think it's just so bad for Neighbors? Like I know Danny Dimes kind of sucks, but like I don't get like he's still gonna crush.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's like neutral to positive spot.
Yeah,
for Neighbors.
Yeah, I do too.
Dable can get him the rock.
Dude, I suddenly just got stoked about some. I took too much Danny Dimes in my early drafts too. I was doing a lot of 3 QBs, but I was like, you know what? This could happen, and it like this is a like good set.
Good.
Yeah,
but
Neighbors is good,
dude. If Neighbors is good enough to go at this pick, 6th overall. Like I don't want to be hyperbolic, but you're QB proof. Like you are that good. You are a fucking baller. The ball comes to you because you are so good. It does not matter. You tilt the field. You change the offense. Like that's what Malik Nabers is going to do.
Oh my God! It's everyone was making the LSU OBJ rookie seat. Like this is the Eli. Like OBJ made Eli like vaguely relevant again late in his career when he was like really starting to stumble down the stretch of his career.
And
Neighbors is going to pull Danny Dimes up.
And the difference is like we're gonna get Neighbors from day one. Odell was hurt for the first half of his rookie year.
That's right. The hammy.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Neighbors. I mean, they have so many available targets there. I mean, like not even like because guys left, but just like there's no one that's good. You know,
right? They all suck.
Yeah.
Is Darren Waller coming back?
There's people on the roster. I mean, Waller seems like a huge favorite to be retired.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now that they got Neighbors, maybe he's like, I don't have to get double covered every single time. Maybe I'll come back.
Daniel Jones also like had a productive fantasy season 2 years ago. So I don't think Daniel Jones is good. I think he stinks, but he's not terrible at like getting the ball out, right? Like he's okay in the short to intermediate range, and Neighbors is incredible after the catch. Not to say you can't win deep, you can, but like if the goal is to get Neighbors the ball in space and then have him run afterwards, I think Daniel Jones can facilitate that.
Yeah.
I can't believe Harbaugh took a tackle over Neighbors. Herbert has never had receivers. Like, I mean, yeah, he had Keenan and Mike Williams, but they would never get him a number 3 for so long. Then they tried with Quentin Johnston, and he just wasn't good. And now they trade both Keenan and Mike Williams walks.
It was the Jamar Chase or Penny Sewell thing all over again.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
I did see I would have taken Neighbors, but I saw a chart, and it's like in the top 10, like the hit rate on the offensive tackles is so good. Like,
yeah.
And he was like clearly the top offensive tackle.
He's supposed to be a blue chip guy. I mean, I don't watch offensive lineman tape, but he looks good.
Does it matter how much time Justin Herbert has to pass if he has no one to pass to? Like, are they going to even? How are they going to be a competitive offense?
They do have the 37th pick. 37th pick will probably that could be like A.D. Mitchell. They could I don't know. They could kind of build like a Packers wide receiver room for him. I think that's kind of the comp.
Yeah, I think if you're defending the pick, it's that you can get guys like close Nabers at wide receiver later than you can get to guys close to all.
Let's see if he does it, because I'm fucking
The
skeptical.
chase-
Yeah, I'm a skeptical. It does sound good in theory, but I'm skeptical he even does it.
I am
Like,
skeptical too.
The Chase Penny Sewell thing is really interesting because the Bengals went to a Super Bowl and they feel like they obviously got it right. But the Lions, they just extended Sewell. But while on Sewell's rookie contract, also got within a few plays of going without a helmet bounce catch for Brandon Ayuk from going to the Super Bowl themselves. Like both teams won. It kind of like was good for both. Yeah.
Yeah. The Titans pick is in. Okay, I thought maybe they would trade out now.
They're also picked. Are they going tackle?
So wait, who do we follow for the tip picks? Who's the best guy?
The chat got mad when a pick got tipped earlier, so you got to be careful.
Oh, okay.
I will try not. I have TweetDeck open, so I see some of the.
I just saw it.
Tweeting it.
The chat. What the chat wants to see it on the show.
I will shout out the Underdog NFL account. They're not tipping picks, but they're posting it immediately when it's official. So that's a good account to follow.
But I want them picked.
We tipped plays all season on the Shipcast. It's all we did. The chat was always behind us.
I don't want to tip them to the chat. I don't want to ruin their experience. I just want to know.
You just want to tip it to your tip.
You guys put it in the private chat because I'm like,
Yeah.
I want to know.
There, it's in the private chat.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Man.
Ron, so who you're kind of doing the woe is me, self-loathing Jets fan. We're gonna mess this up, but like, who, if you're the GM, who do you take there tonight?
Well, it depends on who's available, Pete.
Yeah.
I would,
best case scenario.
I actually put a wish list together on my Twitter. I would take. I kind of am in on Bowers. Like, he just looks like he's like a blue chip guy. You can talk me out of the well, you got to pay him the whatever the 10th slot salary is, and it's not great for tight end, but he's someone, he can help in the pass game, he can help in the run game. He looks dynamic. I really like Bowers. I would take Odunze. If it's an offensive lineman, I prefer to trade back. Is kind of where I'm at. But I'm yet to get a Jets pick right. Like, I think I had him. I don't even know who I had them taking last year, but I thought they were going to take Jamison Williams, and then they took Garrett Wilson. It's just, I don't know. We'll see. They've actually been pretty decent at kind of keeping things under wraps. Like the Sauce Gardner pick, nobody really saw coming.
Yeah. I guess it like.
You guys see Sauce trolling people today?
Yeah, he does nothing but troll all day.
What was he doing?
Stream, and
he was just acting like he knew who the pick would be, or like he's like if it's these 5 guys, I'm announcing the pick. If it's anybody else, then I'm not announcing the pick.
That's good. I do like, because I guess then the question, Ron, from like an offensive weapon standpoint, does the team think they've done enough after bringing in Mike Dubb, or do they feel like we need that one more premium offensive piece with Wilson and Mike Dubb?
I think weirdly they're going to convince themselves that they've done enough. I think, look, you guys were shaming each other for taking Josh Palmer in best ball. I have a couple Aaron Rodgers, Alan Lazard stacks. Just sue me, man.
Thanks for giving back to the ecosystem.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit on top of the rake. That's rake premium for the underdog drafters out there. But I don't know. I think that they're going to talk themselves into Tyler Conklin and Lazard and Mike Williams, and maybe
that's so sick, dude. You drown your sorrows by drafting Aaron Rodgers last. You're like, if I can't beat him, just join him.
Yeah, man, dude. We've seen Lazard like be an okay best ball pick with Rodgers. I don't think he forgot how to play football. I just think his quarterback just tore his.
Wait, we're drafting Alan Lazard.
When
20th round Lazard on Jet stacks. Come on, fellas.
He was inactive.
Yeah, but that was without Rodgers. Isn't going to stand for that. He's going to be like, get my guy in there. It'll be a little bit...
I might have taken him. I considered throwing him on the back of a Jet stack. Dude, I really. Rodgers is getting him at least 5 TDs. He's catching 5 touchdowns.
Yeah. I'm with Greg. That's his. He has too much pride to like bring him in and then not use him to some degree. He blocks too. He blocks. Get right.
Dude, that's exactly right. It's pride. That's exactly what it is. I just realized that Rome Odunze made it through the Titans here. It took me a second. The chat's like, you look stunned, but I really didn't want him to go to the Giants, even though I do think that's a decent enough spot, especially if you're Nabers level talent. But it's like pretty nice.
Yeah, what do you want? What do you want?
Do the Bears take Odunze or do they trade it out?
I'm comfortable with the Bears taking him because I don't think Keenan's going to be there forever.
Yeah.
I would think they would trade out. They only have 4 total picks, but I thought everyone was going to trade out. There's Falcons fans that want him, and I also think he would be an interesting, like, I don't have an issue with him being like the third good player and with like a decent quarterback like Kirk, right? Like you also have London and Pitts, like that's fine. Like if he's good, he'll go be good in that situation. That'll be great.
I have JSN scars from that line of things.
I don't think they take him with when they went and got Mooney and they traded they got Rondale Moore in that trade for where they shipped out Desmond Ridder, which is like, I mean, at least a minor decent thing. Like they're going to do Tutu Atwell stuff with him. Like they got the Rams.
Yeah,
Zach Robinson came in
going defense.
Oh, you could talk me into Rondale all day.
Yeah, I threw him onto some Atlanta stacks too.
I'm
taking you, baby.
I'm
Just
taking
take Latham here. So they get their offensive tackle.
He's on a lot of late steam.
Yeah.
Odunze
People
would be
thought the
pretty fun
Chargers.
here. It would really fuck up some best ball ADPs.
Odunze to the front. Yeah, Norris had them taking Nabers. He thinks wide receiver is not out of the question.
That'd be
I think they're
interesting.
going defense. Not that I know anything other than reading mock drafts.
I
as
saw
much as we know.
I saw a tipped pick for the Falcons that is going to blow up Twitter if this is true. Oh
No.
my God.
No.
Underhill's
Steve.
tweeting it. No way.
No.
They picked already?
I'm
Oh
telling
my
you.
God.
I am telling you.
Oh my god.
No.
Fucking way.
I'm gonna get trolled so hard by my buddy.
Oh my God.
Pick is in, huh?
No
It's,
way. That
it's
can't be
happening.
real.
Everyone's tweeting it.
No.
Man, I just want the record to show I didn't go to preschool with Zach Robinson. I just don't want that.
Dude, what is happening? This doesn't make any sense at all.
It doesn't make
That's
any
insane.
sense.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's a
On any
bad
level.
pick for a QB needy team. It's a really
This is
what?
insane.
Is there a trade setup? This is one of the nuttier things we've seen in a draft.
Why
in a
are they
while.
doing this?
Also,
Trade
they
back. What are you doing?
Holy shit.
No
Like, there's
way.
part of my brain that's like they must have a trade in place with someone. Like, right?
This
Like,
is insane. This can't be real.
They just paid Cousins so much guaranteed money. This is like a Jordan Love situation. He's
This
gonna
is
sit
worse than the
3 years.
Jordan Love situation.
dude, this is like the top defensive player you could have had. Or
you could have Rome Odunze.
backup. Yeah, like you
could
it's
have
not
literally
like
had
Cousins
any
has,
other
like,
player
2
with a
years
first round
left.
grade.
Like, what was the Cousins contract?
When you guys said this, I didn't pull it up yet. I thought you were going to say Bowers, and that would also be less crazy.
Oh,
That would be
way
100
less crazy,
times less
although
crazy.
it
4
would
years.
still be
And
less
Penix
crazy.
is old too, right? Like it's not like he's young.
He's really
He's
old, yeah.
All right,
So, like,
we did a good
It
job
continues to make
waiting.
less sense.
The Falcons are
This is actually
drafting Michael Penix Jr. There it is.
No, is that a
The
fit?
chat
Oh my
wants to
god.
Oh, sorry,
Is this
chat.
real?
I'm so bad at. I'm sorry, chat.
Bow down to Washington. Bow down to Washington.
So
Mighty are the men who wear the purple and the gold.
we will not be giving away 2,500 tonight. It's down to 2K because we said Michael Penix Jr. was going to fall to the second round, not go to the fucking Atlanta Falcons.
8. He went 8.
Dude,
This
I
is
mean,
this is like confirmed.
Yeah,
I don't
do
want to
we
be
know
like
this?
hyperbolic here, but like this is like one of the nuttiest things I've ever seen in the
It's
draft.
insane. This
It
is insane.
At
really
least in
is.
recent memory.
It really is. Because the thing, I mean, I was really confident he wouldn't go that high, as high as people wanted, even though there was a lot of smoke around it. Because all of the people who charted it, like a lot of people, like Harmon's guy at Reception Perception, Benjamin Solak, several dudes that charted all stuff. They're like, I charted him and it wasn't good. It was bad. It wasn't like it was like there was up and down. It was like his act. And this is what I was trying to tell you guys when you asked me like in January what I thought about him. I was like, his numbers are better. Like the fact that he was runner up in the Heisman is a lot better than what he actually was. It's more of a product of the system and having a lot of good receivers because he missed some throws. Some guys made some catches for him. Dude, he's got an up and down skill set,
right? There just got to be. The
Rams are trying to trade in for Bowers.
Yeah, Rossini says the Rams spoke to the Falcons today to try to trade in for what many believe was Brock Bowers. So you're telling me who's jumping them for Penix? They couldn't have. Where did the Rams pick?
Right, they got to be trading Penix, right? Like, I mean, why wouldn't they just trade like, did they just not get the deal worked out in time, and they're trading them to somebody who wants Penix? Like,
why wouldn't they just move back to 19 and take him? Like, I mean, this is one where you do move back because you have Cousins. Like I was saying earlier, you don't.
I still.
I was
feel
saying
like
to Spags earlier, you don't.
Somewhere.
Yeah, maybe they are.
It's the only thing.
And I kind of like this new
scared
group
of all my
too.
Kyle Pitts takes. If this is what this organization is doing.
Dude, this is bad.
Roger Goodell's
$100 million guaranteed for Kirk Cousins 1 month ago.
And then you drafted a 24-year-old quarterback.
Right. It'd be one thing.
Wow.
I mean, it'd still be egregious if he was like 20, but like it's extra egregious when he's 24.
That makes
so
no
he'll be 28
makes no
by
sense.
the time Kirk's is done.
Will Levis is a better prospect, or as good.
I agree. This gets crazy.
Also, like if you're Michael Penix, is like, I mean, like I guess you're pumped because of the money and stuff, but like
this sucks. I wouldn't want to go there. I mean, yeah, you're pumped because you went 8.
I would. This is fucking sick.
Oh,
you're gonna sit on the bench for like 2 years.
You know what? You're right. Backup quarterback's the best job in football. What 8? 8 for like this isn't Jordan Love. Jordan Love was 20 something and it was still crazy. This is 8. There are elite players on the board. Every year, everyone talks about the big board is 15 players deep. We have 15 first round grades. This is pick 8. Rome Odunze is on the board. Brock Bowers is on the board. Other elite tackles and no defensive players have gone yet. And you're taking a backup quarterback like a 4-year project? What happened?
If you were to ballpark the odds he's on the Falcons day 1, what do you think it is right now?
I think you're right that it could be a trade, but it doesn't make sense. They should have traded out of the pick, right?
Well, it's still got to be like 95% plus he's on the Falcons day 1. But
right.
But
teams never do this. They never trade the guys after they draft them. It like doesn't.
They do it in NBA all the time, but it's a little different. But
I know, but
I mean, the only thing I can think is there was like several teams that wanted Penix and a lot of buzz that people were going to trade up to get Penix. And they're like, the only way anyone's going to give us what we want is if we actually select him because they're not going to buy that we would take him.
Or they
so if we actually
select him in time or something.
I know, that's weird.
Siegel just texted me Huskies. It's very unlikely. It's just this pick is so bad that like I'm trying to make sense out of it.
Just gonna text my brother's a big Vikings fan. He's pretty bummed out about May. I'm just gonna be like, hey, at least you're not the Falcons.
Dude,
I thought it was McCarthy when you guys were first saying it was like quarterback.
Now.
McCarthy would have been infinitely less bad than this. I don't even really like McCarthy, but you could talk me into like he's much younger, whatever. Man.
That's right. I forgot he went before McCarthy. There's been so many like other weird things that like it didn't even occur to me that McCarthy's still on the board.
I'm not a huge McCarthy guy, but I would take him over Penix.
Is it McCarthy what Kirk Cousins is? Like if you're trying to get Kirk Cousins insurance, don't you draft McCarthy?
McCarthy? Yeah.
Jeez.
This is madness. This honestly, Leone, I think your call's right. Like this might be the craziest. Like there's been some crazy draft stuff, but this is like after paying Cousins this offseason a massive free agent contract. Like the Rodgers thing was like he'd already broken his collarbone twice. You draft his successor. Like he's getting old. You've had him forever. You draft his successor. They paid Cousins $100 million guarantee contract a month ago to turn the franchise over to him, that you're the next quarterback. And then they took a quarterback at 8. That's fucking crazy. We've never seen anything like this in the NFL. It is nuts. It's wild.
Dude, man, the JJ being on the board really like ties a bow on it. Like I totally forgot.
Because can't you trade down? Trade down. We know the crazy thing is we know a team wanted to come up for this pick, the Rams, and where are the Rams? They're in the teens, right? They're like late
You
teens.
could have got like a future first.
19. Like, that's a no fucking brainer, dude.
Declining that is akin to, because you probably could have still got Penix at 19. We won't be able to confirm that, but it's akin to trading up for Penix in the top 10.
That's
you
exactly
gave up
right.
a potentially a future first to take Penix at 8 when you had an opportunity to potentially take him at 19.
When you didn't need him to sit him, you're gonna sit him, right? Or you've made a huge mistake. Either you don't. You have either way. You made a huge mistake. You're not playing.
Got to trade. This is the Vikings have traded up for the number 10 overall pick, so we got to get the Bears pick.
Okay.
The Vikings.
Oh wow! So that's gonna be McCarthy.
Unless the Bears take McCarthy.
Jets traded
shots
back,
at quarterback.
Ron.
You gotta
The Bears take McCarthy.
That would be the craziest trade pick ever. Is this going to be a Odunze?
Oh, it's Rome.
Is it?
Yeah, that's gonna change
Rome.
maybe.
Good for him. Let's
Rome.
go.
Wow, I
That's
really didn't
not-
think the Bears were
Wow.
going to do that, despite
I thought they
that
were
being
gonna-
shock.
Imagine going to a college that doesn't have 2 top 10 picks.
Leone, where's your target share brain on the Bears right now?
Man, like I guess Rome 17 to 18, DJ 23, Keenan Allen 21 in terms of percentages.
I think he might
roughly.
be hot on DJ, right? Doesn't he more big play?
He can do everything, can't? I mean, he's been big play. He's been, yeah. I guess I'm factoring some age stuff with Keenan there. Like,
Right.
probably day one, I'd flip those.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. And then by the end of the season, maybe it flips to
Yeah,
DJ.
Odunze is definitely JSN.
It feels
Yeah.
like it.
I mean, he's better.
Right down to me drafted him.
Yup.
I
The
didn't mean that in
JSN
like a
discount, I'll
negative
be
way. I
buying.
meant that just in like a scarred flashback. I guess that is a negative way, but
All right, here's the full details of this trade, Ron.
I'm kind of. I guess I'm now that this is actually.
Yeah, I
I'm
was
sorry,
looking.
but
Can we get a sec? Ugh. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean that's sick.
They got
Vikings-
I mean, it
Oh,
makes
they went back
sense.
one pick.
It's
Yeah.
one pick. That's probably the the right.
I thought the
comp.
Vikings were like 13 for some reason.
well, the Jets
Yeah, so
could
they-
just go and trade down again, right? I mean, it's everyone
Yeah.
who is trying to get up for Bowers is still in.
That's pretty nice. An extra 4th round pick, and you move up from the 6th to the 5th. I mean,
I don't hate it.
the little 6th to 5th move up probably negligible, but an
It's
extra you got a
actually
4th round
pretty sharp move when a lot of GMs would just be like, we'll just take our guy.
Right.
Like, you might as well get something. You've got,
You know they're taking JJ McCarthy, so you
Right.
just let them go ahead of you. Take a 4th pick.
The
Bowers is looking rough.
Yeah, Bowers isn't going
it's
top 10.
done. Yeah, it's done once that trade happened.
He's going to go 11 because of a trade back of 1 pick.
Oh, it's 10. It's top 10. It's not.
Pete,
top
the biggest
11.
reason you convinced me was you talked about how the lower on 10.5 included the chalk landing spot of the Jets, and they moved back
And then
1
they moved
pick.
back one spot.
Now the chalk landing spot's on the other
Move up
side.
one round from the 5th to the 4th. Kill me. But this was my thought that the Vikings wouldn't have to pay near a premium.
Yeah.
Imagine what the Falcons could have got if they leaked to everyone that you're taking McCarthy. Like, first of all, no one would have believed you.
Yeah.
But at least leak that and make someone come up and get you. And you're like, no, guys, we're fucking taking a quarterback. I'm dead serious.
Maybe the Vikings wanted Penix. Maybe they wanted Penix.
Jeez.
Dude, this makes no. The Falcons did they misclick? This was a misclick. Did they misclick in the app?
Where does the so if I told you a quarterback got picked 8th overall in the NFL draft, where does he go in your super flex rookie drafts?
I mean, I would say at
Round
least
two.
late second round.
Wow.
He's probably 109, 110.
He should be one of
No,
them.
there's no
he's
way.
gotta be like, I mean,
He's going way after that. You're telling me Jonathan Brooks in a landing spot, Trey Benson, people are taking Michael Penix over him? Get the fuck out
Yeah,
of
you're right.
here.
No, you're right, Pete.
Nowhere
You're right.
close.
The running backs
late too. He's going late too.
Yeah. No one's going to want a backup quarterback.
You're right. He's going late too. Because that's where Jordan Love went. He went late too.
Dude,
early 3.
All of my favorite receivers play for Chicago now. I'm a Bears fan. We got Rome. I've always loved Keenan, and we got DJ Moore there too.
You just got to change for AJ Brown, and then you'll be good.
That's right.
So,
he just got paid $84 million guaranteed. Jesus,
this is very good for Caleb.
Oh, guess who took Michael
really
Penix in our ship chasing rookie draft?
I'm gonna guess Ron Stewart.
Okay.
Was it Joe Namath?
That's closing line value, baby.
That is.
I probably still took him in the late second. Is the funny part.
5 QBs in the top 10. Have we ever seen that? That's got to be a record, right? Anyone seen that tweet yet?
I think so.
Yeah, it's a first. That's Albert Breer says that's a first. No defensive
Albert
players in
Breer
the top 10 as well. That's also
wow.
We win, guys. Offense wins. Pat yourself on the back. IDP goes down bad.
One of my absolute favorite follows on Twitter is Charles McDonald 4 Verts. He's a Falcons fan. He just quote tweeted someone that's like, "Knock me off the ledge, Charles," and he's like, "Why the hell would I do that at a time like this?" Oh, good.
Dude, oh my God, it is insane.
All right, it's worst pick.
If you
Michael Penix or Bijan Robinson.
Come on.
I was going to throw out Brandon Weeden. It almost feels that bad.
Brandon Weeden, another one that was outside the top 20. You know, like that's different.
And at least they drafted him to be the quarterback.
Yeah, that's a good point. He was picked 23. He was like they had like 3 QB picks in a row that were all picked 23. Manziel, Weeden, and whoever else they picked.
He better be a hell of a locker room guy.
Did the Falcons misclick? That's a good tweet, Gretch.
I guess like how, let's say Daniels had fallen here, or let's say May had fallen here. Like if they take, how much of it is that it's Penix? You know what I mean? Like versus the quarterback.
It's so much all of it together.
Yeah.
Like it'd still be bad, but like we're like 8 levels worse than if they had taken Daniels. Like it's so.
I agree.
JJ was on the board. A lot of sharp people thought Penix wouldn't go to round 2.
Yeah.
Our guy Arif Hassan, who compiles the composite big board rank, said his average rank was 34 across all the big boards. And the Falcons went Leroy Jenkins.
That's exactly right.
Oh God.
This is where I just pray every pick is not a wide receiver. From a Laundry Bro perspective, I'm fading you. You guys want all the wide receivers to go, and I'm just like, no, keep them on the board.
Just because the Bills can get one.
Yeah. Just keep our options open.
I mean, I want to see a wide receiver like the Bills. I mean, I'm good with that.
I just want to see Ron happy for once in his Jets life.
I would love Brock Bowers. I think that's my my pick here. If I could,
Do you think they're going to take him?
I could see it just being O-line. It's tough. If it was O-line, I thought that they would trade back further, but I guess you do have like the Saints
But they could trade back again, right? I mean,
yeah, I think that would probably be. I would say number 1 is trading back to recoup our second we lost from Rodgers, and I would say number 2 is Bowers.
The double trade back would be pretty sweet, and that would be
cool. Douglas is kind of he does like to move around the board a bit.
There's definitely a lot of. I mean, they can for sure get a pretty good OL. It looks like.
Oh yeah.
I
would take any of them.
Where do the Rams?
I'm gonna be. I want Bowers to go to the Jets for lots of reasons, but I am gonna be so tilted on that 11.5 that like would have hit if they were just like, oh yeah, we can.
That will be
just do it.
Oh yeah, that's very tilting.
That's a shit.
Wait, you guys are still live for 11.5.
No, 10.5.
No, it's 10.5.
We're dead.
Oh, you had 10.5. Oh,
yeah.
That's not good closing line value, guys.
Our closing line value was what a very generous Andrew Mackins proposed to us over a DM that we didn't negotiate with.
Like I will take it.
Believe it or not, we did have the ability to pick lower. Yeah.
Yeah. Kerrane, what we wanted to do was potentially do a Odunze, but we would have missed that too.
Yeah.
Would we have? No, we would have.
He fell all the way to 9.
I think it was 8.5.
Oh, it was 8.5. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was 9. I thought it might be 9.5.
I think that would have been too high for him.
Okay.
Because everyone had him. I mean, he was setting 7.5 for some. Because people had him going 6. You know. Because Alt wasn't supposed to go till 7.
Right.
Man.
This hasn't been as much of a well, I was gonna say it hasn't been as crazy of a start as I thought. There hasn't been as many trades and stuff, but there's the Penix thing, right? Like
no, it's gone like straight chalk and then the craziest thing ever.
The biggest wild card you've ever seen.
Like none of the chaos people thought would happened. None of it materialized, and then just out of nowhere.
And then the Falcons
imagine this
in the back of the van going, I cut the brakes, wild card, bitches.
Yeah.
You could literally, so let's say all the way to the 34th best remaining pick on the board. You could have put all of those guys in a hat, let the Falcons pull a name out, and it would have been less shocking than the one they chose. Like they literally picked the most possible of like the top 34 players available.
I even think Bo Nix would have been less shocking because at least it's
That's
sort of
what I mean.
similar type of quarterback to Cousins.
Right. All right. So it does say the Jets are not trading out. They are going to pick here.
Really? All right.
Yep.
It's game time.
Let's go box to Ron here.
It'd be great.
Ian had an incredible
be really
tweet.
good.
I love Ian Harden's tweet.
All right, one sec. I got to get a full cam on Ron here for the reaction.
The other amazing thing is that report the Rams were trying to trade up to get Bowers. We would have got our Bowers pick, but the Falcons were like, nope. Wow, Leroy Jenkins, fucking wild card. Like, we're just gonna... Oh man, just take the trade up. Like you could just take Penix at 19.
Who got in their ear that there was this market for Penix even in the top 15? Like who?
They got had.
Man, I love Raheem Morris too, but
well, he's not the GM.
No, but I mean, you would assume he's involved in the team taking a backup quarterback.
That's right. Yeah.
I just what do you tell Cousins? What's the plan?
You tell Cousins to fluff another $100 bill under his pillow and he'll sleep easy at night. Oh man.
Okay.
Ron, do you want the pick tipped?
Yeah,
let's let Ron experience it.
Oh, let him experience it. I think for the show.
Oh, okay. I'm watching a ton of JJ McCarthy highlights here.
What do the boys want? You what did you call them? What were they?
Jersey
the trash
scumbags. I would say overwhelming majority would be some weapon for Rodgers, whether that's receiver or tight end. I think Bowers is somebody. People, I would say that the biggest one was Rome Odunze, but
yeah. Do you think they would have taken him if he was there?
I think so, for sure. If he was there at 10, I don't think they trade back. I think they just stick there and pick it.
Yeah. We're all waiting with bated breath for Ron's reaction to this pick.
Yeah, this will be great.
Look at that.
As long as there's no one on defense, I can kind of compromise with this whole thing.
You think Rodgers had a say in this pick?
Honestly, probably not. As crazy as that sounds, maybe a little bit of input, maybe a bit of a whisper, but I don't know. Douglas sort of keeps things buttoned up and does his own thing.
Yeah. All right, Ron, how big of a Jets fan are? Name every single personnel man in this war room we're looking at right now to prove you're a real fan.
All I got is GM and coach, man. I mean, I guess Hackett's in there. Johnson, the owner. Ulbrich, DC. It's kind of a shame that the Jets don't have Aaron Glenn on their roster. I know that he was like a Jets DB back in the day. Have any of you guys ever gone to one of these live shows? Like, it looks kind of miserable to be standing out there in Detroit. Like, I don't even know how you'd go to the
Pat
bathroom.
and I went to one in Philly.
Okay.
What year was it? It was the Corey Davis year. Corey Davis went
year.
4th overall.
I've been to a Bills draft party, but it was like inside like their field house. So they had like, I don't know, things to do and like a bunch of food and stuff. And it was actually kind of cool.
Where you at, Ron?
Olu Fashanu. All right.
They do go. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
He seemed like he was the best tackle on the board. It seems like you could have traded down a second time if you were going to do that.
Man,
Yeah.
that was like a depressing Jets disappointment that we just witnessed on the big screen.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to step on your
Bowers
reaction, Ron.
fucking sucks, man. Over Bowers really sucks, but I don't know. I guess we're protecting our quarterback of the future and Aaron Rodgers here.
They should have protected it by taking Bo Nix. Just take a page out of the Falcons playbook.
Do you think they let Rodgers pick the tackle? Do you think he sat in on their meetings with the tackles and picked the one that he liked the best?
I was honestly shocked that if Rodgers had any input, I would have assumed it would have been Bowers, just like somebody to throw to.
Right.
I mean,
He wants excuses.
this is pretty
Ron.
great.
I
for
wish
Brees
Bowers
Hall,
when I just wish Bowers wasn't available. This would be a lot easier to stomach.
Yeah. Rodgers was like, dude, guys, I sent Randall Cobb over to Germany. He did this stem cell kind of treatment. Like, he is coming back in a big way. You don't need to draft a pass catcher. We're good.
Listen, guys, Mercedes Lewis is gonna crush it this year.
Tyler Conklin. Dude, Tyler Conklin kind of sucks, man. That's like also the thing. Tyler Conklin kind of blows. My buddy ran him at like a bar down here in
round
Jersey,
17
too.
best ball pick, looking pretty good for Tyler Conklin right now.
Wait, your buddy ran into him at a bar, and what happened? He looks like a dude at a bar. He's got the long hair. He's all tatted up. He
He
belongs.
was actually with former Jet Michael Carter. And they were just like hanging out at a bar. This was like this was when Carter was still a Jet, like a year and a half ago.
I'm assuming
yeah,
the
it was
running
like-
back, because the cornerback's still on the team, right?
Yeah,
You
it was
have
the
two
running
Michael
back.
Carters.
Yeah. And they were cool dudes, I guess. I guess they don't really. You got to be a real Jets fan to spot Tyler Conklin. Like, I know that he's easy to spot, but I mean, Jets fans aren't going to spot Tyler Conklin without a helmet on.
I mean, there's not a more like boring name than Tyler Conklin. Like, as far as like being like sucking as a tight end, like Tyler Conklin is the name. Pete, you tweeted the other day about how underratedly sick of a name Brock Bowers is, and I completely agree with that. I mean, I didn't realize it before, but I mean, like Bowers, like it rhymes with power. It's got like the Kenny Powers thing going on a
Or
little
it kind
bit.
of sounds like a Bowser, too, which is like
badass. Tyler Conklin sounds like the dork in your third grade class. Like, that's Tyler Conklin. That's the kid that ate his boogers.
It never would have clicked for me on its own, but I can't not hear it.
His name's Conklin.
Yeah.
Man. Well, Ron, your fandom once again not rewarded.
Fashanu better be able to catch some passes, man. Like, he might be a red zone threat. He's like 6'6", 6'7".
Who, this tackle you guys drafted?
Yeah. Out down there.
Some tackle eligible plays in the playbook. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey man, at least you guys didn't take Michael Penix.
Yeah. At least it wasn't Penix or a defender. I would have loved Bowers, man. God damn.
It would have just been. It was too perfect.
That sigh, we got to get that sigh in the clip for Ron's sigh right there when you asked him about it was a pretty good sigh.
Like, it's a cool tackle. He looks good, but god damn it, man.
No one wants to take a tackle. That's not fun.
It's literally not fun.
I mean,
the last
why
time I
do
took
you
one
need
was
to
Mekhi Becton. This guy better be the Brickashaw Ferguson, and then I'm there.
Oh, Ron, we did before we let you go. I never even got your take on Zach Wilson getting traded. I mean, ended of an era for you, man.
Dude, he didn't even write a little farewell to New York.
Wow.
Not
So he
even
got
like
paid?
not even a little notes app of like, oh, thanks for my,
that's
It was
great.
just straight up gone. His family immediately posting the Broncos stuff. I hate Zach
Is that
Wilson.
all the Jersey scumbags opening up the New York Post looking for the full page ad from Zach Wilson? Where the fuck
It
is
would have
it?
been nice.
Where's
It would have been nice.
Where's my fucking thank you?
Dude, we just had to watch him for 3 years stink up the joint. It's just
What do
God
you
damn it, man.
make everyone for?
I don't know, man. I'm joking. It makes sense that he wouldn't, but it was funny that like there was no like thanks Jets Nation, like I'm onto the like Sam Darnold at least was like a nice guy about it.
Yeah, and like you got to have a little fun to it. You say like, "Dear moms of New York, it's been real. We'll see you next time." Like,
just give me something. Give me a little nudge on the way out. That's all I'm looking for. But I don't know. Like I would be lying if I said I like wished him well, and like I don't really care what he does. Dude, like, and I can't say the people on Twitter as well where they're like, "Oh, the Jets failed them. They never had a stable offensive coordinator or an offensive line." It's like, dude, like he just can't play, man. Like he popped off in a COVID year on a BYU Mickey Mouse schedule, 205 pounds soaking wet. Like he might just suck, man.
Yep.
Dude, Knicks now?
Yeah, we got Bo Nix.
We got Bo Nix
to the Broncos.
All these
Ron-
quarterbacks.
What?
Yeah.
Yes, we got Bo Nix to the Broncos. We got Sean Payton's new fucking little check down artist. Oh my God, Samaje Perine catching 97 balls this year. Woo!
But like, dude, every year, every year these QBs go way later than people think, and now this year it's like, no, we're just
6 in the top 12.
But it's funny because like everyone agreed there was 3 really good quarterback prospects, but then it's like, where are you at, McCarthy? But no one really thought these guys should be in the top 12. Penix and Nix.
That's
Gore went out for Zach Wilson again.
All right, we're gonna bring on our ADP chasing bros here, but Ron.
Hey, remember when Justin Fields got given away for nothing, and then Bo Nix and Michael Penix went top 12? That's probably fucking stupid. Someone's probably an idiot for not sending more.
It's
than
gonna
like a
be like
pick.
weeks and months of all us just having like these waking up in cold sweats and being like, "Wait, did that happen with Michael?"
Oh, guess who else
Just
took Bo Nix
picking
in our
on
rookie
Justin
draft?
I said I wasn't getting drunk tonight, but I'm definitely getting drunk.
I'm gonna go buy beer and drink it tonight.
Ron, before we let you go, what should the people check out? Cranking out some YouTube content.
Oh yeah, you can find that over on the Ron Stewart YouTube channel. Pretty much as soon as the draft ends on like Sunday, I'll probably do like a rookie mock draft stream, and I'll have updated landing or rankings with landing spots coming out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever. So yeah, check out Ron Stewart.
Big
on
offensive tackle rankings.
Yeah, Olu Fashanu, I'm taking him like in the 4th round of rookie drafts. I do think he can play tight end in the NFL.
Awesome.
Right.
Well, Ron.
Well, this went exactly how I thought it would. All right.
Yeah.
We
I'll
love
see you guys.
you.
Thanks for having me on. I love anytime that I can come on here with the Ship Chasing Boys. It's a great time. God, Bowers would have been cool, man. That's really all I got to say.
Would have been really fucking cool, man. And your aunt would be your uncle if she had balls too, bud. So, Leone, what about you? You got no. I joke about you going to bed early, but there's no way you're going to bed before this Bills pick.
Man, I want to. I'm on solo dad duty tomorrow morning, and I have to make Micah's lunch, and that's a battle for me. So. But no, there's no way I'm actually going to go to sleep. I'll probably go to bed and just watch it on my phone.
On your phone, in bed, in the dark.
Bed, under the covers.
Yeah.
Too nervous to fall asleep. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Well, we will catch you later, Leone. We got Davis. We got Sam Sherman, the ADP chasing boys. How are we doing tonight? Minus Drake Maye not going 2nd overall.
I didn't think with Bo Nix going at 13 that I would lose Bo Nix plus 185 to go before Michael Penix. I'm going to be 100% honest.
Wow.
Thought Bo Nix at 13 would pretty
ridiculous.
much. I mean, that was the worst pick in the history of drafting. Maybe not even NFL drafting, just drafting in general. I mean, I guess I can't say I know that much about Major League Baseball or NHL drafts, but I'm thinking about.
That's never stopped you before.
I'm
What about
fantasy
draft? It's the worst pick in the history of drafting, and then immediately meaning, well, I really only know the NBA and the NFL.
There's been a lot of fantasy draft picks that are bad.
No, so I see the chat saying things like CEH or what. No, guys.
No.
This is much, much worse.
Much worse. CH was a bad pick, but not that
Because
bad.
a lot of bad picks, there's a genre of bad picks that is taking a position of need when they're like clearly not the best, but at least like a position of need, right? Like the Chiefs were like, we want this running back, pair him with Mahomes. Like this was not a position of need and not even close to the best player.
Sorry. Imagine if you were the Broncos and you were
Bowers to Las Vegas, or that
to
just
the
happened?
Raiders.
Yes, Bowers.
What?
That's such
Michael,
a fucking kick to the balls.
That one sucks.
That one
That's
sucks
awful.
so bad.
Zoom out on the chart, bro. Antonio Pierce just wants to play exclusively 12 personnel. It's fine.
It's not
me.
good,
That
man.
sucks
Michael
so
Mayer was
bad.
like was the most fun late round tight end this year, and he doesn't exist.
No, Zach
anymore.
Ertz was the most
Is
fun
zooming
tight
out
end
on the
pick.
chart supposed to make us feel better, Dave?
Zach Ertz isn't fun. I said most fun.
Oh my god.
That's awful.
This sucks.
So, by the way, I was thinking this was the spot that because the cope was, well, this Falcons thing's got to be they got to be trading the pick.
Right.
There's no sense to take. This would have been the team to do it with. I mean, I don't think the Falcons would be all that interested in Brock Bowers. I don't think. I'm gonna guess.
Do we think the Penix pick, could that have anything to do with Cousins' Achilles, like bad knowledge on something going on there with the
Just
recovery?
gave
Like
him
that.
the money though. I mean, how do you?
I know, but that's the only thing. Like otherwise, it makes. I was just trying to rationalize it somehow. It makes absolutely no sense. Like
it's
$4 million,
$100 million guaranteed dollars.
Yeah.
For Kirk Cousins.
100 million guaranteed. Like what is the plan there?
It's so strange because Penix isn't even seen as like a developmental quarterback. Like he's
It'd
old.
be like he's like a high floor guy, kind of.
Yeah, he's kind of a high floor guy.
He's going to be like 28 before he takes an NFL snap.
It kind of ruined the night because I don't even really care about the picks now because I'm just like, I'm still trying to unravel what happened.
So imagine you're the Broncos. You came into tonight and you're like, we're taking Bo Nix at 12. We know we're doing it. We're standing pat. We're ready to blow maybe 20 picks of value. We know we could probably trade back, but we love this guy. We're going to take him. No one's going to call it a reach because the fucking Falcons took Penix at 8. You're like, wow. They took Penix at 8. Now we look like we're the ones that were like smart to stay at 12 and take. We took the 6th quarterback. I mean, we weren't reaching for anything. We just, followed the trend.
Let me toss one to
cover.
Sam. ADP forecasting. Brock Bowers Best Ball Mania ADP in August of 2024.
I'm going to say 110.
No,
Yeah.
higher. He's Brock Bowers. He's a name.
I think 10th round.
I think
he goes 10th round.
I think that sounds about right.
That sounds about right. Maybe a little
I would
high.
bet. I would bet a lower number
Devontae
than
Adams,
that.
Jacoby Myers, bad quarterback, tight end committee, rookie year.
Yeah, tight end committee. That's the
Tight
thing.
end committee. It's like a guaranteed tight end committee. I mean, is there any way around that?
Here's the take, and I don't like this player, but is this like really good for Zamir White?
Not when they take Braylon Allen in the second round.
I thought the Chiefs and the Cowboys were taking Braylon Allen. Davis, pick one.
Everyone's taking Braylon Allen.
Everyone
Yeah.
good is taking Braylon Allen. Yeah.
I guess.
I
Yeah,
think Davis made a viable counter by saying he's Brock Bowers. There's like you're gonna get the Seagulls that are like you still should take Brock Bowers.
And you guys,
I'm going to
forget-
come around and be making this point too. By the way, but
Yeah,
but right now,
right.
I think
I
I
probably,
think
guys
it's like
also-
85
Yeah.
or 90. I don't think it's 110. But
That's-
he's
110
going
not
after Ingram
far off.
for sure. He's going after
Yes, he'll be
probably
where he was.
Njoku, right?
probably going near Goddard is about
Yeah.
where it feels right.
I'd
I mean, because
rather
here's the thing: we can be hyped about Bowers, but like, who would project for more targets, like median scenario, Jacoby Myers or Brock Bowers? It's pretty sure it's Jacoby Myers.
Rookie
But it's not a
tight end
question of
coming on
median
strong.
scenario. The Brock Bowers discussion is not about his median target projection. It's about what if he's the greatest tight end of all time and he goes Rob Gronkowski.
Yeah, I also
No, but really, that's like it's a ceiling conversation. It's not about median
That's right.
target projection.
Sure, but at
also
some
the end
point,
of the year,
it
it's also
matters.
about like I think one thing about Antonio Pierce, like he came in and got his guys the ball. Josh Jacobs, Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, target share decline. So I could see him just being like, no, we're serious about this. We're getting Brock Bowers the ball.
Yeah.
The other thing is too, like, say people were so enthused about Bowers to the Jets and that happened and they like pushed him up into the 5th round with those other tight ends. Like, I'd rather take Bowers at 110 on the Raiders than in the 5th round, like on the Jets. Like I feel like the upside scenarios, like you just have such more room for error at 110 than you do at, pick 50.
Point. I mean, the Bengals is where we're really paying, and I would have loved to see him on the Bengals. It would have been a ton of fun, but
that would
paying
have been good for my. You guys forget that there are a sizable chunk of these virgins out here who just like love Gardner Minshew. They're like, dude, he lives in a van down by the river, like the mustache. Like people just love Gardner Minshew for whatever reason. I don't know why, but they do.
It's because he's having fun,
He went to my rival.
But
I'm a UW guy. He went to Wazoo, and I love Gardner Minshew. Why don't you love Gardner Minshew? He does live in a van.
Easy to like.
Because I was an Anthony Richardson guy.
Okay. All right.
Minshew didn't put out a hit on Richardson. Like he just happened to
you had to take sides. There were only good people on one side.
War was fought.
People asking in the chat for our next giveaway sweat here. It is $500 Underdog credit if Brian Thomas is selected after pick 19.
So that's what we're getting close to. We're moving productively towards. There's been enough reaches. Penix and Nix. There's a lot of tackles that got to go off the board. Daniel Jeremiah had that tweet the other day that something about my last 40 minutes of phone calls. If there's one theme, everyone's trading up for a tackle. The tackles were on most people's big boards 11, 12, 13, 14. Once they start going, there might be some credit for tackles.
Dallas Turner. His opening prop on DraftKings was 8.5.
Yeah. Also, defensive players have to get selected at some point. They might have to get drafted. Has there not been one still?
Still not, but I have Saints 11-1 to take a wide receiver with their first pick, so I'd be fine with them not trading and taking Brian Thomas here.
I feel really good with our Brian Thomas pick, honestly. I feel great about
Davis
that.
is already trying to contra trade our viewers here who are trying to win $500 on Underdog.
If it makes them feel any better, go ahead, Sam.
Yes, we were talking about the medical stuff. Pat was talking about the labrum and all that.
Yeah, that seems to be what's tanking his draft stock, right?
Yeah, but it's strange to me because it's
and 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks.
Yeah, quarterback with no knee just went 8. What are we worrying about Brian Thomas's labrum for?
There's been 7 non-quarterbacks taken because there's been 6 quarterbacks taken. There's so many non-quarterbacks available to be picked.
It's actually insane.
Yeah.
Damn it, Saints take. Oh, never mind. We're not tipping.
No, we can. I'm over it. If people want to go watch ESPN, go watch ESPN.
The Saints took the tackle Fuaga.
Okay.
This isn't even it's not even a highlight. It's just information. This is what's going to happen.
I don't know why I let that impact me earlier. Fuck it. We're tipping whatever.
Yeah, I much prefer.
So our boy Jakob Sanderson, friend of the show, basically told Kerrane and I when we were doing our first Dynasty pod, he's like, the Colts are taking Brian Thomas. So we're gonna find out if Jacob is correct.
Because they love athletes. They always take the 9+ RAS score guys, right?
Correct. Yeah.
He would be an awesome fit with Richardson. That's exactly who you pair with Richardson.
Yeah, this is the one we're fading for the Thomas thing. That's a fair point. That's a good call.
I have a big
position. Jacob recants. He says it's AD. He says he now thinks it's AD.
But it's still gonna be. We also have a higher on AD, so it doesn't make it any better.
Look. I'm not gonna say anything because I want to be a man of the people, but I would not have gone in that direction. But I'm also a slappy.
You weren't buying the reports he's off teams boards and stuff.
I quite literally. Oh, never mind. I misconstrued Jacob again. He now says they're taking the Toledo corner. I think Jacob
other Mitchell. Jacob coming in and saying Mitchell and thinking we're going to assume it's the
Jacob defensive back.
Mitchell.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't even know Quinyon. That's the first time I've seen Quinyon Mitchell's name. I've got a lot of mocks. I scan over it as soon as I see a position that's not offensive. I'm just saying.
All right, let's bring it back to fantasy football. Which of the 3 Broncos running backs is Pierre Thomas? Which is the one who, or Darren Sproles, if you'd prefer, whichever one.
Jaleel McLaughlin for sure. It's like the lightning, lightly used, but lightning. And then your hammer is I think it's like it should be Samaje Perine, but he's more of a third down back. He only got 53 carries last year, and he caught 50 passes.
He's also as old as I am. It's a little underlooked. Samaje Perine.
Pierre Thomas is Javonte Williams. It has to be Javonte Williams. But there's no Mark Ingram.
No, Mark Ingram's
no
Javonte Williams.
Really?
Yeah.
Which Mark Ingram? Mark Ingram early in his career didn't catch passes, and then he became Pierre Thomas after Pierre Thomas was gone.
Late stage.
Yeah, so he became Pierre Thomas and did both. But when Pierre Thomas was there, Ingram was the power back. Like Mike Bell before him and Kyrie Robinson later was the power back, right? Like they always had a guy who only got carries, wouldn't catch passes. And then they had
I think if anyone is that guy, it is Williams. Or
it might be. Yeah, it could be.
That would be the best fit.
Shitty.
I can already feel Sam workshopping why is Samaje Perine going undrafted when Jaleel McLaughlin is running back 44 tweet. I just I know those wheels are turning.
No, I think Samaje Perine's I think he's getting cut.
I tried to give you the why are we taking 2 Titans wide receivers ahead of Cortland Sutton? This was the Sam Sherman tweet of all time. I gave it to you on ADP Chasing. You could have had it. Bo Nix goes there. You baked it. Nope. Didn't do it.
Easy LB right there.
Hey, but Gretch, the one thing about your hypothetical of like who's the Pierre Thomas, we're talking about Sean Payton. The Pierre Thomas might be Pierre Thomas. You know, like he might be.
He might bring it back. He's always bringing back his old dudes.
I don't need a new version. I'm allowed to just bring these guys over.
I would draft Pierre Thomas in 2024. I loved that guy. That guy ruled.
The report here. Are you going to say the thing about not telling Cousins? You see that one?
No, I was just going to say the.
Wait, yeah, what's that?
They say Kirk Cousins was not given a heads up that the Falcons would be taking Penix.
Oh my God!
So everyone got blindsided.
This is just pure chaos.
This is a fireable offense if anyone in that building had any clue what's going on. But like, it's just obvious they don't, right? Like it's just like Arthur Blank is just like checked out. Like what? Anyways,
I mean, there's just
goes
no
at pick 15.
Okay, I don't see any like coherent way to defend. Like if they were high on quarterbacks in this draft, maybe don't pay Cousins $100 million guaranteed. Like there's no way to defend this. Unless there's something new that popped up with Cousins, like it really seems like the most egregious use of a top 10 pick that I can think of.
There's something to the idea, right? Because we've done this before. We've been like shocked, right? When the Eagles took Hurts, like what are they doing? That ended up being a really, really good pick. The Jordan Love pick was maybe not that great, but Jordan Love looks good now, and they end up getting a cost control good quarterback. So it's like, there's like something to the idea of just make sure you have a quarterback.
There's totally something to the idea when it's pick 28 or pick 56.
Right.
There's nothing to the idea when it's pick 8. They're also
especially in a draft where
at pick 8. Like pick 8 versus pick 28 is different money.
Also, like I just don't think the quarterback. No one thought this quarterback was going to go top 15.
Right. There's no explanation. Davis, that's a great point I hadn't thought about yet. But the money is so much different if you get him at 15. Like pick 8 is.
I think
pretty
I looked it up.
exponential.
I think they're paying over $65 million to these two players this year, the way it works out.
The quote, Raheem Morris loved Michael Penix, and the Falcons felt they couldn't wait.
That's not a thing.
Wow. It was Morris.
You can't do that. Like, so the other thing is once you sign Cousins, you're in a win now. Like, that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Now you need that pick. Like the other issue with the Jordan Love pick that proved to be an issue was they went to the NFC Championship that next year and they just didn't have enough. And everyone was like, man, what if they would have used that first round pick on another impact player to help them win the NFC Championship that season? The Falcons are the favorites to win the NFC South right now. They're probably going to host a playoff game if everything goes
if you want to be kind. If you want to be kind to the Packers, they probably knew behind the scenes Rodgers was just like difficult and could leave at any time, right?
But my thing is like the Falcons
just signed Cousins 3 months ago.
Yeah, give yourself another impact player for this window. You just gave up that opportunity. The opportunity cost of whatever other pick that was is massive. Brock Bowers. Like, even if you wanted to pair Brock Bowers with Kyle Pitts, like, Odunze, anyone, any defender, anyone.
This is setting up for you guys to get your hearts ripped out when the Bengals take Brian Thomas Jr. at 18.
Why? They already have T. Higgins.
That would be a strange move.
What?
I think the Jags. I think the Jags is the one
Jags.
The Jags are who we're
sweat.
Yeah.
Yeah, or Rams, because the Rams have been. What did the Rams pick? What number are they?
19.
Okay. Yeah. So that
they're taking Xavier Worthy. They're taking Tutu Atwell with an ass.
Yeah. Isn't Tutu Atwell just we have Xavier Worthy at home? Like, do they?
Correct.
Do they really need?
Yes.
Do they really need to do it twice?
Yeah, I think they should.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely better, but
I'm never coming back from this Penix picks, guys. I'm
gonna wake up. I'm gonna wake up 3 years from now in the middle of the night, 2:00 in the morning, in a cold sweat, be like, "Oh my god, Michael Penix was the 8th overall pick in the 2024 NFL draft."
So we had a chance as part of this, and Andrew originally suggested that we take Penix to be a first rounder, and we said no, Andrew, he won't be a first rounder. Which is insane behavior. But the thing is, honestly, and I'm sorry, chat, I'm glad we did it because it would have been bad. It would have been bad if we had to celebrate this insane move.
Correct.
As a win. I'm glad
we were off by 20 some picks.
I'm glad. I'm honestly glad because we would have been like, "Oh, we hit! Oh my god, it happened! Oh, we did it!" No, we should have been bummed because it's fucking nuts.
Penix. So we were following mocks in the UW atmosphere like a year ago, and Odunze was projected to be a first round pick in some places, and Braylon Trice was a D end who's now like a 4th round pick. He kind of played his way out of it, but Penix was like a 2nd rounder. And I remember conversations we had. Maybe he's a day 2 guy, and then we had a really good year. We ended up playing the national championship, and as that year progressed, Penix first round buzz started happening. But it's not like this was there all along. He's a 6-year college guy. He was injury prone.
He had 4 separate season-ending injuries
at Indiana. Then he transferred to UW, and then he has 2 more seasons at UW, and plays his way in the 6th season into first-round consideration. And then all of the charters and everything this offseason were like, yeah, when you really take, you lift the lid on this car and you really dig into it, like, it's bad. Like, it doesn't look that great. Like, that's why we took Penix no in the first round. We're like, yeah, there's smoke, but no one's going to actually – their scouts internally are going to say, we don't want this guy. We looked at his film. It's not good. But apparently not the Falcons.
What kind of lines were available on Penix going ahead of Odunze?
I mean, you couldn't have bet that, but it would have been insane. Yeah, you would have like if you like you could have, I don't know, maybe gotten it on like Betfair or something at like 4-1, I bet, or something. No, probably 6-1.
Yeah, it should be more.
6-1? Penix ahead of Odunze?
Because there was, well, one, you're not really getting fair odds with this betting stuff. Like my big analysis of looking at all the betting markets this last week is that you're mostly getting robbed blind. Like there's a huge theoretical hole.
Unless Drake Maye goes 2nd overall, in which case you pull a fast one on him, baby.
I look forward to being vindicated on that when Jayden Daniels gets in a fucking skiing accident 4 times a game and Drake Maye is just like hucking 60-yard deep.
Yeah, baby.
You're gonna
baby.
Daniels the vendetta for his entire
career. They draft
because you bet Drake Maye to go 2nd overall.
Davis, is your Jayden Daniels comp Sonny Bono?
That's pretty good. No, I like Jayden Daniels. I just think Drake Maye's better. It's really just so simple. Is I think the risk with Jayden Daniels are pretty high. So what happened was there was this revisionist history that Jayden Daniels is the safe guy and Maye is the risky guy. I mean, it's just, to me, it doesn't ring true at all.
I agree.
Like if we're gonna
Belichick doesn't like Drake Maye apparently, so he's.
I mean, if we're gonna shit on the Falcons for taking this 24-year-old quarterback, like he's like 8 months younger than, or he's 8 months older than Jayden Daniels. You know, it's not that dissimilar.
Yeah, Daniels just has a skill set that I think is a lot easier to see immediately translating kind of at any age.
Oh, like, he's way better. I mean, he's way better. But this was my galaxy brain take that everyone can laugh at. Maye is going to be better in a system with good, like he is going to be more reliant on wide receiver talent than Daniels. So much of what Daniels is going to do is going to be playmaking, getting outside of the pocket and running. Like, I actually think he wouldn't be horrible with the Patriots. He could kind of get the Patriots to a respectable level on offense. Whereas I think Maye, I think the first like 8 weeks, it's going to be a rough watch because they just don't have wide receivers who can get down the field.
I think it'll be fun, but I think he's going to throw picks. He's going to take sacks. He's going to do shit that's frustrating. But I actually think we'll see who they draft. I mean, they have to draft probably a couple guys.
They need to trade for Ayuk. They need to trade pick 35, whatever it is, plus a future third or whatever it takes. They got to trade for Ayuk.
Yeah.
I mean,
and they apparently they were super close to getting Ridley.
Patriots.
And then the Titans came
Patriots
over
with
the
Ridley.
top.
They have so much cap space too. Like they got to spend their cap somehow. They came into free agency being like, we're going to burn some cash, and they basically signed nobody. So,
but if you trade for Ayuk, sign him to a big extension, then there you go. That makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know how much of this Ayuk trade buzz to believe, though. To me, it still seems crazy the 49ers would do it when they don't really have to. It's kind of like a future move looking at their 2025 cap. But I don't know. The buzz is out there, so we'll see.
Yeah. I just, as someone with big Maye bags in like many different formats, I'm just really like, that just sucked, right? I'm just
I wanted the Vikings pretty bad.
It's just no way to sugarcoat.
Here's the thing: you'll get a chance to double down. If you liked Maye at 145 ADP,
God.
you're gonna like him at 175.
No,
ADP.
now I sadly am gonna become a JJ McCarthy slappy. It's good. It's gonna be.
I'm still taking Maye. Give me that skill set, baby. He's got what we want for fantasy.
If you liked quarterback 11 Brock Purdy, you're gonna love quarterback 13 JJ McCarthy.
That's happening for sure.
Here's a fantasy question. I don't know if you guys hit on this. I missed when Penix was picked. Does Penix being drafted, does that greatly diminish Kirk Cousins?
I was going to
ADP?
ask this.
Or maybe not his ADP, but does that make you less excited to draft him because of some kind of like late season benching risk? Whatever it might
definitely, like, I don't know how much it flows into ADP, but it there's a little bit of stink there, right?
It's in the back of my mind.
It should have an impact, and I don't think it will, but I think it should.
I think it will, to Davis's point, have just some kind of, just don't have this positive connotation. Like, doesn't give you these warm, fuzzy feelings. And he was already getting discounted, I think, in drafts. Like, he was going, a round and a half after Goff, and, he set up similarly as him because of the injury stuff. And now you layer this on. I mean, no one is going to be excited about that click.
Maybe Cousins' Achilles is worse than we know. Maybe the rehab is not going well. I don't know.
And the fact they didn't alert him is so
weird.
So weird. Like, there's just, I don't know. Like, I can't explain it. The whole situation doesn't make sense to me, but I feel like he's got to be dinged slightly by this.
I think he has to be. Like,
so annoying.
If Cousins wasn't playing well or was dealing with a minor injury or the Falcons didn't make the playoffs, it didn't matter before, but now it does matter. Like, if the Falcons are eliminated from playoff contention in week 16, we're probably seeing Michael Penix. That's a big fucking problem.
The only good thing is the Falcons are playing against the Panthers, Saints, and Bucks in their division. So
that's right.
You can feel a little bit better about them making the playoffs, but I still
Seahawks take defensive tackle Byron Murphy, whose most common mock spot was at 9 to the Bears.
9 to the Bears, yeah. Rotopat just tweeted, Falcons take a single skill player in the top 8 that will be used properly, challenged if possible. It's such a good ad to the Falcons. Oh man.
Rotopat, amazing.
Auto retweet there.
Man, that is, I mean, look, the UFL offense that could be built out of guys that were used incorrectly by the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, unbelievable. So the wide receiver run, the wide receiver avalanche that was predicted, I mean, we did just get through the part where it could have gotten real hairy. Like, if the Colts had taken Brian Thomas Jr., if the Raiders had taken one, I mean, I guess the Bengals pick might be the one that would set it off.
The Jags, that's the scary one for me.
Yeah.
I mean, all these teams coming up have been rumored to take wide receiver besides the Seahawks, right? Like I've seen rumors of Steelers, Rams, Dolphins, even Eagles. I saw that speculated.
The
Steelers
Jags
would
taking
make
Worthy
so
would be
much
pretty
sense.
fun.
Yeah.
Steelers really need a wide receiver bad.
But
Apparently they've already
we don't want
tipped.
them to take-
Steelers have tipped their pick that they're taking like some center, and every year they just completely give away who they're going to take. So I think,
Really?
yeah, they're
And I guess they do love just mining the later rounds for wide receivers. That has been their MO.
Yeah.
yeah.
At least day 2, yeah. Dude, this is a crazy thing. I'm just like staring at the draft board trying to make sense of it. The first 12 picks all came from 3 positions. We got the 6 QBs, but we got 3 receivers and 3 tackles. That was it. There wasn't another. And the first 12 picks, we got 3. Like, that's wild.
It is
Can't
crazy.
be that can't have ever happened before.
I mean, the Mac
ever happening before.
The Mac Jones year was 5 quarterbacks in the top 15, I guess.
Yeah.
And I can't
Yeah.
think of.
Top 3 plus Fields plus.
But you don't usually see the third tackle go before the first
Defender.
defensive
Yeah.
end. Yeah. Defender. Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy.
You guys want some cheaper Drake Maye? How about this quote from head coach Jared Mayo? I don't think many rookies are ready to just jump in and play.
Oh.
Look, at the end of the day, our
No.
philosophy is the best players will play. Jacoby Brissett, baby.
Here's the thing: you take May in the 14th and you handcuff him with Brissett in the 18th.
You know
Lock
what?
up that back with the Mario Douglas.
Drake May, get ready to learn 110 in rookie drafts, buddy.
You know what? As someone who used Brissett as a cudgel last year against Sam Howell, the truthers, it does feel a little like karma.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
It hurts.
It's the next UNC quarterback versus Jacoby Brissett battle.
And we're 0-1.
We'll call it a draw.
I mean, I just know there's going to be a Thursday night game. It's rainy. It's wet. Bills at Patriots, week 7. And, like, Drake May is going to go, like, 7 for 23. And I'm just going to be hating and Jayden Daniels will be running for 80 yards a game. And I'm just going to be sick to my stomach.
What about all those ski accidents?
You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying he's going to get in a ski accident. It
David.
looks like a ski
I
accident
know
when
he's
he
not
gets
going
tackled.
to bail and running into a tree. I know.
All I can picture is him on skis running into a tree. It's all I can picture.
You don't have to picture that. Just go watch like 6 minutes of his highlights, and you're going to see an Alabama corner like pick him up and throw him out of bounds.
The
It is weird that he jumps into contact and then
You got to
gets lifted
trade.
up.
Vikings back on the clock.
No way.
He just traded in.
Is this Brian Thomas?
This should be for a tackle, right?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Why are they doing that?
Who's the best
mean,
one left?
They were at 23, and then
This could be for Tyler Guyton.
it's not for Brian Thomas. It's for a defender or a tackle. Maybe they need a tackle. I have no idea what they need.
I just said
You're
tackle. I don't know any of the tackles left.
There
But
are-
they have
there are-
everyone was saying that people are trying to trade up for tackles.
Oh my
I mean,
God! This is for Cooper DeJean. This is for the white cornerback.
Iowa.
It's got to be right.
I
okay,
thought you were
he's
reporting
the-
that as a fact.
It could be
He's the-
McKinstry.
He's the only defensive player's highlights I've seen, and they're from a different sport. So I do
Right.
hope it is.
He claimed he could beat Caitlin Clark in basketball, and I was like, that could never happen. And then I saw his highlights, and I was like, and he throws down. He's really
Yeah.
athletic.
Per the chat, the Vikings have the best tackle duo in the NFL already. So maybe not. I have no idea if that's true. I
Shout out to
literally
the chat for knowing ball.
Dylan Quartz is our source there.
Kerrane, weren't you the ETR offensive line specialist?
no, he was the
This one in the
Swolecast
pool.
offensive line specialist.
Until
Oh,
he
I
neglected his duties on our big
Yeah,
show
yeah.
on Wednesday.
How
Yeah,
did you get me
uh,
confused with Brandon Thorne?
I was doing a Swolecast bit. Come on.
Oh my God! Please be a fun pick.
Pat, if we
Brandon
we
Thorne.
didn't even think about inviting you, would you have come to the show if we invited you? Or was this always going to be your grand return from paternity
Swolecast
leave?
on yesterday.
Oh, probably not.
Who are you guys?
Dallas Turner to the Vikings, whoever that is.
All right, who cares?
Oh, that was the guy who was supposed to go like pick 8, right?
Like
Correct.
9. Yeah, he was big board like consensus was like the highest defender in this.
He was
draft.
mocked to the Falcons pick.
So
the
they-
Penix thing ruined the whole draft.
The Vikings.
Betting card?
No,
The
it just
Vikings-
ruined the draft.
It
It has
ruined
nothing
the
to do with
draft.
betting. It just fucked the whole thing up.
What did you want to happen? What's so bad?
Literally anything other than a 24-year-old quarterback with no needs going at pick 8 to a team that just paid $160 million to Kirk Cousins. Literally anything but that, Peter.
Are you not entertained? Until we
I
watch
am
that
no,
shit?
I'm angry. I'm because it's all I can think about. I don't care about Dallas Turner. All I can think about is
You think
who
I care
actually-
about Dallas Turner?
Who floated it first? If you're in the Falcons war room, whose idea was it first? Was it Arthur Blank? Was it Raheem Morris?
It was Raheem Morris. How do they keep making
you're
these
a
picks?
purist and it's like we need every team to take the best player on the board. No, we all want chaos. This is awesome.
I want logical chaos that I can look at it. I can
That's,
win.
no, I agree with Davis. I'm with
think
Davis
is
on
right.
this.
Davis is right.
No,
I'm 100%
this gave us so
right.
much fodder. The first 8 picks were all chalk.
No,
and
this
we're all
was too
fucking
much
bored out of
chaos.
our
This
minds.
is too much.
No.
This is too much chaos.
much.
I can't handle it. My mind's
Yeah.
gonna
Eat
explode.
vegetables.
No.
The kind of chaos I want is like Troy Franklin going at pick 13 to the Raiders for no reason. That's more my brand of chaos.
This is like when you have an active dynasty trade, that's great. But if you got some fucking knucklehead just making terrible picks,
you're trying to trade back to the 109, but someone just for no reason just takes like I don't know, Blake Corum, and you're like, what?
No. This is perfect chaos. No one was in on Michael Penix, even in a quote unquote good spot. The Falcons weren't going to take a skill position player that they took, him instead of. Like, that's the perfect spot for chaos. He didn't ruin anything for any other spots.
he ruined Brock Bowers, who wouldn't have gone to
He
the Raiders.
ruined
if
my
they didn't
mental
do it.
health.
That
Yeah,
trade
I
was
just
gonna
was
happen
trying to have a
regardless.
good night, and now I'm like, how did Michael Penix go 8 to a team that already has a quarterback?
The Jets weren't going to draft Bowers. We already learned that.
But it was one extra pick. I mean, Penix wouldn't have gone until like 20 at most.
He
I mean,
probably would not have been a first-round pick if the Falcons don't just lose their mind right there.
The Raiders. I feel like the Raiders were taking
the Raiders.
right?
Well, but that's my point. Then Bowers doesn't go there. We get Bowers to the Bengals.
Oh, that's
Fucking
right.
Falcons ruined the Bowers pick.
There we go.
Who
We
who
got
just
there.
went? Who went to the Bengals?
No one.
I haven't
No
seen
one.
it yet.
So I was gonna
We're
say
still on
while
Dallas.
we were talking, the Vikings traded up, the Jags traded back, so that was good for our Brian Thomas bet.
Yeah, that's her
The
sweat right now.
Vikings replaced Danielle Hunter, who went to Houston with that edge pick, which like good move by them. I thought they were going to suck this year. Kind of a smart little rebuild by them. And then Pat, the clip that you put in the private chat that Hayden tweeted out of what Jayden Daniels did in week 1 in the first quarter on
You
first
gotta
and 10.
pull that up.
is so
This is the
funny.
best Jayden Daniels.
This
You gotta pull
is
this up.
why this is an insane clip.
This is
Please.
insane. And it's all
Producer?
22, which is silent. So this is it's a perfect clip to share on the stream.
This is first and 10 in the first quarter on week 1. He's got a clean pocket. This is my favorite part. He's so clean. And he just
Oh my god.
And you
Oh,
and
yeah.
you know
Right
he
into the
sees
chair
it
lift.
coming.
Yeah.
He sees it coming.
he just jumped.
That's the tree.
He gets
That's the tree,
tabletopped.
Gretch.
Why is he doing that?
That's shades of Justin Fields right there.
That's Sam. I mean,
What?
the NFL.
Why?
How bad did they screw up?
Wow.
Are you finally back on the other side of this? Bo Nix, Michael Penix, top 12 picks. You can't send a 5th round pick to
Bengals.
Justin Fields.
Bengals.
Yeah, I mean,
a Marius
Tyson
man.
Bagent was better than Justin Fields last year, so I understand.
Tackle for the Bengals?
Yeah, they took the giant guy, the guy who's like 6'7" or whatever.
Any relation to Marvin?
Denzel actually is his brother.
Mm.
Mm.
I mean, that's such a it's that Denny made that video of like what happens when your team takes a lineman. I mean, no one knows what to say. Now you're just like good.
Ron was speechless for his entire time after they took their guy. He didn't know what
Yeah.
to say.
Well, I mean, if you're a Jets fan, you just have to be speechless in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
What do you even say as a Jets fan? You're just like my it was a serious storyline for a week that my quarterback might be a vice presidential candidate, and no one was like, "Oh, that's impossible." Rodgers didn't even say it was impossible. Like, you know, what?
I thought it was gonna happen.
Rodgers thinks some crazy shit.
Oh man, we got a Falcons comment in the chat. It's a Falcons logo, and it just says "Hate my life."
D-Ross.
We love you. We're with you,
All right.
man. We've all been fans.
Are you guys ready for Xavier Worthy here ahead of Brian Thomas?
I mean, that would be so
That
good
would
for
be
us.
so
I mean, we need to dodge one more pick here. And Xavier would be.
Who's on the clock now?
Giant or Rams, right? 19.
Rams, okay.
Yeah.
There was so much smoke about the Rams trading up for an offensive
Flowers.
player today.
Yeah. I mean, we saw a lot of smoke about trade ups, and it was all lies.
Yeah.
It was all lies.
The
Yeah.
McCarthy one was actually real. Crack Rock did get that right. They traded up for JJ McCarthy. Now it was one pick,
Yeah.
but he was correct. He also said he wouldn't trade thing.
Are the JJ McCarthy truthers, where are they at after their guy just went quarterback 5? Or are they pounding their? I guess they can pound their chest because
He
gonna
went
be really
11.
good as a rookie. Yeah.
Someone traded up for him to take him at 11
Yeah,
or 10
Take that.
or
10.
whatever it was. Yeah.
I think 10.
10.
Crack Rock, by the way, was going to be our surprise guest and come on in the early going, but he flaked like he always does.
He didn't just flake. He found something else better to do.
Right.
He's going out
He
with his
invited
buddy.
himself on and then messaged us after we said, "Yeah, here, come on," and wrote, "No worries, I'm good. Have fun. I'll be out having some dinner and drinks." Literally
Sick.
said, "Any chance I can come on about the
And then
JJ
big time,
thing?"
yeah.
We'd love to have you on.
And then
Crack
big
Rock.
time does.
They said, "Yeah,
He set
actually,
us up.
no."
He set us up to dunk on us.
Literally after asking, "Can I come on?" I was like, "Yeah, here's the link." He goes, "I'm good, going out for dinner."
That's such a good move. That's a power move.
That is a power
It
move.
was a real power move. I just want to know that I can bully my way out of the show only to reject your offer.
Just immediately, we were like, we'd love to do it." No, well, I won't be.
So the 80 Mitchell to Chiefs stuff is very live. We got 11 picks to get there, or 13 picks to get there.
Can we just get the chat?
Do you want that?
$500 giveaway here.
Oh, you're
Scratch.
an 80 Mitchell slappy.
Yeah. hmm
Yeah.
I know ball. I do.
Okay.
I'll confirm it on the stream.
Would this be the first hit on these $500
Yeah.
giveaways?
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
rub
Bowers.
it in.
Yeah, and it's not going top 32. He goes 8th overall.
We still got a chance to hit 3 of 5. All right, that's what we're gonna do. Is a 3 of 5.
What we really need is the crazy off the wall running back pick. That's
What
Oh,
we need.
really
That would salvage everything.
Casey or Dallas doesn't pick till 24. So
That's right. What at Davis, like true odds? Jerry Jones says, "Fuck it." Jonathan Brooks, I need him at 24. Like, what?
here's the thing: I would have said pretty good, but Zeke is a free agent.
You know, Jerry is using the Penix pick as a reason to take Brooks. He's like, "Hey, look, everyone's unpredictable. We gotta just go get our guy."
Live a little.
Lock
He's
him up.
saying
Yeah.
live a little
Yeah.
right now in his war room.
Oh
He's
man,
quoting Soccer
Kitchen,
Dave.
I wish I had a live cam on Kitchen whenever he finds out that Michael Penix was the 8th overall pick. Like, I'm assuming sometime next week he's going to look at draft coverage and be like, "Wait, the Falcons did what?" And I want a live reaction to that moment. How far is the broadcast behind? People who are watching the broadcast, what pick are they on? Is it like they still not know that Bo Nix is a Bronco on the ESPN broadcast?
Schefter's carrier pigeon hasn't quite swooped in with the Penix pick. Yeah.
Breer is tipping them all before the broadcast if people want to be
So is
constantly
our
refreshing.
PFF.
Yeah,
Nothing on this Bengals pick.
it should be about there.
They took Mims.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
so it's
yes. So
it's
we're
Rams.
waiting.
This is the pick we have to fade for the BT giveaway.
Oh, it's already on Rams.
Well, I'm hot.
NFL per the chat. NFL Network has not announced Mims yet. So is Xavier Worthy? Ride this exercise with me. Xavier Worthy as a Ram. What does that do to the corresponding Rams ADPs? If they take a pass catcher, how about just pass catcher in general?
I think most of the damage goes to Cup. Puka probably remains. I think Puka would fall behind maybe. I was gonna say London actually, but who the fuck knows how people handle that now? But
yeah, now you just get the chaos discount on all the Falcons now. Like, there's no rational reason for why. Like now they just
but you're right. They're all gonna drop.
Yeah, just like I don't like it. I don't want to touch it. I don't know why, but hands off.
Yeah, it's about a 2K discount.
I don't think Puka moves much, to be honest. Though I do think Cup. I think people would start, and by people I mean me. We'll start spreading the narrative that Cooper Kupp is not long for this NFL game.
He's not that old though.
Yeah, I know, but the age cliff hits.
Dude,
Siege told me
Siege told me he was pondering retirement after consulting with Rocco Baldelli about his neuropathy.
I got an NFL season after that.
Nerve damage. It's specific nerve damage. I remember that Siege tweet. That was beautiful.
I want this pick tipped.
And this is like the worst form of argument, but if you take away like one or you only have to take
argument, but
I'm gonna make it. You only have to take away like one or two.
If you take away that Super Bowl MVP,
let him cook. Let him cook.
Games last year, and it is ugly. He had like two. You take away one or two of Kupp's good games last year.
Hang on, hold my beer. If you take away his season the year before,
he had no yards.
Fucking sucks.
It's really bad.
If you took away Matthew Stafford, I mean, Cooper Kupp probably does.
That is such good. That is such good content.
The flip of this argument is that he had a really serious hamstring injury that he was playing through, and now he has a whole offseason to potentially have a healthy year.
Right.
Correct.
I mean, I think having a really
wide receiver was
31
years old. It's not that old.
This is for you Dino Bros. Where's this one? Puka to Nabers versus Odunze in Dynasty. My snap take is Nabers, Puka, Odunze. Does anyone have a different order?
That's right.
I like that.
I'd take both the rookies over him.
Okay.
Wow.
I'd take Puka first
over Nabers.
Yeah,
that's defensible.
Best rookie season of all time.
You can't take away any of Puka's
Sam's been hanging out with you too much. He really wants to copy your OBJ take. He's trying really hard. He's like, I got to be down on Nabers with the new.
I mean,
OBJ.
Nabers, he could be the next Kadarius Toney or Odell Beckham. People are saying that.
I'm down. I actually think the Nabers landing spot. I think the math bros might get a little bit lost in the weeds there when they give him a 30% target share, not realizing how fast that can go downhill in that offense and how fast we watched it go downhill very fast last year. Daniel Jones's good season, the one that got him his contract extension, he threw 17 touchdowns.
All right, guys, we got our next duo here, Jacob and Eric. Davis, don't make me do a hostile takeover to wrestle you off the screen. Chasing will be coming back to a regular schedule. I know you guys are figuring out the exact timing there, but Sam, any other info on that or stuff you got going over at ETR?
Yeah, I think ADP chasing will be back on Mondays. I think starting this Monday, as long as everyone's available. It should be every Monday, 3:30 Eastern, from now until September. Yeah, until the end of time. But that's
not
it.
Xavier Worthy. Not Xavier Worthy is the pick. Another defensive player no one cares about.
All right, we got past 19 then, right?
We'll catch you guys. Chasing
later.
Davis,
thanks for coming on, guys.
Later, buddy. All right, we got Jacob, we got Eric, and assuming that
Davis, it's a black t-shirt, black backward hat.
Yeah, we didn't coordinate this.
You've been watching the stream. Why did you dress like that?
Okay, well, I didn't know Eric was going to be dressed the exact same as me.
Pat's going to get his black hat to put on backwards. No.
If the Colts was someone cooler and not injured, then I would add my jersey on, but I gave that a C+, so we're rocking with the black shirt.
How petty is it if I scroll back to find the people who said our Brian Thomas going after this pick was just such a fish idiot pick? Should I pull up a couple of these?
Yeah, go find all those because we've not had a lot to be proud of.
We've made shit so far, so let's pretend like we're smart.
I'll get this this giveaway going here in a second. Thank you. We got Jakob Sanderson here and Erik Beimfohr. We have officially hit on our first. Here we go. That's dead from Paulino. Lame ass dead from Shuggy Snacks. I will be throwing your name out if one of you two win on this.
You can't win.
Yeah. All right. Hashtag to be entered in this $500 in BBM5 credit. Ship BT. Hashtag ship BT in the chat. We will do this drawing in the next 5 to 10 minutes. You have to use that hashtag in the chat and have an eligible Underdog account. But Jacob, how you doing? You happy with your Colts pick here?
I mean, not really, but I don't think anyone really cares about my Latu analysis. I just wish we had traded back. Like, it feels bad to take the first defensive player when I feel like 6 of them are in the same tier. But I mean, his metrics are pretty out of this world. If the neck injury stuff holds up, I think my bummer is like the 2 superstars of the post-Manning Colts both basically had their careers ended by injury, and Andrew Luck and Darius Leonard. So I just am not super pumped about taking the medically retired player. But, you know, we'll see how it goes.
Is that the deal with him? Has he been banged up?
Yeah. He was a UW guy, and then he had to medically retire, and then had awesome stats at UCLA the last 2 years. So
I didn't even know that.
Supposedly the medicals came in good, but, we'll see. I assume they came in good for Chris Ballard.
Yeah. Erik, what's been your favorite moment of the draft so far tonight?
That's a great question. I think I knew my brain was broken when the Patriots took Drake Maye, and all I could think about was arguing with Pat about how Jacoby Brissett was going to
we flipped it. No, we flipped it.
Start over him, and we could run it back from last summer, but in the inverse, because I know he loves Drake Maye.
I get 17. Brissett gets the whole season.
Yeah. You get to make the same argument in the inverse, and I get to be the Jacoby Brissett stand this summer. So I'm looking forward to that. And of course, Michael Penix was fun, mostly because
that was ridiculous.
I mean, that is peak NFL draft, I think. Like, I love to talk about and think about like just how much we don't know, and I can't think of a pick that epitomizes that any more than like we have no idea what, like, we can talk about all this and project all we want, and then the Falcons took Michael Penix.
Could you imagine doing like 5 or 10 mock drafts in the months leading up to this and then stealing that pick?
Okay, do you want to hear my like 113th eye theory? The Falcons are under this tampering investigation. What if they void Kirk Cousins' contract and he's not allowed to sign it? They said it might be resolved before the NFL draft. What if they already tipped off the Falcons and they know they don't have Kirk Cousins this year? Kirk Cousins is going back into the free agency pool. Whoa. They're not losing a draft pick. They're losing Cousins. And so they had to figure out on a 24-hour limit, how do we Band-Aid this? And all of a sudden, Terry is going in there and he's like, all right, I got 1 day to watch tape. And he decides, should I watch the Michigan game or should I watch the Texas game? And he only watches the Michael Penix Texas tape. And he sees it, and he sees him slinging it around to all of Ben's guys. He sees drunk Gretsch partying in the stands, and he's like, number 8, I don't have a choice.
I was at both those games. I would recommend that he watches both of those games.
That was shockingly plausible.
That was way too plausible.
That is an insane take, but it's less insane than just sitting there taking Penix when you don't need a quarterback, taking him over JJ McCarthy, who, I mean, we don't know anything, but most people think is better, or just trading back like 20 freaking picks. I don't know. It's crazy.
That is amazing.
Yeah, Jacob, do you want to dox yourself again and explain how time zones work? They want to know how sun could magically be in your room despite it being dark here on the East Coast.
Yeah, as people in the Thanksgiving stream might recall, I live at a precise GPS location in Vancouver, British Columbia.
Can we pull up Google Maps? Because I can show you. It's right by a park. I remember this.
There's the sun and it's shining through my window.
Have you beefed up your security at your building since that stream, Jacob?
I've had to take proper precautions for sure. I have to rotate what dog logo I have on my Underdog, every 4 to 6 weeks. Make sure to change the password protection of my Fanball account.
I'm highly confident I could zoom in on his house within like 3 blocks.
We now have people doxing what park in the chat.
Yeah, Stanley Park. That's right. That would be my. I'm nearby. I'm a Northwesterner. I've been up to Vancouver before, so I keep walking past this building.
Jacob has achieved this rare version of micro celebrity, and that the same sub niche not only know about him, but exactly where he lives. It's a very intense form of niche fan.
They have the thing about like 8,000 fans or like 100 true fans, whatever it is. I have 5 true stalkers.
If you can just get 50 people who know where you live, you can make it in any creative industry. All right. I say we do this giveaway here. 278 of you have gotten the hashtag in. You can get hashtag ShipBT within the next 30 seconds or so. And then I'm drawing this. This is $500 of Underdog credit for Best Ball Mania 5. Must have an eligible Underdog account in an eligible state. You leave your comment after the show so I can match it up with your YouTube username, with your Underdog username, and our friends over at Underdog will airdrop you that sweet, sweet $500. Here we go. Appreciate everyone watching tonight. We are here Thursdays in the evenings on Ship Chasing, and we got ADP Chasing on Mondays. It looks like New Collector here took it down. Congratulations. We got our next one up here. If AD Mitchell is selected after pick 27, that's the next sweat, but NU Collector takes this one down. Congratulations. How do you guys feel, Eric? Eric, how do you feel about AD Mitchell, 27.5? Which side would you be on here?
Definitely on the side that you guys are on. AD Mitchell is one of the guys I took a big stand against in this pre-draft cycle. And just generally speaking, I've adopted what I kind of like to call the Moneyball of prospect evaluation, which is not like anything super profound, but I've been wrong about prospects endlessly, as I think a lot of people have. So I kind of went back and did a little bit of a retrospective this spring, and a lot of the guys I was wrong about was the guys I tried. Like, I love football. I watch all these guys. I watch college football and all that. And when I tried to find the guys like AD Mitchell, like Keon Coleman, who don't really produce at a high level in college, specifically, like not like box scores. AD Mitchell had some big games, but like from a yards per route run perspective, a targets per route run perspective, all that kind of stuff. The guys who really don't pop there and then missed, who I was high on, it was always the whiff. It was never the guy who produced, who, even like the Pukas. It was a small sample when Puka produced, but he was crazy efficient and like super productive when he was on the field. AD Mitchell is one of those guys who I like to say doesn't get on base from the Moneyball perspective. And so could he be good? Sure. There's always guys who are outliers, but he fits the exact mold of the guy who I'm pretty much out on. So there's probably an NFL team that disagrees with me, but he's the guy who I'm lower on than the market.
I've had a pretty similar take, Eric.
The farther, just for this specific giveaway, the farther Brian Thomas falls, like I would be shocked if AD Mitchell went ahead of Brian Thomas. So that continues to give us more room for error there too.
Brian Thomas I'm curious what you guys think about Brian Thomas, because he's a much better version of AD Mitchell, but was more of a hyper efficient down the field, obviously an awesome athlete, but didn't exactly earn a bunch of volume in college. And it was more a lot of splash plays, which is like good, but also can be slightly concerning.
To your on-base percentage point, he was Adam Dunn. He was, or not Adam Dunn.
He's Joey Gallo. He's Joey Gallo.
Joey Gallo, like low on-base percentage, but home runs, right? Like the home runs do come.
Mm-hmm. Which is like so he would be a guy who I would not like. Yeah, I would not like outright fade Brian Thomas, because his yards per route run are great. He produces a bunch of splash plays. That is meaningful, but it feels more meaningful to an NFL team than it does to me drafting fantasy football teams given price and all of those things. If he was cheap, and that this is the stupid argument we've made for MVS for like 5 years.
Right.
And he goes in the double-digit rounds where it's not as impactful. I don't want to chase those guys up the board when he could be great. I mean, I watch him too. He looks awesome, but I don't want to chase those guys up the board when I'm like, I mean, he doesn't really earn targets. He makes a lot of great plays, and I understand the Nabers thing. I understand the Jayden Daniels scrambling thing. I understand all the nuance, but at the end of the day, I prefer to chase the guys who, just do everything and are superstars at the college level. I don't want you to be a non-superstar in college and then hope you become a superstar in the NFL if I'm trying to be right more often than wrong.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, Thomas is kind of a tricky prospect, and now with this,
he's super tricky.
Whole labrum thing, like in this fall, like it definitely, he can be very boom bust. But I mean, he did have. I know it wasn't like a superstar, but as a true junior, he had 1,177 yards, 17 touchdowns, 33% dominator rating. Like that's a pretty good season. And he was playing with Malik Nabers.
If you break up pushback with it, run, it's all go ahead, Jacob.
No, I was going to say what you were going to say, and frankly, I stole probably half it from you. So feel free to cook. It's like it's the issue was like I was more in on Thomas when like just watching as he kind of came across this year. And he had a really strong like recruiting profile at a high school, like Adam Stash to play. And I had just kind of assumed in my memory that he barely played year 2, and that was why he didn't produce. And then going through and finding out that wasn't really the case, that he actually ran over 250 routes in year 2, that he was super inefficient. 1.36 yards per route run in year 2 versus 2.61 in year 3, which is, effectively double. And like Ben has pointed out, like it's all coming really from post-target efficiency, not really coming from earning volume more per route. So I guess I would add a little bit more confidence in like this is a guy who just fundamentally adds efficiency after the catch or after the target. If he was a guy who had been able to do that in year 2, or if he was a guy who just didn't have a chance to play and then he bursts onto the scene, he's super efficient, you could see him grow. But it seems a little bit more like, he was the Miami Heat where it's like they're not shooting any threes in game 1. Game 2, they shoot 54% of the threes. Now we're drafting them off the 54% breakout, and like it makes me a little bit uncomfortable.
Caleb Martin. He's fucking Caleb Martin.
We got a baseball comp from Beimfohr. We got a basketball one from Sanderson.
We got a skiing one from Davis.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm ready for the roller derby comp next.
It is tough because that final season was pretty impressive, and it's a true junior season. I get what you're saying. 13.9 ADOT, so he's winning downfield. Although there are some concerns about his separation downfield as well. So I don't know. It's kind of DK Metcalf-y. That's sort of what you're basically betting that he's DK Metcalf, I think. And the
Except
further he falls,
he's not 240 of solid muscle, and DK Metcalf is a mutant of all mutants.
Right.
I think you are getting the athleticism. He's got to have like a high pass attempts and a high efficiency offense, I think, because he needs a quarterback who's not a loser that will actually throw down the field.
For sure. Yes.
And he needs he's probably not earning more than like 18 to 22% of targets in most scenarios. Right. So he needs there to be 36 attempts or 40 attempts, right? Like if he's in a 30 attempt offense, then it's just not happening.
Well,
right?
But I guess I would push back a little bit on the idea of we know who he is as a target earner because he was playing alongside Malik Nabers. That's fucking hard.
It is, but
it's very efficient on his routes as well.
Kind of.
He was, but he was still at like 20%. When I look at the target spot run stuff in college, when there's 2 good target earners, a lot of times the second guy is at like 25%. I wrote this about Jacob Cowing today, who I love out of Arizona. He's playing with a guy, Tetroya McMillan, who's still in college, but he's going to be one of the top receiving prospects going forward, like next year. He was a star last year. He's incredible. And while playing with him, Cowing was still at like 25% targets per out run. Thomas was down at like 20%, and that's big
Cowing's
gap.
A slot though. Cowing's like
it's different.
Open underneath slot.
I think,
but like when you look at other teams where there's 2 good players, it's like they're both at 25 plus. Like one's not at 20%.
I know, but Thomas is a deep threat with a 14 ADOT.
Okay,
but that's fair. Yeah,
it's
but
different.
How do you become an NFL superstar if in college can he change in the NFL? Sure, it's technically possible. It's hard for a football player to completely change who they are as a
No,
football
he
player.
won't
at the
completely. That's why you're
at the
betting
highest
he's
level.
Metcalf. He's
But
mostly
also-
doing that, but he's getting a little more.
He had the Heisman-winning most mobile quarterback in college football last year, which helps you when you're a downfield guy at earning targets.
But Jayden Daniels didn't throw on the run. He scrambled. When he got out, he scrambled. He didn't
Okay.
actually throw on the run.
I didn't know that.
Well, and that's one thing that hurts him too. Is like I think Eric alluded to this a bit. But like we talked about like DJ Moore or Darnell Mooney
Mitchell
or like
Wentz?
any of these guys in the Bears offense. Like those are all guys where it's like the target share is going to look better than the targets per route run. And I think Nabers and Thomas suffer a little bit for that too with Daniels because his sack rate and scramble rate is so high.
Which tells you how good Nabers is.
Nabers is fucking awesome, which is one
Nabers rocks.
I'm holding some optimism partly just because I think Nabers is so good that like
But, okay, like the year prior, the stuff Jacob was saying about like I love the Heat example where it's like the year prior he wasn't earning targets and he wasn't efficient. He was just bad. And like Nabers was good that year too. And then the year prior to that, Nabers was better than him each year. And he never came along. Like I know Keyshawn Butte was there, but like that guy wasn't good. He was a fourth round pick and wasn't good in the NFL.
And I really like Nabers, but he had 27% yardage share in 2022, 13% touchdown share, 20% dominator rating. Like Nabers' profile is also largely driven by last year. That's like when he became Nabers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But Nabers is like how far isn't Nabers yards per route run in year 2 and targets per route run in year 2 higher than Thomas's in year 3?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then his year 3. His targets per route run was 24% in year 2. And that's a number that Brian Thomas was 19.3 in year 3 as a peak. He never even hit 20%. I mean, it's a big gap. It's a 5 percentage point gap.
Thomas's yards per route run in 2023 was slightly higher than Nabers' yards per route run in 2022. Okay. Nabers at 2.46.
Right.
Nabers can do a lot of things, but he is getting more work out of the slot, and he's getting more of the underneath stuff. So the targets per route run, Thomas is always going to lose that argument. But to me, the question is, can he be primarily a downfield guy, and then can he be the number one wide receiver in an offense? It does take a little bit of projection because he wasn't that in college, but
it's possible.
I think he can get there.
And I
can
see it. Like I know I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, and I do kind of come in on the fence with Thomas. Like the one thing just
I think you should be on the fence on Thomas. I think Thomas is
everyone
very
should be
boom
on the
bust.
fence.
Like
we agree on that.
Like the one thing I'll say in Thomas is too, like I watch that offense every week because Jayden Daniels was my college fantasy quarterback, and that was the greatest experience of my fantasy football life. And just getting 65 every week, but
8 touchdowns.
But you're watching, and so often like when I felt like they needed a play, it was just like let's find a way to like scheme Nabers open and then see how many tackles he can break, which was usually like 100. And it's a little bit harder when you're, the guy who's running the decoy on those, whereas like Thomas was a bit more of a segmented role, but it's hard. Like one thing with DK, you mentioned DK Metcalf, he's interesting in that he started out as like a really high efficiency player on a good, but not great volume. And as his volume has gone up, his efficiency has generally kind of gone down, which I think speaks to something of like, if you're used on the things that you're best at, you're going to be most efficient on them. Like there is some level of diminishing returns. So I do wonder like whether Thomas's proficiency at doing things other than the route tree that he was on, which was pretty limited, like maybe he's used in that way, but maybe then you're not getting the best out of him. I don't know. I think he can be still like a high-end wide receiver too. And, you might be a value now because you might get Penix and Nix going 109 and 110, right?
And
dynasty of value, but in best ball he was going 65.
Right. Yeah.
He was going Jamar Chase.
So, I mean, I'm in dynasty virgin space in the month of April, so like you best ball people are way ahead of me. I'm on dynastyplanet.com.
The best ball ADP was like, I'm sorry, but I had to take a stance. I was like, he's not draftable at that price.
I didn't draft him. I didn't draft him either, and so that's where all my framing is coming from.
I drafted a decent amount just because I'm like, there's no one else here, and I think this guy has upside.
I was doing the lamest possible thing and drafting Deontay Johnson in that spot.
Yeah, see, I wasn't.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not doing.
Okay,
that. I'm taking.
I would Jacob.
I'm on Pat's side. I'm on Pat's side now. Once Deontay,
I already said I'm a dynasty virgin. Like the most sexless pick of all time is Deontay Johnson. PPR best ball.
I mean, yeah, you guys are out here talking about, he had all these long touchdowns. Can I talk to you a little bit about 140 plus targets 3 years in a row until last season.
and 0 useful fantasy weeks. 0.
No good, nothing good from any of that. 1,000-yard season.
He's literally like on a mission to prove that yards per target is actually kind of sticky. That's his whole goal in life.
So
It's
Jacob,
really low for me.
speaking of Dynasty Virgin, what would you say is the biggest shift in rank so far from pre-draft to post-draft for like a Dynasty rookie draft?
I mean, I think Michael Penix, which is painful for me because I look like a total dumbass. I just like wrote this whole profile on Penix where I was like, I will move him up, I guess, if he goes in round 1, but he really shouldn't. And I don't think he will because I think he's terrible. And then, he goes 8th overall ahead of JJ McCarthy. So tough take for me. But I think he's going to be a first round rookie pick now in like almost every Dynasty rookie draft, which is really interesting because I don't know. How do you balance like 8th overall pick at a perfect landing spot with Kirk Cousins, assuming that I'm not correct and assuming that Kirk Cousins is still a member of the Atlanta Falcons? like you're talking. I mean, you just kind of have to perceive of Cousins differently, right? Like if the team is drafting the 8th overall quarterback, I feel like once we rewire our brains and zoom out a little bit, it's kind of like with the Gibbs pick last year, where like as soon as the Lions picked Gibbs, then like DeAndre Swift isn't what we thought DeAndre Swift was anymore because he's not that to the Lions. Like I don't think Kirk Cousins is going to be traded to the Eagles tomorrow. But I just
think the NFL is going to avoid his contract.
I mean, I just can't. Right? I mean, I can imagine because we lived through Jordan Love and we lived through Trey Lance and all that stuff. But like,
I love Davis.
That
So
at this point, like the moral arc of the universe bends towards Michael Penix, right? Like it bends towards the 8th overall pick, not towards the 36-year-old torn Achilles veteran. So that's the big thing for me. I mean, if I don't know, maybe he's not, and then I have to draft him, and I don't think.
Yeah,
he's
no,
good.
I think that's where we're gonna live, Jacob. I think it's like guys like you and me, like scooping him at the 203.
All right, which I don't want to scoop Michael Penix. Like,
I don't want to either, dude. I don't want to be in this group. Don't bring me into this.
Though. I thought Bo Nix was going to go in the 2nd round, which another L. But I specifically wrote up that my dream location for him was the Broncos and Sean Payton. And I mean, he just fits so perfectly into what I think they need him to do. It's like one look over the middle of the field. Oh, the slant's not there. Check it down. Like, don't take sacks. Process quickly. Like he can do all that stuff. I think that's like a really safe. If you took Andy Dalton or Derek Carr, or one of these guys in your fantasy Superflex rookie draft, like the 202, 203, like you've gotten, I think, a lot of utility out of that over the years, and that's to me like the Bo Nix world now.
Can I think stand Bo Nix? Is it acceptable?
Go for it.
We're shitting on.
like Bo Nix.
I'm kind of a Bo Nix stan.
Yeah,
so
the room's lukewarm for Bo Nix right now.
Yeah,
let's
we're swimming in lukewarm pool water, indoor pool water here in Bo Nix territory. But so this is going to be cope. Okay, right. This is total. I kind of like him, watching him play. I think he can play a little bit. So I'm rationalizing this, and I don't think anybody should ever use these kind of arguments, probably. And I'm going to. So he goes to Auburn as a true freshman, as one of the big time recruits in the country.
Yeah.
Starts as a true freshman in the SEC at Auburn, back when Auburn was actually like decent, but Alabama's redheaded stepbrother. It's that type of situation.
Yeah.
They couldn't. This was peak Bama, right? They couldn't compete at that level, and he's a true freshman starting in the SEC, and he was bad, like straight up bad for a couple years at Auburn. He was not ready to play. Gus Malzahn, who eventually got fired at Alabama, probably partially because he started Bo Nix as a true freshman. And I think the reputation around him kind of just got ruined. He gets a total restart, goes to Oregon, and all he did at Oregon was absolutely ball out. I understand the check down stuff, right? I get it. But part of that is like playing good football, like taking what's available to you, right? So you make a read, guy's not there, get the ball to your playmaker and let him go make plays is like good quarterback play. Tom Brady did that and made it was one of the best quarterbacks, if not the best quarterback of all time, just being like, oh, Randy Moss isn't open, here you go, James White, go get 7 yards. And people are holding that against Bo Nix as the fact that he matured as a quarterback, was one of the most accurate quarterbacks in all of college football, and led one of the best offenses, one of the best Oregon teams we've seen certainly in a long time, one of the best teams ever, frankly, at Oregon. And it's like, it feels like we're holding the fact that he was terrible at Auburn as a freshman against him. And a little bit of that was with Jayden Daniels too, because he started as a true freshman at Arizona State and was terrible for Herm freaking Edwards, and his dumbass teammates hated him. And what are those guys doing? They're, selling insurance or whatever. And he's the number 2 overall pick in the NFL draft. I just feel like it's the more narrative-based things being held against guys like Nix, when all I see is like the is he going to be, Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes? No, absolutely not. Do I think he can be, why can he not be Kirk Cousins? Like, I really don't understand why he can't be Kirk Cousins in the NFL, but no one ever seems to see that. And maybe I'm just crazy, but I feel like that's within the range for sure.
To be clear, when I say like he can do the checkdowns and he can throw it over the middle, like, as the Gen Zs would say, like, I'm not using bracket derogatory, like I'm using bracket complimentary. Like I think he genuinely, like, I think I wrote in my rookie preview that I think basically Bo Nix to me is kind of the JJ McCarthy toolkit, just without the benefit of the unknown, where like in theory, McCarthy, it's a little bit more like, it could be anything. Like maybe underneath this like hardball offense, there's something more dynamic there that I'm not aware of. But I'm like, at the very least, he does the things that translate to these like Mick Shanahan offenses, which is, he gets the ball on time, he delivers it accurately in the short and intermediate areas. And with Nix, I'm a little bit more certain that the ceiling isn't like top 5 quarterback in the NFL. But I still think, you mentioned Kirk Cousins. Like, I think it can be Kirk Cousins. Like, I think there's a certain number of traits you have to succeed in some of these McShanny schemes. And I'd put Peyton in that group too, where there's like, you have to play point guard and do it. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. Like, that's a good thing.
He's a point guard.
My only issue is that he went 12th overall. Like, I think that it's great to me when you get that in the second round. I think when you're drafting in 12th overall, you want a quarterback. You're like, I can see myself paying $55 million a year to this guy and loving it. And I don't know if I feel that way about Bo Nix, but maybe.
Yeah, from that perspective, it's not a great move by the Broncos, who kind of boxed themselves into this with the way they handled the offseason, I think. But like, so what? Like, from our perspective, this is kind of sweet.
You don't own the Broncos. We don't own the Broncos.
We're not the Broncos.
I'm not a Broncos fan. I don't give a shit.
These guys. I don't give a shit about the Broncos.
And how much of it is just like, because we saw the Will Levis slide last year, which a lot of people said like one of these Penix and Nix guys is going to get that slide treatment. Like, if these guys were in the draft last year, would they have been sliding too, where it just so happened that we hit the nexus of team needs and the QB avalanche started and they're like, fuck it. Like, I'm not risking it.
One of the things I saw was that people are scared of next year's QB class, which is maybe part of it.
It's not good. Really bad. Yeah,
I don't know anything about it, but
if somebody,
you're looking, you need guys to take a big move up, like a Nix or a Daniels just did. Like one of these guys, like a Jackson Dart, or like, I don't know, not Ken Ewers. Like one of these guys.
I was gonna say about the Bo Nix, the draft cost. I mean, obviously, any QB, if you hit on them, it's fine, right? Like, it doesn't matter what you paid, right? I mean, we all know that. But Breeze is the comp for the Sean Payton thing. You're hoping that Bo Nix has that kind of ceiling. Mm-hmm. Maybe he doesn't have it down the field. Maybe he doesn't have the processing. Maybe he can't get
late career Breeze.
But yeah, the accuracy, the throwing ability.
Andy Dalton.
Well, he's got the underneath accuracy. Is for sure he has better accuracy than Andy Dalton. Andy Dalton was not that accurate. He threw a lot.
And Breeze would get it out quick, and
Breeze is but he would get down. You don't have a 78% completion percentage, which Bo Nix had last year in college, and not be quick at getting the ball to where it needs to be in space, right? Like, that's real, because there's going to be some drops. Like,
Bucky Irving is going to get drafted way too high because Bo Nix just got him the ball out.
He's
quick
the CEH of the
organization.
Well, does anybody know about this like Cheese Johnson guy? Like, he's coming out next year. He got like 130 passes from Bo Nix.
He
like,
lived with Bo.
An operator.
You know who he might be?
Bo Nix parents.
But Breeze was a second-round pick, and so the fact that Nix like goes this high, you could have Nix go in the early second because that's his skill set. Maybe doesn't translate enough. And I'm not saying he's Breeze, but obviously Breeze was better than that pick. And I think coming out, there was maybe some concern that Breeze had the physical tools. He was too short for his era. Like, he's one of the first shorter quarterbacks to have a long career. So, I mean, I think like if you're there at 12 and you're like, this is such a perfect fit for what we do. If you're Sean Payton and you're like, this is the quarterback we have to have, which a lot of us, Jacob, you mentioned, you wrote it up. I know I was talking about it. Like, this was like from an analyst perspective, this was the fit for what Sean Payton has always run offensively. This is the quarterback you have to have. If you're sitting at 12, just take him. Like, it's the fucking quarterback position, right? Like, it's not the Falcons' Penix pick. Like, you don't have a quarterback. And it's because you have dead money, right, from the Russell Wilson thing. So you need a rookie quarterback for some respects. You need a cheap quarterback. So just go take Nix at 12. I mean, I was always fine with it.
They traded a pick for their head coach
Atlanta
also. So they kind of needed
the craziest
something,
thing about Atlanta is like if they traded back with Minnesota, like is there any world in which they don't just get Penix even at 11?
No, they get him.
There can't be a world in which they can't just like get an asset for free from Minnesota,
insane.
right? Like what was that?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
No, the Atlanta thing makes no sense. The only thing that has made any sense whatsoever, the most logical explanation we've heard, is your crazy fucking theory that they're going to void Kirk Cousins' contract. That's the only logical thing. Behind the scenes, Kirk Cousins' contract's going to get voided. That might logically make sense. I can follow the logic. That's the only thing.
Brian Thomas
Brian
to the
Thomas
Jags.
to the Jags official.
Nice. That's awesome.
Wow.
Good for
That's a really
Trevor.
good one.
Good for Trevor.
Yeah. Hey.
Wow.
Oh, no, wait. No, Brian
Deontay
Thomas.
It was 19
Johnson.
and a half. It was 19 and
We
a
already
half,
hit.
right?
Yeah, we already hit
Yeah,
Brian
we already
Thomas.
hit. We're
we already
fading
hit.
80
Good.
now.
I
Yeah.
didn't want to
Fading
celebrate
80
your losses. I think Trevor Lawrence just needs a guy like this so badly.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
he's been working with these like either out of position or washed like boundary wide receivers. Like get him someone with some juice. This is great.
Well, and they don't even do anything creative with their offense, so you need someone who can win on the
Yeah.
outside. Like you need someone to just go beat people down the sideline.
I love that. In hindsight, though, this is really hilarious that they paid Gabe Davis this offseason.
I was
They
just gonna say,
drafted a
The
better
same
version of
exact
Gabe
profile.
Davis.
The same profile.
Well,
We
but
can
Gabe
wax
Davis is
poetic.
already
They
the
just did
better version of
Penix to Kirk Cousins for Gabe Davis. They just did that.
We can wax poetic, but yeah, as great as it is for Trevor, all he did was just add Gabe Davis and Brian Thomas on the outside, who neither of them can ever
Dude,
fucking get open.
is this awesome?
Okay,
for
but
Gabe
Davis is an 18th round pick.
Gabe Davis is the better Zay Jones. So if Brian Thomas is the better Gabe Davis,
Brian
everybody
Thomas is
moves
not
down
better
a row.
Calvin Ridley.
Where's Zay
What does
Jones?
this mean for Parker Washington?
Yeah, R.I.P. Parker.
Different
Evan
roles,
Ingram and
baby.
Christian
Parker
Kirk.
plays in the slot.
Target
Parker
share is
Washington
gonna
is
be
Christian
nuts.
Kirk's direct handcuff.
Christian Kirk is going to have
Jeremy
a
Schwab has
30%
it
target
right.
share.
30% target share for Christian Kirk.
Yeah, I'm moving.
Now
on.
the Jags, yes.
By the way,
Christian Kirk is a smash.
I'm not gonna.
He's just an
Like,
Where's
average.
Leone?
I'm just gonna say
Where's
I have
Leone?
Christian Kirk 28% exposure right now.
Yeah,
so
no, I have a
I'm
shitload
on
of
board
Kirk,
with
so this is
Christian
very
Kirk.
I'm
much me
very
defending
into
my
him.
Jags. Yeah.
Now the
This is
Jags
great.
have Gabe Davis and fancy Gabe Davis from That's my favorite quote.
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
This is sneaky so good for Kirk and Ingram, though.
It's
like,
it's
wow.
amazing for them because
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's huge.
Thomas is
Every
legit.
single play is just gonna be go route spacing.
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah,
just-
and he's just gonna hit out routes. Lawrence loves his little slot out routes. Dude.
Yeah.
He does.
Oh my God.
ever called slot outs on Madden? Like we're running that.
Slot
Kirk
out.
is
There
getting
you go.
at least a 30% target share. Oh my God.
Evan Ingram too. I wasn't that into him this year. I'm drafting him.
Yeah,
This
we
year.
gotta
Evan-
take Evan Ingram.
You
This
gotta
is
take
like-
him.
Brock
this
Bowers, get
offense
ready to
is-
learn 20 picks behind Evan Ingram, buddy.
And I will take Brian Thomas in best ball in a landing spot like this, in an offense that I expect the Jags to bounce back. I think Doug Peterson is a coach that knows what he's doing. I think Trevor Lawrence can bounce back. Last year, I think the expectations for the Jags were a little high. They went low, and now people are too low on them. They're going to come back. Like there's some ebbs and flows in the NFL. We know that. They're better
He
than
needs
how
to
they played
retire
last
Press
year.
Taylor. He needs to take play calling back from Press Taylor. Press Taylor also used to be a Colts play caller. He's horrific, and like he takes over play calling duties last year for Jacksonville. I thought their creativity went off a cliff. The hope is Doug is taking back the controls this year would be, I think, optimistic for Jacksonville.
What do you think Press has on Doug Peterson? He's got to have
Oh man,
incriminating photos. He
Or
has
with-
to.
or
He
with
follows
Reich
him
in
everywhere
there,
he goes. He takes over play calling everywhere he goes. It's like, what the fuck does this guy have on Doug Peterson?
I don't know.
Hey, where does
Must be
Brian
like-
Thomas go? Where does Brian Thomas go Not in Jacob's bullshit dynasty drafts, in Underdog drafts.
No,
In Underdog?
7th round,
Yeah.
right around Christian Watson.
No,
Well,
no,
the problem is
that's
people are
falling
gonna-
from where
He was going in the sixth, so I don't think he
Not going
falls.
later.
They're anchored to where he was going. He should go there. I agree with Jacob. That's where he should go.
He's going to be a 5-6 turn pick.
Yeah, he's going to be.
He's gonna go. He's gonna go in the same
gonna
spot
go in
he
the
was
fifth.
going.
He's going to go in the 5th.
So he's gonna go. He's gonna go where JSN.
I'm gonna reluctantly
Not that
take
that works.
5%, but
From a
I'm gonna
process
stay below.
I'm probably going to be below as well, but I'm glad I have a. I don't think I went all in.
5th
anything,
round,
really.
Brian
But
Thomas Jr.
That was where he was going
really rich.
before the landing spot. I'm not
It's
saying
still
I
rich.
That's the
barely
thing.
drafted him there, but it's.
I have
that's just the
19%
reality.
Brian Thomas, so this is great for me. And
Wow,
I'm
you have
cool with that.
19%.
I thought he's the last of a tier in terms of the upside at the position.
Fair.
Really? Okay.
If you feel that way,
Yeah.
go. For
I mean, you could get him in the 6th, kind of the early to mid.
The real question
gonna
is, does
take
he
Gabe?
flip Christian Kirk? Does Christian Kirk?
I wasn't
fall
taking
behind
any
him?
game. I thought
God,
Gabe
no.
was
Christian
pretty,
Kirk should be like a 3-4 turn pick. Like,
dude.
that guy's gonna
Honestly,
pile
that's where he
up
comes out for
targets.
me. Like,
Yes,
Kirk should be like a.
he's
3-4
what I
pick.
want Deontay Johnson to be.
I have 20% Kirk, so I was even higher on Kirk.
All right.
Hey,
And I-
maybe
Kirk is-
Deontay Johnson will be Bryce Young's Christian Kirk. 2nd year, disappointing 1st overall pick. You know,
Maybe.
Stop it.
Dude, I'm excited to analyze the Bills. I like when things fall into a place where I feel like I can analyze it easily. Like Brian Thomas doesn't earn targets and is a vertical efficient threat. Gabe Davis doesn't earn targets and is a vertical efficient threat. Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram are going to be
Hey,
under.
Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram. Yeah, no, I'm
This is
100% in
simple
on
for
that.
me.
Kirk, no matter what.
It's too easy. It's
This
too easy.
feels easy.
And
but
here's
I-
the other thing. Here's the other thing about it, right? When we first go into drafts, right after Best Ball Mania launches on Saturday or whatever, everyone's going to go in and they're going to be drafting all the fun landing spots. They're going to be all excited to get them. But we know what is actually going to happen, where the ADP value is actually going to be. It's on the motherfucking projectable guys. The ETR is going to come in and steam to the goddamn moon. So what you're doing is really drafting before ETR publishes a Christian Kirk projection.
And that's
over
gonna
under
push him up.
over under
That's when Thomas
1.5.
slides.
Over under 1.5 rookie wide receivers ranked ahead of Christian Kirk by Michael Leone.
Under. Easy under. Mark.
Over.
That's it.
No,
Only
Neighbors
Mark.
on the Giants.
Neighbors, he's gonna have
He'll have
Neighbors and
he'll have
his.
Neighbors.
That's a great
He'll have
Neighbors projects for enough targets. He's going 2.
I know.
He's
He's
going
going
2.
to.
Odunze is going behind Kirk. Odunze is going behind Kirk.
Odunze behind Kirk.
But
yeah.
2. He's going to have 2.
We'll see.
The only thing is it's going to be a slow trickle down for the veterans because people are.
But he's going to have Brian Thomas 20 picks behind ADP.
Yes.
And that's
Oh yeah,
gonna
Brian
affect
Thomas.
you.
Brian Thomas is 125 in Leone's ranks. Easy. Send down.
He's gonna have Gabe Davis at 124.
Yeah.
I think I might have at 124.
Brian Thomas
Look,
is gonna
guys,
be right next to Brock
you guys can
Bowers.
chase Brian Thomas up the
Yeah.
board, but Marvin Jones is still available in the 19th.
Yeah.
Marvin Jones. Oh, that's a name I have not heard for a long time.
Oh my god.
He
But
retired.
how many of
right?
these guys have
Is
the
he on a
Jaguars
team?
had? Like they got
Ooh.
Marvin Jones, they got Zay
got
Jones,
Gabe.
they got Gabe Davis. Like
Lions moving up to 24.
Oh, the Cowboys traded back? We're getting our Jonathan Brooks pick, guys! They traded back to 29!
Ooh.
They traded back 5 picks!
This is all we need.
They traded back 5 picks! You guys are about to win $1,000, chat! The Cowboys moving back
Running
5
back.
picks right now is so big for your $1,000 equity. I'm serious. You're about to get a Jonathan Brooks pick at 29. Wow.
You get 172 Skolansky bucks. You get 172.
Man, I love that we live in a world where we could have a stream going where we can get jokes off like this. ETR subs get ready to learn 0% Brian Thomas. I mean, it's just so fucking niche. My God.
Oh, man. So niche and so good.
Could the Lions go wide receiver here?
Yeah, they could. They need an X. Like Adonai Mitchell would fit,
Yeah.
right? They don't really have that guy.
What do you guys
Josh
think about?
Reynolds
Yeah.
drop the 4th down.
Yeah, that's.
What do you guys think? What are you doing with JMO?
Terry and Arnold, who is a massive faller. He
Okay.
was potentially CB1.
What do you think about JMO? I know he's not a rookie from the NFL draft, but for this team
He's
that's
interesting.
relevant, he feels like an interesting, similar type player who quite frankly, I mean, I love him have loved him for multiple years, but at some point you have to see something from him. And we certainly haven't seen much other than a couple of fun plays here and there. And I don't really know what to do with him, to be totally honest with you.
Do you like JMO or Marvin Mims more?
I don't
Get him
draft
back.
JMO.
What about JMO or Dontavian Wicks in this like
Bo
range?
Nix doesn't look where Marvin Mims runs routes.
I mean, if
Marvin
Marvin
Mims
Mims runs routes,
Okay,
I'm good.
in fairness,
Just get him out.
in fairness to Marvin Mims,
and then we can worry
and in
about
fairness-
Let's get the routes first.
in fairness to Bo Nix, like Troy Franklin's entire like college
Troy
production
Franklin.
is based
Oh,
on
that's true.
downfield
That's true.
targets from Bo Nix.
That's
There
true.
you go.
That's true.
I think I like Mims more.
You're
Then,
nuts.
Right,
then
like
JMO.
Are they? Am I seeing Moats?
This is-
Can I make the
I-
case?
this
Can
is-
I make
you're
the
holding
case for
on-
Dontavian
you're holding
Wicks
on to
over
the-
Bo
I
Nix?
didn't chase Sky more last
I'm
year. I was
with
out.
Jacob on this one. Wicks over.
You
both.
guys, can we
Where-
real quick talk
Oh, yeah.
about the actual draft? That the Lions traded up. It's in Detroit, and they're playing like Motown, and the crowd's going nuts. It's pretty. It's a cool scene, man. This is awesome.
Earlier, I thought I had that they had brought Eminem back out on stage, but I realized I had just accidentally clicked my YouTube TV back to the very beginning of the stream. I was like, oh no, I'm not live anymore.
Eminem is dapping up Roger again.
Yeah. They should have just had him MC the entire thing.
I think so too.
Yeah.
He was
Dude,
bigger
you
than
guys
Barry
see him?
Sanders. That was just wild to me. They all come out at the beginning, and Barry Sanders walks out, and I'm like, this dude is significantly smaller than Eminem, and he's one of the best running backs of all time.
Yeah. Are you guys seeing this lion on the back wall of the Lions war room here? It's like subtle
an
but
actual lion.
menacing.
Oh.
It's got the
Oh,
blue
yeah.
eyes.
I want to see Brad Holmes like punching people and hugging people and getting
Yeah.
amped, you know, like
Yeah.
it's like he doesn't even like this pick compared to last year.
What do we? There's a cornerback here. The chat was saying it was a cornerback.
They paid a lot, by the way. Like I don't have the Spielberger chart in front of me, but giving up pick 73 to move 5 spots in the late first feels suboptimal.
The Spielberger chart is the chart he used. I love that.
If you think Dan Campbell gives a fuck about the Spielberger chart,
Yeah, he doesn't know what the Spielberger
The
chart
dude's
is.
fucking steamy. He had to put on a blazer for tonight. And you think he knows what the Spielberger chart is?
This dude drafted a running back and an inside linebacker in the first round last year. He does not give a fuck about the Spielberger chart, man.
Brad Spielberger. Sorry, bud.
All right,
Great
guys.
follow.
we got-
Great follow on
corner.
Twitter.
They needed a defensive
they did.
back.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm all in on the Lions.
You
They're
can't see
fucking
Jared
winning
Goff.
the NFC this year. They're good.
Bud.
They're here to stay.
It's gonna be a hell of a team.
All right, guys, we have our stat chasing crew in the hopper. Jacob, Eric, appreciate you guys swinging by. Jacob, let the people know where they can get all of this post draft dynasty fallout here.
I mean, as soon as I get off the stream, we're strapping on the condoms. We're going right into the Dynasty Virgin lab, and we're writing up our instant reactions. We're updating the Google
I don't know that
sheet
those
on the
condoms are gonna
ranks.
get much use there, but
You know, it's
They're
this is the peak time for us here. This is get your dollar bills out. You know, get your hinge ready and start swiping on Bo Nix and Michael Penix.
Eric, what do you got going
That
on?
was some Zoomer shit that I did not understand.
Yeah, you
I
just
don't-
nod
that
and
wasn't-
smile at Jacob.
I don't
Yeah,
think it was.
that wasn't.
I don't know what Vancouver's like, man. Seattle, like when I grew up in Seattle, it was not like that.
Yeah.
I'm glad somebody said that because I don't know what the hell Jacob's talking about. I will.
Yeah, give us references we can understand, Eric.
I don't have any references. What I do have is a great Spike Week member. His name is Mike Melcher. He is giving away some Spike Week. We do our like draft kit, if you will. It's called our Best Ball Almanac because obviously we are a best ball focused site. He's giving away 3 of them, but all you have to do to win one of the Best Ball Almanacs, which is all of our content for the rest of the year, all the way through the entire 2024 season, is sign up for Walk MS. So that's a charity that he's very passionate about. So if you go to my Twitter at Erik Beimfohr, you see on your screen, you can find the details to that. All you got to do is sign up to do one of these walks, so that's totally free. And you can enter to win one of our free Best Ball Almanacs. So that's the only thing I wanted to mention.
Awesome.
Appreciate it. Always a blast chopping it up. We'll be doing future shows with you guys this summer as we get rolling. Jakob Sanderson, Erik Beimfohr, thank you guys for swinging by tonight.
Turn my hat
Thanks,
back
guys.
around now. We lose the black hat.
Pleasure. All right. Here we go. We got our next wave here. We got Sackreligious. We got Steph. We got Drico. It's been a while, guys, since we've done a show. How are you guys doing tonight?
Doing well.
Doing great.
This is the Drake Maye Bags funeral, right?
Yes, it is.
Not if you're Pat.
No,
He's dumping
not
down.
funeral, because I'm going to continue packing them at a lower price. So
I have a lot of Pop Douglas in Drake Maye, at least.
that's, we
Ooh,
like
there
that.
you go.
So
That
trying
hit.
to have a little bit of a positive spin.
I think I have 45% Drake Maye and rookies and sophomores, so that's a little scary if he doesn't start.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he doesn't start, we'll have problems. That part scares me.
Yeah. Drico.
For
it's been a while.
Superflex, I think doing good. For Superflex, I think it's definitely interesting that so many went inside the top 12.
Yeah. Yeah. It
Yeah.
seemed like was it Jacob who thought Penix would be a round 1 guy? And kind of earlier, my snap take was, I just don't know how people are going to pull the trigger on him there. Even if you have because a lot of the thought would be you have a need at quarterback. It's like you're not even guaranteed you're going to get production from him away.
There's two sides to it. A quarterback that goes 8 overall in the NFL draft has to go in the first round of a Superflex rookie draft. A quarterback who goes behind a guy who just signed a $100 million guaranteed contract over the next 4 years, isn't going to play for 3 years. So how long are you going to wait?
And also,
one way I was thinking about it is like,
what the fuck are the Falcons doing?
It's blowing my mind.
Even best ball and dynasty ADP is somewhat predictive, but within specific drafts, you do get people making like donkey picks, and it does feel like a donkey pick where if you were to run 100 different NFL drafts, this is the high point for Penix.
I don't know. Not if the Falcons were at 3. Do you think? I'm not kidding.
But a backup quarterback.
What's the high point? When would they have not taken him? When would they have taken Caleb Williams? I mean, it's nuts.
The thing, there's a Schrager tweet right now where did it go? Did he just delete this? I swear to God, I just.
Do you guys think Rudman would void an underdog draft? The equivalent of Michael Penix going 8 happened.
Yes.
Just gets flagged. Yeah. What I think he might have deleted it, but there was a tweet just now where they were saying that this was, from the Falcons' point of view, is analogous to the Love and Rodgers stuff. And they're saying if Kirk takes them to the playoffs and they're never going to have a high pick, how are they going to transition out of it? But that still does not change the fact that they could have traded back and gotten Penix much cheaper and picked up an asset.
But Love was also seen. Love was kind of a project. Like, it kind of made sense to take him behind a quarterback like Rodgers. Then I didn't think it was a great pick at the time, and then they re-signed Rodgers, and then it looks like a really bad pick. And even in retrospect, they probably shouldn't have done it, but it kind of works out in the end. This is like the thinnest possible version. It's like, let's do that, but way fucking thinner. Let's make this as hard as possible for it to pay off. It's just,
the other thing is Cousins. He is 35, and I know quarterbacks have been playing older, but people are quoting the 4-year contract. it probably will be difficult for him to play to this high a level through 39. But if that's the case, don't give him $100 million.
Right.
You're in a world where you've given $100 million.
Nine figures guaranteed. Yeah, you're already there. You made that decision a month ago. Do you have amnesia? Do you not remember that you made that decision? Did you hit your head?
Like, I get sunk cost, but like, why make something a sunk cost? Why be like, see this cost? It's sunk now through the river. Like, why?
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
They could at least move back. I mean,
that makes it feel like it's an ordinary bad decision.
Something. It was compounded so many levels. And then, like, we talk about Love, but Love is a lot younger. You know, having him
a lot younger, yeah.
A lot younger. So, I mean, like, Penix, I mean, why take him of all, especially when McCarthy was on the board? I mean, that was another thing. It's like, if you were going to do that move, it would have made so much more sense.
25 now. He's 25 now. Michael Penix is 25 today. He's only 23. He turns 24 in May.
Steph, as a Cowboys fan, I know you'd be distraught if they burned a pick on a running back here, but are you willing to bear that cross for the chat to win $1,000?
I mean, I'm trying to look at it positively. Like, yes, the chat will win $1,000, and we picked up something. I didn't see what the trade actually was for, but I'm assuming they acquired some sort of assets. Hopefully, Jerry doesn't do something stupid with them. So I'm trying to look at it from a double positive. But no, inside I'm tilting, and I still don't understand because we had the players that would have made the most sense for the Cowboys actually make it to them, where I like that Graham Barton wasn't supposed to make it to him possibly, and he could play all over the O-line, and he actually was there because of all the crazy shit that happened earlier in the draft. So, of course, Jerry is going to do something. I think he wants to make a splash, though, so I don't know. I think it'll be Brooks. But I'm almost wondering that he's going to do something. Or a Texas wide receiver. What if he takes, like, Worthy or something?
Oh, Worthy would be a good fit.
Dak insurance.
Yeah.
But why would he trade back for Worthy? I think that it's Pat, we talked about this earlier. You responded when I said it. Like, the trade back to make the
trade back makes it work.
That's what it is.
It really makes it work. It's going to be so good. I can't wait.
Because Jerry.
The sharp move, they got pick 79 or pick 73. I just saw pick 73. So the sharp move is use that pick on a running back, right? You're going to have Trey Benson there. You're going to have Jalen right there. That's the way to play.
Yeah.
But don't play it like that. Take Jonathan Brooks and win us some money.
No one ever confused Jerry Jones with making the sharp move.
Yeah, exactly.
Sackreligious, what has been your favorite draft pick or landing spot tonight for fantasy?
I mean, just getting to watch Davis tilt the Penix pick made that. I was pretty happy about the Brian Thomas pick. I've got like 20% Christian Kirk. I'm overweight Brian Thomas. I'm overweight. I think I'm like 15% Evan Ingram. So that, and I'm heavy Trevor Lawrence. So that was good for me. I was pretty happy about that one. I'm going to need Pat to make me feel better about all my Drake Maye though, because he's my highest drafted quarterback across everything. So.
There's always next year, so I'm gonna make it.
I just got a dynasty trade offer, you guys.
All right,
somebody wants to give me Gabe Davis for Keontae Mitchell after they just drafted Gabe Davis. I don't know how I feel about that.
Keontae Mitchell is, I mean, I like him, but like seems.
No, he's not much, but ranking wise, they're not that far apart.
You're in some sicko leagues. Whoever sent in that trade.
Somebody's like, Brian Thomas got drafted and Gabe Davis sucks, and now I need to get a running back with a torn ACL. I need to get something out of Gabe Davis.
Pick was the straw that broke the camel's back for them with Gabe Davis. I finally had enough. It wasn't.
I think it was after. I just noticed it at least.
Yeah.
Where are we at on the 80 Mitchell thing? We're one pick away.
We're close.
Yeah, we got to.
Bills never traded up. We got the Cardinals at 27, and they already took Marvin Harrison in this draft.
We got to fade 2 more picks because Green Bay just took an O-line.
No, Bucks took O-line too.
Oh, did they?
Bucks went O-line too.
They took Barton.
Oh, yeah.
We literally just have the Cardinals, and they already took a receiver in this round.
Michael Wilson
feels good.
kind of the AD Mitchell-esque, and Harrison's an X, so they got the outside guys covered.
I'm putting this like 5-1 at least. Knock on wood.
Thanks,
That
man.
feels like Michelin.
I was like, wow, Gretz, you really. No, it would be kind of nuts because they just drafted Wilson and he was okay as a rookie.
They got to go somewhere else here. They have a lot of issues. They have
Worthy
Marvin
would
Harrison.
make way more. Worthy would be pretty defensible, I think.
They're not going to take 2 receivers in the first round.
Probably not. But if
you
they
just
did,
drafted a receiver, you'd think Marvin Harrison's going to be
Cardinals. Darius Robinson, defensive.
All right.
Yeah, we did it.
We did it, guys.
Another $500. We need a hashtag for the
Let's
chat.
get it. Yep, here it is. Hashtag ship AD in the chat. Another $500 giveaway.
Ship ad. It's an ad.
Ship ad
for ships.
That stands for Adonai Mitchell. Shout out to Spags, the only person who's ever said that full name on a fantasy football stream.
So we started slow,
It
but
might
we're
be
back.
Adonai.
We're back to 50%, and all we need is Xavier Worthy to go before the end of this round. And there's some receiver picks coming.
And a running back, dude. And
the running back option. And we'll be doing our fantasy.
The running back's what we want. I mean, that's
Drico is. I'm starting to get scared. I've put my cojones on the table multiple times. Said there's no way Xavier Worthy doesn't go in round 1. Is he going to go in round 1, Drico? That's not the confidence I wanted to hear.
I just laughed about it.
I mean, you practically forced me to take Xavier Worthy in our draft last night.
It is one of those things where the further you go into the round, the more guy sides. Like,
yeah. We have a couple.
This is Pat. This is what it was like streaming with you for like 5 years.
To me, I'm just taking this as like canon of Drico's real reaction and not interrelated.
That's what I think. I think he's
cannot
letting me
muster
down
a
softly.
single little ounce.
The thing about Xavier in round 1 is we're always going to have the hopium of the Chiefs doing it with the last
That's
pick.
true.
Because
That's
has
true.
been the
That's
chalk mock
the
draft
hopium.
pick the whole time.
Yeah.
What about Adonai or Adonai or however, which means God, by the way, guys.
This
when
is
you were
why we
arguing
say
about
it,
that
dude.
earlier.
Yes. Come for the
Because I actually
prospect
know
analysis
Hebrew.
of the Greek tie-ins here on the show. I mean, the Bills still need a wide receiver, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, they do.
Niners, Chiefs.
Yeah.
A lot of teams still need wide receivers.
Do you think Worthy goes in the first kicks round? Oh, man. Oh. Rappaport just tweeted that the Cowboys traded back and got sniped by the Bucks. How does that
That's
make
what I said. I told you Barton was the pick. That's what I said. The center. He could play the center and all across
Why
the line.
trade back then, guys? Come
That's what I just said. Because they're fucking.
Dude, Steph,
Sorry.
you know who the next guy on the board is? The guy they wanted next in the second round.
I know.
They got sniped.
Well, I mean,
What
we do want him there for our bags. I mean, we all know that we have a lot of Brooks going. And, I don't know if you've heard this or not, but the doctor that did his knee is also the team doctor.
Wait a second. Breaking news from
Breaking
Wait,
news.
you're telling me that doctor has intimate knowledge of Jonathan Brooks' meniscus?
He obviously doesn't care about his Hippocratic oath. I mean, or the HIPAA violation. Sorry, totally different things there. HIPAA violation.
My favorite thing about that, I think I said this to Pat once on a show, was that no one once ever considered that him doing that surgery might make him the most bearish person in the world about his potential recovery. It was only the positive outcome.
You guys,
I said if they took him because of it, it's a good sign.
Right,
If they don't take him, it's a bad sign.
He's like, actually, I kind of fucked that one up. Don't take it.
That wouldn't be taking Jonathan Brooks.
I was pissing, but you guys, the Rappaport tweet, I'm sorry. All I could think when I was hearing you guys talk about this was who leaks that information It's Jerry Jones because he wants to take Jonathan Brooks. He leaks the guy we wanted when we traded back. He went off the board. What are we gonna do? Now we got to take our running back.
Yeah, because the logical picks were sitting there that made it to him because it was
just take him.
It was Barton. Well, it was Barton or Guyton, which were both there. I mean, Barton was supposed to be gone, probably. Yeah, and then
you said it. You said it right when they traded.
And then he's like, "Ooh, let's do something splashy." And not get yelled at because we're not supposed to take running backs in the first round. We did not load our blessed seat.
If they wanted those guys, wouldn't they just take them before trading back?
And you know, Jerry, his hand is just on somebody's shoulder right now. If you don't take my guy, you better really like whoever you take. Like, whoever you take better fucking hit.
Yeah. Bills have traded the number 28 overall pick. Leone is just furiously masturbating under the covers right now as he watches. Wow. I mean, I do think that.
Wait, do they not want a wide receiver?
Well, you can get.
They do. They probably want two. Yeah.
At this point, I think the strength is the depth. Like you want a couple cracks now. I think.
So they take Keon Coleman and mess it all up, right?
I do kind of want that just so I can have the clip of Leone say, you know, I don't really care who they take as long as it's not Keon Coleman.
I think Penix is going to follow a second round of rookie drafts because I think Thomas will go ahead of him now. I think Nix will go ahead of him. I think McCarthy goes ahead of him. And then it's just like good landing spot Bill, good landing spot Chiefs, and good landing spot running back. And now he's a second rounder.
Yeah, I don't see how he goes in the first. Who's taking him in the first?
So how high does Brooks go now that he's a first round pick?
Steph, from your lips to Jerry's ears.
I'm trying to deal with
giveaway here before we get this flurry of fun picks here. All right, this is for the 80 Mitchell going after pick 27. Adam Schefter's alpha on the ETR podcast a couple of weeks ago, down bad. 80 Mitchell would not go higher than expected. Shout out to Underdog for another $500 in Best Ball Mania 5 credit. To one of you viewers tonight, really do appreciate all of you watching live. I know there were 1 million live streams tonight, a bunch of you coming out for the ship chasing stream. So thank you to all of our guests and people hanging out in the chat. And the winner is G-Man 2346. G-Man, when the show is over, make sure you drop your Underdog username in a comment using this same YouTube handle so we can match it up. And we will make sure you get that $500 in credits. And we're still live. We need Xavier Worthy here to go in round one, and we'll be able to do another one of these. Or Jonathan Brooks to Steph's Cowboys.
The Xavier Worthy so clean, though, too, just with the Chiefs being the last pick. It's nice.
Yeah. The Chiefs, the new Tyreek, Xavier Worthy. Oh, my God. That would be an eruption for the last pick.
So where does his ADP land if he goes to the Chiefs?
I'm taking him before Brian Thomas.
He's going fifth round before Brian Thomas.
He's got to be. I don't have enough. I have enough Brian Thomas. I do not have enough Worthy.
Well, here's the thing. You immediately take him over Marquise Brown.
Chiefs just traded up and are on the clock.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Oh.
Okay. Here we go.
So who did
Let's
trade?
manifest
Who traded up with
this,
the Bills?
guys.
Did the Chiefs trade up with the Bills? Oh wow,
The Chiefs are the ones who traded up.
So the Bills must know. Okay, so the Bills maybe
last
don't
time
want
they
Worthy.
traded up was for Rashee Rice last year. They traded up for Rashee.
Rob says it's for
They want someone bigger.
I can't believe I forgot to bring this up when Davis is on, but Dylan Lowry being a pickleball bro was the biggest win of the offseason.
And Davis did like a 180 on it. He's like, no, I'm a tennis bro. And then he's like, dude, let's go play pickleball.
Yeah. He capitulated very
I did something in the chat about it to Davis when we were talking to ship chasing chat.
So good.
About pickleball, and he kind of.
Let's go.
Let's go!
Too easy.
They traded up for Xavier Worthy.
They saved the draft.
Shit.
Xavier.
Wait,
over
so does
AD,
that
feels
mean
good.
AD Mitchell to the Bills then maybe? Because maybe like they knew that they were going to take the smaller guy.
I mean, it means Xavier
They're
Worthy
gonna take-
is gonna go ahead of Michael Penix in Superflex rookie draft.
Those would be the rankings that we will update tonight.
You won't have those till Monday, but you can guarantee.
You can guarantee that part of that.
I love that too.
We
because
promise.
the Chiefs might have been able to stand pat and still get him, and they're like, we can't risk it. We need this guy.
They gotta go get him. He's the new Tyreek Hill or Mecole Hardman, one or the other.
So what does this mean for Hollywood?
Not good things.
It's bad.
It's bad. It's very bad.
Yeah, very bad.
Hollywood's on a 1-year deal. Reclamation
Wasn't very
project.
good last year. Never was that good at any point.
I know, but I have him in 2 leagues, and I should have sold him earlier.
Yeah.
I tried.
Unfortunately, you can't sell him for the same price.
Well, unless, rookies kind of sometimes start slower in the Chiefs, so maybe there'll be a window.
The second that draft pick got made, people are not like, you just got a Gabe Davis offer as soon as Brian Thomas was drafted. That's how the market responds. That's how it responds.
Damn.
The other thing, though, is the Chiefs were so depleted last year. So depleted that, they've always had room for multiple guys. So Hollywood could still be good in an offense where there's a couple of them going off.
Davis can't sleep.
Yeah, no,
If Rashi's suspended,
No,
there'll be plenty of
Davis,
room.
the
I'm
draft
kidding.
was
I'm
ruined.
kidding.
The draft was ruined after the Penix pick, Davis. Even this. Can't All right, let's get another hashtag going in here. I'm gonna make you guys spell. I thought about
Pete?
going Skip X.
Hey,
What's that
shout
guy?
out to Pete, who was saying a long time ago that Xavier Worthy was definitely going in the first round. I remember this 2 months ago. I mean,
I appreciate. I was getting a little
you nailed
scared.
that. Yeah, but I mean, you nailed it. Absolutely nailed
And
it.
to the Chiefs. I mean,
To the fucking Chiefs, they traded up for it, Pete.
I'm almost so excited. I want to roll this guy more clip. That's how.
Look this, Pete.
Wait, do not make a clip. Do not mush him.
I think we should. Let's mush it.
No,
Let's fucking mush it.
he's too obvious for a clip. We'll
I'm
mush
ready
like
to clip
a
him, dude.
sleeper everyone loves. Don't worry.
Yeah, we got to mush. Yeah, someone else.
Poor Dylan.
Not him.
I think we mush him.
The
have a
player
line
we're
of
gonna
it.
mush has definitely not been drafted yet.
I want to make it a Odunze clip. Like, that's where I'm at.
All right. Let's mush him.
Just
He seems
I don't think he's mushable. I want to test.
He's extremely
mushable.
He's extremely mushable. Man. He's playing with 2 other great receivers.
Yeah.
You don't even know. You don't even know. It might take a couple years because of the Keenan Allen and DJ Moore situation. But
Well, fantasy players are patient, so that's not a problem.
that's notoriously one of their strong suits.
And no one's ever been let down by the wide receiver 3 in a Shane Waldron offense.
Yeah, that's never
Fuck. That was a deep cut. That was a deep cut.
Oh no. I'm still
Yeah, like
drafting.
when Shane Waldron gives his opinion on that pick, he's like, I know just what to do.
Wow.
First round rookie.
You are going to be perfect for 5 yards down the field targets.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Watch this footage here. My
That's
goodness.
an unfortunate reality.
So the trade was the Chiefs got obviously the 28, then 133 and 248. The Bills moved back to 32 and picked up 95. So a jump from 133 to 95 and a jump from 248 to 221. Not a bad jump.
Not
there.
terrible.
They had, yeah.
What I love about that, and I mean, I hate this in all sports where it's like, oh, we can't trade with our division rival. We can't trade with the Bills and Chiefs. Just made a trade. The Bills moved up in 2 other spots. They didn't want something. They wanted to move back. They said, go ahead and come up. Like, we think we can out scheme you. Let us come up in other spots. We are going to make a better team than you. We're going to go beat you in the playoffs. That's the team that they have not been able to beat in the playoffs yet. And they let them come up for a player they wanted. And a lot of teams would say no to that. And hats off to the Bills for being you know what? We're gonna beat you in other ways. Like, go do your thing. We'll take the equity in the later draft picks.
They're gonna run the ball 30 times again the next time they play.
Yeah, not hats off to the Bills for that. Not hats off for that part.
Last time the Bills traded with the Chiefs, that was for Mahomes.
Oh God. Yeah, Leone.
Was it really?
Is that true? Wow.
Fuck, that might be true.
Yeah, Leone seeing ghosts. He
true.
goes, objectively hard to fault Bean for the trade. Subjectively, that trade being to the Chiefs and them taking Worthy will give me nightmares all summer. Especially, but they must have. I wonder if they wanted 80 and just knew, they want Worthy. We'll just get a little bit of value, and it's not a big deal.
That's what I was saying. Maybe they wanted a bigger receiver, and
you don't want
Worthy.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted Worthy. Like, from what their scheme is and everything else, like the Bills need an X. Like, they need a guy who actually can win on routes. Like Worthy wasn't a great fit for them necessarily.
So we talked about
the fucking Chiefs. Right after I was saying we were gonna walk off the stream at 32 with Worthy to the Chiefs, they traded up and took Worthy. That was fucking great.
We talked about Brian Thomas and Worthy, but what about Worthy and Odunze? Does he flip Odunze in best ball?
Wow.
Yes. Yeah.
Sean
he does.
Wanted that earlier.
I think he does.
Yeah.
I think he should in best ball, and I'm an Odunze guy. I think you have to.
I think ETR already had Worthy pretty high in their ranks when I was looking for Dynasty and best ball. Because I remember thinking, I was like, wow, I think they already had him over Thomas, like, from the get-go.
When I did my perfect draft video and then I did like the exercise, I did Worthy to the Chiefs, and I said he'd be a mid-5th round pick. And like Odunze was already going late 4th, and he's definitely going to slide.
He's going to slide
back at this, even though that was the chalk spot for him to go, which whatever. But yeah, he's going to get flipped.
It was the chalk spot, but it was also, it's like that versus the field, and it's such a worse spot than the other spots because other receivers and so it was very tough to
chalk
play.
Spot is like 50% of the outcomes, and the other 50% were all better, right? Like
and I think it was less than 50%. Like
I thought they should trade back. I thought it made a ton of sense for them to trade back out of that spot.
I thought all right, 50% was too high for sure.
Yeah.
No, but I think you guys are right. Worthy has to go ahead of him. But Odunze is a much better prospect, and Keenan Allen's had his injury issues. He's older. I'm excited for Odunze landing with the Bears still. Like, he's with Caleb Williams, especially long term, like in Dynasty.
Yeah.
But in best ball, it's a little trickier. But man, like, I'm still gonna take him in some best ball leagues. Like, when we have these crowded receiving rooms, there are situations where things can get consolidated, injuries and what have you. And so anyway, if Odunze starts sliding too much, like, he's going to be a value.
I think he will. I think he's going to be a value I think he's probably going to be more value in Dynasty because I think Worthy probably flips him in Dynasty. Is that crazy?
No,
I
it sounds
you're
about.
right that he will, but
I think it might.
shouldn't.
Yeah.
He probably should. Yeah,
exactly.
I don't think he should. I'm still going to have Odunze ahead. By the way, I'm going to try to get the rookie rankings out Sunday, and then we'll have the full ranks out Monday. But
here's an interesting one. So Rice has been going like in the 4th round right now. Does Rice come down to Worthy?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the 4-5 turn now, right? Is Rice, Worthy, Mahomes? It's all there, and you pick your.
And Kelsey's there too. So you basically try to grab. I mean, you just grab like Mahomes.
I've been grabbing that before, though.
It's the
I got that stat before
at cheaper prices.
It's the Texans dynamics, yeah.
So how high does Caleb go? Because this has to be good for him, no matter what.
I'm gonna disagree with
people want Rice to fall. I think
he's already there. People are
there.
Overreacting to the pending suspension.
But you just said it. They were overreacting. I think we're gonna find out.
We don't agree.
Because of this pick.
Yeah.
Maybe for a stretch, but I think we're going to talk about a 1-2 game suspension, and I think eventually he's going to come back to like the 2-3 turn. Like, I think that's
when are we going to know that?
Low A-Dot.
He should.
Different skill set than Xavier Worthy.
Oh, completely. But when are we going to know about the suspension? Not for a while.
Here's the other thing, Ben.
We probably won't get any answers for a long
we've
time.
seen
About what's
the
punishment.
suspension stuff play out. It happens this way every
Yeah.
time. It makes no sense, and it shouldn't happen this way. But when he gets suspended, he will drop.
It'll double count.
The market double
They
counts.
double count it.
I'm gonna take so much fucking Rasheed Rice this year. Like
You and me
all of
both,
you are in
brother.
agreement, and that's like,
Yeah, I think that's
my
perfect.
brain
He
is
is
like,
Did you read the article?
To wait because
No.
you're getting for prices.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna get way too much Rasheed Rice.
I already have a bunch, and I'm going to be drafting a bunch.
Yeah, I have a ton.
He's going to be a huge.
I've already been putting
huge
out
target.
trade offers.
All right, the Cowboys took an offensive tackle. No Jonathan Brooks. Wah. Steph.
So that's-
No!
That's who I thought. Okay, so that's the pick that
Guyton.
that's been the chalk pick the entire time.
You mentioned Guyton. You
So
did mention
yeah,
Guyton.
that's who. Yeah, because Guyton was who. It was between, like I said, Barton and Guyton from the get go. Barton wasn't supposed to be there, but they really do need a tackle that could possibly take over Tyler Smith. I mean, not Tyler Smith, Tyrone Smith. One of the T's. They have too many T's
Yeah.
that play
Not
tackle.
anymore.
Yeah.
Now they have a Tyler Guyton.
So, but he's a little bit raw. So hopefully he'll be ready to start because they want to
Now
be able
we
to
need-
keep Tyler Smith at left guard, but he could still play left tackle if he had to.
All right, we're gonna
We
do
do
this
the
giveaway
49ers.
here.
So Jared didn't do
Xavier,
anything.
The
He actually,
this is for our third out of the 5. We still have the running back one, if that could happen. But
David Sprague.
Sprague, do you know him, Gretch?
No, I just
Yeah. David, my old friend. Congratulations, to
Ed
Devin.
Sprague used to play for the Seattle Mariners when I was a kid. Ed Sprague. It's
There you go.
no relation.
Well, you don't know that.
$500.
You said you don't know this guy.
Underdog.
You
you don't know
probably
for sure.
should, man.
You know what, Pat? You're right.
Zach had Guyton too when we talked earlier. That was his guess. It's going to the Cowboys. So
I mean, he was just
congratulations.
like every mock.
yeah, exactly. So
Congratulations to David. $500 Underdog Best Ball Mania 5 credit after the show.
Dude,
Comment with your Underdog username.
Pete, fucking Atlanta Braves 1993 after my Ed Sprague thing. Atlanta Braves 1993 writes cool story. Fuck you. That's when Ed Sprague was playing for the Mariners in 1993. Go fucking kill yourself, Atlanta.
Dude,
Don't
whoa,
kill yourself. Whoa. That was
The Falcons are having, the Atlanta people are having a rough night tonight, so we got to take
Yeah,
it
let's be easy on our Atlanta brethren here.
Yes, and again, thank you to Underdog tonight for the
I just-
generous giveaways here.
I love the Atlanta Braves 1993 username. It's such a good username. The Braves were sick of the 90s. Sorry.
I mean, well, let me toss it out. Who do we have? We had John Smoltz. They had that sick pitching rotation there. Greg Maddux. Who else did they have as part of that? They had like 3 or 4 just true aces there. Whatever. I'm just talking baseball to myself now. Greg.
I had no notion of.
I was an Indian.
I know David. I know
Tom
David
Glavine?
Justice.
Glavine. That was
Tom
But I don't know
Glavine,
what
Tom
position he
Smoltz,
played.
Greg Maddux.
Greg Maddux, yeah.
I know he
Cleveland
was
Indians fan back
Braves.
then.
That's it.
They lost in the World Series in '95 to the Braves.
The Cleveland Indians were sick in the. Yeah.
They had Jim.
They had
Thome,
Carlos Baerga, Manny
They had
Ramirez,
Manny
Albert Bell.
Ramirez, Albert Bell.
Yeah.
They had
Omar Vizquel at shortstop.
David. Did they have David Justice yet, or that might have been in '96?
No, he was with the Braves. He like went back on Kenny
Yeah.
Lofton.
Kenny
played for both
Lofton, dude.
teams,
Kenny
too.
Lofton
Yeah.
was so awesome.
Yeah.
He was one of my favorites.
Bartolo Colon, young
Yeah,
Bartolo
Colon.
Colon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had both Alomars. They had Sandy Alomar, Roberto Alomar.
Someone in the chat's like, I was born in 1990.
Omar Vizquel.
Yeah, Bindles is fired from now on.
Yeah. There's a lot of
I was born
places.
in '93.
There's lots of places to get fantasy fallout from draft picks, but we're the only one who can just try to list off players from the 90s in the MLB
Right.
for your one-stop shop. The Ravens are selecting a cornerback, Nate Wiggins, at number 30. We have 2 more
That's a good
chances
deal.
here. for
Guys,
running
we're
back.
not getting the running back pick because I don't think The Niners are taking the running back.
Jerry will take it because when's their next? The Cowboys' next pick is what, 50 something.
Oral Hershiser, pitcher for the Indians.
We got to get something on one of these picks. Let's pick 32. Let's get something. Let's ride let's all 6 of us. Let's make a prediction. Who's going to be pick 32?
Well, yeah, let's do something with the chat. I'll do a $100 gift card to the store to get some ship chasing merch.
There you go.
How should we do this? If it's a skill position player, how about this? I'll do one. If it's a running
Our
back,
buddy Don Buriani is in the chat. He's a Bills fan. He wrote, "Shoot me." He doesn't feel good about pick 32. Go Bills. Go Bills.
I was just about to ask. I was like, hold on, let me message Go Bills and see who they think.
Oh, I like Neil. Neil's got a good call in the chat. It's Troy Franklin.
Oh,
that would be fun.
Come on.
Let's do this. If one of these final
fun.
picks is a skill position, so quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, we'll do a $100 gift card giveaway.
If it's Troy Franklin, wheels up.
Oh, it's
Troy Franklin will be fine.
You think they'd take Troy Franklin over AD Mitchell at this point?
They
AD Mitchell's off a bunch of teams' boards as the report. So.
They also had 3 visits.
Yeah, Bean didn't like Mitchell. Apparently, was what I saw.
What was the bet, Pete?
Just if we get a skill position player, we'll do a $100 gift card for some ship
The
chasing.
Bills take a skill position player. I like that. That's good. They're gonna take a receiver. That's a free giveaway. What's the hashtag? Why don't you start throwing the hashtag out now? Because
we generally do the hashtag after it hits. You know, I don't
we
want
have to stay here for 5 more minutes.
I don't want a rug pull.
Okay, what's more fun, Troy Franklin or Ladd McConkey to the Bills?
Oh, Franklin.
For me, Troy
Franklin.
By a considerable margin. By a measurable amount of dollars.
Did you say Ladd McConkey? What kind of name is that?
It's a good lad.
I've sprinkled some lad. I'm not out. But
I really like.
I'm not
Ladd
a
deserves to
disbeliever.
go to the Panthers. We need Ladd, Deontay Johnson, and Adam Thielen all on the same fucking team. And just, you guys can deal with it.
A lot of people mocked Ladd to the Niners. guys, can we talk about how few trades there were? Because a lot of people mocked Ladd to the Niners.
fucking Falcons refused to trade down.
Yeah, where was the Brandon Ayuk trade?
Ayuk and Higgins, but yeah, you're right, Pat. The fucking Falcons.
They ruined it.
I
They
saw
ruined the draft. Davis is right.
I saw a tweet that the Niners were asking for a mid-first round for Ayuk, and they didn't get it, and so they stayed pat.
I think the Jags were trying to get him.
All right, all right. Who the hell is Dejin?
Cooper Jones.
That's who Dejon, because that's who Dom thinks it is.
For the Bills.
That's who Go Bills
They
thinks.
think it's the Iowa
He's a defensive. He's a DB.
Yeah, who can
defensive back,
dunk
so.
and thinks he can beat Caitlin Clark in basketball.
So that's who he thinks the Bills are going to take.
Take receiver, please.
They really
I didn't say
need
I
it.
wanted that. Yeah, see, he's in the chat confirming. He's saying sad but true.
So who do you want them to take, Dom?
White.
Who do you want?
Dom.
Who's in your heart?
I think the message got him.
Stop being so rational,
Thanks
man.
for blasting me. I'm gonna send Dom the link and tell him to come on here and explain himself.
Will someone make a Cooper Dejon clip for the show? Like, I don't know when we'll tee us up to ever play it, but it feels like something we should have.
It does seem like we should have that.
I was like, who?
You haven't seen his basketball highlight stuff?
I missed it. You know, I'm not playing in any
all right,
IDP leagues.
You're not. Let me. I'll pull this up for you. I've never seen him play football, but I've watched his basketball highlights like 4 times.
Hey Pete,
Yeah.
you ever taken that fantasy life surfboard and gone surfing?
Yeah, dude. The second these cameras go off, man, I get fucking pitted back here.
That's what I felt like, man. We just probably get out in the waves, just let it flow, just feel it.
That's like my, there's Chekhov's UW helmet, there's Chekhov's surfboard. One of these days, it'll show up on stream. All right, here he is.
Holy shit, dude. The 49ers are taking Ricky Pearsall.
What?
Dude,
Wow.
let's go.
Holy
Let's fucking go.
Okay.
Oh,
I
where's
love
That's
Ready.
some shit.
Pat?
I need to sober up.
Wait. Who's still on the
I've
board
seen-
here?
A lot
I've
of
seen
people.
two different
Did we
picks.
just
I've
say
seen Cooper
Ricky
DeJean and Ricky
Pearsall?
Pearsall. Which one is it?
Ari's got
The
Pearsall.
Ari?
little report-
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Ari's
yeah,
usually
tweeted
right.
out
Ari's legit.
DeJean. Which one is it?
What?
Holy shit.
I'm seeing multiple.
No,
people
Ari's
saying-
right.
Daigle just retweeted Cooper DeJean to the Niners.
What's going on?
Fucking
Where is Daigle?
Daigle
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
show up
yeah.
on
Bothered to show up here. We're not citing Daigle.
Fuck Daigle. All my homies hate Daigle. That's not true.
I heard that Pearsall was going to go early, but I mean,
Well,
this is over
what do
80
we-
and Troy
this is
Franklin.
two-
and- wow.
This is 5 wide receivers earlier than I expected, at least. Pearsall
kinda like-
made one ridiculous, like one of the greatest catches you'll ever see. He went like this and then palmed it and brought it in. It was an Odell Beckham catch. But other than that, TPR profile,
what?
dog shit. Everything dog shit. He's athletic, but like not a good, like no stats.
All right, Rappaport just tweeted out Pearsall.
Okay, it's Pearsall.
There's no
Holy
stats
shit.
that back this up other than the athleticism and that really cool one-handed catch that I just did a great example of.
I know, I have seen those highlights. But no, he's
where's Ayuk going?
He was really good in the
He's got more
intermediate
than
area,
that.
Ben. I think he
Yeah.
can earn targets in the intermediate area.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
And he can play more. And he can play more than just slot, I think, too.
I agree. I think you can move him around.
But he like
Shanahan can definitely move him around.
no
Yeah,
true
Shanahan's
breakout, right? No 30%
Uh,
breakout.
I don't think so.
No, but it was close, and there was a decent
Pete, pull up.
reason. No,
Type in Ricky Pearsall one-handed. And
Yeah,
try to
but
find
then
that
he
and pull
he
that
had
up
a
if you can.
28%
He's the guy we're gonna
dominator
mush.
rating.
he was
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
efficient, though.
He went
Shit out of
28%.
He has really good hands.
26%.
Panthers just traded up for 32.
Yes!
They're going to take
do
it again.
something. Let's do
No,
They're
something.
going to take it again.
Let's go, lad.
That's what they've been saying. That Legette, what they've been saying.
Show
that
me
Legette
a
is their
one-handed
lock.
catch. I want
For,
someone
like,
to show me
ever.
the Pearsall.
They're taking lad, dude.
There it is. I just saw it on ESPN. Oh my god! Between two defenders, it's legitimately one of the best catches of all time. I don't
How
give
about
a
this?
fuck what you think. Like,
Drico.
it's like the greatest catch.
Drico, ADP watch. Where does Ricky Pearsall go?
Did somebody just say Brooks
I-
to the Panthers? Is that serious? I'm not on Twitter right now.
Hang on, Steph. Let's do this break.
Let's say 75.
It depends on if Ayuk gets moved.
Right. For sure.
100%.
They've been talking that up all
But
night.
he's a
like
first round pick, and people do get very aggressive at rookies.
Wow, American man, thank you, leg up.
We were on Pearsall. We were on
31%
Pearsall
Ricky.
when he was in the
I'm an
200s.
American man.
He was in the
Drafted Ricky
200s.
Pearsall.
Yeah, I was getting him on top of my boards like every draft for a while there.
Mm.
I'm an American man.
I mean, I only got
So
to
we got
17,
to move him up in Dynasty.
Oh yeah, he's moving up.
Yeah, he's definitely going up.
He's going way up, way up. At least a round. I did not expect him before the end of round 2.
There's been some buzz lately that he was going to go earlier, but I was thinking round 2.
Who took him? The Niners? What the
Yeah.
fuck?
He can run. He's a really good route runner.
Hey, all those Jawan Jennings bags? Fuck you.
He's going to turn 25 his rookie year. Do I have that right?
Hey, no,
That's
that's
Don't
actually
write
where
on the
my
parade.
mind just went. Think how much funner our 10th round picks in playoff best ball are going to be getting to take Ricky Pearsall instead of Javon Jennings.
Although Jennings was the guy, you needed him.
Just fuck off.
He was literally the guy you needed.
It wasn't a what if.
Hashtag Rizzy P for a $100 ship chasing gift card.
The Panthers pick is in as well.
They took Legette.
Oh
I
no!
told you.
No!
I told you.
No!
I told you.
Yes!
I called it.
Let's go!
That's the moving discount. He's a Carolina guy.
South Carolina.
Did you not see the video they've been putting out where they literally told him they already promised him they were taking him if he made it.
Twist around your head,
there.
spinning like a helicopter. You guys remember
He
Petey
sounds
Tomlin?
like Bubba from Forrest Gump, like talking to him in the clip. It's
Dave
hilarious.
Canales is a man of his word.
Let's
He
go.
told Xavier he was taking
The crazy
him.
thing is, like, his profile is so similar to Jonathan Mingo's.
Oh, yeah.
It's
He
just Jonathan
is
Mingo.
totally
He's
Jonathan
Mingo
Mingo
again.
again.
Leone staying up there.
Yeah, dude, but you know he's so happy.
Loves it.
Yes, the thing. Yes, you both are thinking what I'm thinking. That got him more joy than a pick. Like that made him so fucking happy.
Surplus value.
He's celebrating the two
surplus
Snickers ice cream
value.
bars.
He just drips right off.
Oh god, yeah.
Maybe tomorrow we'll trade down again.
He's running the math spreadsheet numbers right now of how much EV he gained.
He feels so good.
Oh man,
Too late, get too quick.
Oh my god.
I love it.
So
Okay,
goddamn
you
happy.
kids won't get that one, Gretch.
Yeah, Pearsall to the Niners
They
is
weren't
just one of
born
those fun best ball picks too, because it,
It
just
is.
pushes
It
another
really,
guy
really
up
is.
the board in a fun way.
Man.
So are they preparing for potentially trading Ayuk this year, or are they like, we're going to lose him eventually? He's not staying here. We need a draft his replacement now.
That's
I think it's partly that and partly just an understanding of who Brock Purdy is and that you just have to keep loading up every year.
right. Well, but like also you have to pay Purdy eventually. I think if you look like 3 to 5 years into the future, you're not. I like what Drico just said is true. You're not keeping Ayuk.
Right.
Or you're not keeping Ayuk and Debo. Like you already have Kittle. You already made your deal for CMC, and that's like you ride those out till those guys are done. One of those guys is being paid at like legit wide receiver numbers. You can't pay both of them at wide receiver numbers when you're paying Kittle at a big number and you're paying CMC at a big running back number, and also then have to pay like Purdy at a certain number, right? Like you just can't do all of that. So you draft another receiver, or
Purdy's going into year 3, right? So you don't have to pay him yet. You don't have to pay him.
you don't yet, but it's coming. It's coming,
Yeah,
and so.
coming.
Whether that trade happens immediately or maybe it happens next offseason, like Ayuk's not long or Debo's not long. Maybe it's Debo. One of them is not long for the Niners roster. Like
Well,
it has to be that way.
Well, to your point, Gretch, Greg Rosenthal just bumped this report here. According to Tom Curran on NBC Boston, the Patriots have been working on an Ayuk trade. There's nothing solid on it yet, but when the 49ers get on the board at 31, if they take a wide receiver, then we should spend our time Friday wondering if the Pats can execute the deal.
Drake Maye
The
bags.
Maybags are back, baby. The Maybags are back.
Let's go!
That would be amazing because the only player I may have more of than Rice is Ayuk. I have a ton of Ayuk.
The only player I have more of than Drake Maye is
Well, not quarterbacks. He's definitely the highest.
90% Jalen.
Actually, it's Jalen Warren. I just checked. I have more Jalen. But other than
Jalen
that-
Ward's my highest as well.
What someone asked, and we should hit on it, like jokes aside with the Legette stuff, like first round draft capital, very kind of polarizing prospect profile. What are you guys going to do with him?
So I think the tough thing with Legette, first of all, I think he's going to get like passed in ADP by guys who go tomorrow in better spots. I don't think people are going to be excited about the landing spot. I think we like kind of just did this with Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah.
It's the quarterback is, it's very concerning. So I think like probably mid second, early to mid second, something like that.
For
You have at some point you have to with the draft capital, but like would you take him or Penix?
But I want to take him there.
The bullet.
The bullet.
It does feel like
I think I would probably take Penix over him. If I'm betting on draft capital, why not just take the quarterback who went 8 overall?
Yeah. What about best ball? Sackreligious, where do you think he settles? Higher or lower than where he was in the big board?
Lower for sure. And I'll probably end up with I was already getting a decent amount of Panther stacks. I'll probably have a pretty heavy amount now. I'm just hoping that I think I'm wondering if Deontay falls too, just with a little bit more competition. But yeah, I just want discount on Panthers and I'll load up.
Yeah. I mean, Legette was already fairly cheap. I wonder, I think I would maybe say that he would hold kind of where he was going. I don't know. I feel like people still really prioritize that first round draft capital. That'll be interesting to see.
I think you're right. I think in best ball, he probably stays pretty close to where he was because he never got that expensive.
No. And because he kind of moved up with the steam that he was going to go higher than expected.
Yeah.
Because I've seen him off to the first round a lot. So I guess some of the hype about AD Mitchell not interfering well and stuff was true.
Seems like it.
People do really weigh at landing spot very heavily.
They do.
For sure.
But probably like you're saying with the people with better landing spots going tomorrow, moving ahead of them, like people will weigh the landing spot more than the draft capital.
I agree. And this is it's a tough draft capital too, because it's the Panthers traded up one spot. It's like, what does it even fucking mean? Like, is it really a first round pick or is it,
I saw something on Twitter where some like local mom and pop like a coffee shop or something, they had a sign out that said, please let our head coach and GM actually make the pick this year. And Tepper actually went in there and argued with the manager about the pick.
What? That's crazy.
I saw this too, and it was like, this is not a joke. Like, he actually came inside.
Oh, okay, so here's some people that will definitely go ahead of Legette right now that are going around him. Ricky Pearsall definitely goes over Legette.
That's what I was thinking.
Do you get the Jahan Dotson bump? He's already going ahead of him.
Wait, why would Pearsall go ahead of Legette?
Because he just got drafted by the Niners.
Drafted by the Niners.
Because he got a lot better landing spot.
Competition.
It doesn't matter.
But Pearsall's a way better profile.
In best ball. Sorry, I'm thinking best ball. Are you guys thinking dynasty?
No, this is best ball.
We're talking best ball.
Yeah.
It does depend on whether Ayuk gets traded or not.
Yeah.
Or Debo, either one.
If Ayuk, Debo,
if
Kittle,
they don't get
CMC
traded
are
this year,
there.
I do think it's possible they don't get traded until next year. And if
I
they
would
don't get
still
traded
bet
until
on
next year,
Pearsall going ahead of Legette, even with no
too.
trades.
Yeah,
I would too.
I would too.
Okay. All right.
I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but I think that's.
I think people, you just talk. I want a piece. I want a piece of this offense. I'm getting
49ers are a lot. Yeah.
You want Pearsall as a piece?
I think Pearsall's. I like Pearsall. I don't. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think
they'll
he's,
play it as a contingent upside thing too.
I think
get
he's
one
like
injury
fair.
there.
Pearsall has like all the peripherals that you want from like that slot guy who does better than like the normal stuff would suggest. And then he goes first round to the 49ers. So it's like, all right, I'm fucking in. Like
the second Pat goes, I want a little Pearsall. I'm like, all right. Like I agree.
But like Sackreligious, like who's taking Jahan Dotson over Xavier Legette?
I mean people already are by like a decent amount.
That's crazy.
Which surprised me. I thought
I don't like either, but I still don't think I could take Dotson over him.
No, I mean I don't think I have any Dotson.
Yeah, me either.
There's no point.
There's no point.
Yeah.
He's terrible.
There's no point.
Okay, so here's other guys. So like say that these guys land on the Bills, because these are all guys that are going behind him right now.
Yeah, Bills receiver goes ahead of Legette for sure.
Roman Wilson lands on the Bills. Is he going ahead of?
Yes.
Let's
Keon
see.
Coleman would.
Keon Coleman for sure. He's already going ahead though. Jalen Polk on the Bills, I think would go ahead too.
Yes, I agree.
Whoever the Bills
Don't
take.
anchor to their past prices.
You got a lot of there's a lot of warm bodies and a lot of good landing spots still that need wide receiver. Like the Cowboys.
I don't think you guys should anchor to the past prices because, like, as soon as Xavier Worthy went, as soon as the Chiefs traded up to Xavier Worthy, it was a different landscape. There's no anchoring to the past anything, right? Like the conversation was, is he ahead of Rome Odunze or not? That was it. Like there's like it changes everything once you get that landing spot. You know, like I don't want to anchor too much to the pre.
The thing is, the market will though. The market will anchor to some.
With some of the I agree with you on Worthy, Ben. Like that's a game changer. Like the Chiefs just traded up for him. Like that's
so we're talking about Bills.
We throw it out and start from scratch. And the Bills, the Bills will too. But yeah, with some of the other ones, I think it's more you're just kind of splitting hairs.
Well, it's so funny because you think about, like, say, take the ADP move with someone like Xavier Legette. Like, the market is getting excited about increased draft capital, so they're pushing him up, but then they're going to get mad about the landing spot and then like push him back down. Like they're constantly trying to toe that line or thread that needle of like, I want good draft capital and the perfect landing spot. They're going to be able to tell them that story with Ricky Pearsall, and I think in their hierarchy of needs, they will put like targets third ahead of draft capital.
I agree.
And team fit, like decent quarterback.
And you can tell yourself the contingent value story. Like I guess it depends where Pearsall goes. Like if he's a 9th round pick, that seems bad. But if he's like a 12th round pick, I'm like,
yeah,
2 weeks out of this, it's pretty sick.
Yeah. I was thinking of the 12th.
Yeah.
The opportunity cost between 9th round and 12th round is huge.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
The running backs dry up. So,
do you know what you're going to get with the Ricky Pearsall too? Is his ADP will probably be somewhere around Brock Purdy. So you'll get like that Brandon Cooks, Dak Prescott dynamic last year, where it's like, oh, if you miss out on the early guys, it's like, oh, I'll just do that little cheeky Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall stuff.
What if Ayuk gets traded? Where is Pearsall then?
It's like a 7th rounder.
Yeah. Like he's going ahead of Christian Watson pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, because right now you get Purdy at like pick 96. You get him at the end of the 8th. But I think Pearsall would move up before that. So he would
be ahead of Purdy.
Pearsall would be the beginning of the 7th. He'd be the 6-7 turn, which is gross.
Yeah.
Well,
because if you think the way
17% Pearsall.
I mean, I keep thinking of it like last year, all of the first round picks went in the top 84. This year, we're seeing an inflation on rookie wide receivers in general. Like, yeah, he would definitely be a 6th or 7th round pick post trade.
Yeah.
All right. Let me.
Purple says, remember when the Falcons took Penix?
Oh, good God. Oh my
this
God.
giveaway.
Why did that just happen?
Gift card.
My brain is scrambled eggs right now.
Jesse Riddle, congratulations.
Right.
You won $100.
Jesse Riddle, my high school friend. Yeah, no, he's my buddy.
Yeah.
Jesse.
No way. Congratulations, Jesse. Shoot me a message on Discord, Twitter, wherever with so I can DM you and get your email for a gift card. Thank you, sir. All right, here. All right, it's getting late. I'm gonna need to go to bed here soon.
What do you got, kids or something?
Kids, yep. Just one. But yeah. She was up at 5:30 this morning, so yeah.
That's what they do.
Pat,
did you guys
how
hear
are
me?
you
By the
holding
way,
up?
I'm doing okay. Did you guys hear her? She was crying pretty loud earlier. You guys hear?
No.
Shout out to Arif Hassan. I got the idea for this baby. Remember when he came on? He had the crazy fucking mic
No
thing?
way.
I was like, I gotta get one.
Yeah.
So I was like researching. Yeah, man.
Pat, did you go get the package I sent you?
Oh no, I'll go get it.
Yeah,
Go get it. Yeah, no, we're staying on until he gets that.
Yes.
Pete sent some goodies.
Drico, you bet. I haven't seen you in the Discord lately. Have you been busy with work?
Yeah, pretty much. I've been probably easy to tell. I've been a little unplugged. Done a couple of drafts recently with Sackreligious, but definitely need to get back into things.
Nice. Where have you guys been drafting?
Into Worthy yesterday. We were going to pass on Worthy for a quarterback, and he keep maybe take Worthy there. We're feeling pretty good about it. I think we got like 5 rounds of CLV on it.
Right.
Sharp fucking take.
That's why I
This
just love
Drico
the
guy
Worthy
knows
one.
what he's doing a little bit.
The Worthy was really the only of those rookie wide receivers I thought could realistically jump like
All I get here
5+ rounds.
is fucking Kerrane opening this package.
You can you can pull up the ones, Pat, that are the ones that are in the plastic bags. Those will be relevant. The audience will enjoy those.
This is
that's
also
not the
pretty
one I
relevant.
Yeah, that was an April hand-me-down. I figure you might want
nice.
the football shirt for Vivian.
We got the oh, baby, the onesie.
Yeah. We got that.
Beautiful.
And then this one I'm manifesting for you here.
Oh, yes. Legendary sleep. Yeah, man. She's learning this one a lot. We're putting her in this every night.
You know, it's dress for the job you want, not the one you have. But yeah, congratulations. And yeah, enjoy it, man. It's such a fun time, and yeah, we're all stoked for you, and glad that you made time for us tonight, because I know it's hard to get back into
we got him. We stole him from paternity leave.
Yeah. No, it's been going good. We're like, definitely it's kind of crazy. You're just sort of like you're just kind of just like chugging along, but she's eating well, she's sleeping well, she's putting on weight. We're feeling good.
Awesome. Let's quit, Steph. Let the people know what you got going on. You've been doing some Dynasty content over at Legendary Upside.
Yeah, I'm working on a Dynasty strategy article that it's taking a little longer than I initially thought, probably especially since we'll probably be busy doing some rankings updating this weekend, I'm guessing. But it will be out soon, probably next week sometime. We'll see.
Awesome.
But expect that soon.
Drico, you got anything going on? You cooking up any articles for Rotoviz? We need to get you back in the lab, man.
I do need to get back in the lab. I've had a couple of false starts, but definitely, yeah, definitely. It's almost summer, so gotta get back into the swing of things.
Awesome. Sackreligious, how about you? Really enjoyed your article, your most recent one. Talked about that on Lulz today. Let the people know what you've been working on.
Oh, there's so much cool stuff we have cooking right now. I've been restraining myself every day to not leak all the stuff. But yeah, I'll just say
This is not the Pittsburgh Steelers of sites, okay?
I'm super excited for people to get to see everything we've been working on, because so much of it has had to be behind the scenes. But I'm really looking forward to getting to unveil all of the stuff we've been working really hard on. So
awesome. Can't wait.
Everything Sackreligious writes. I mean, this dude is the sharpest fucking guy of all of us. Like, let's be real.
Gretch, remember when you said you were going to get as drunk as you did last year?
I mean, I'm
that was 3 6-packs ago, buddy.
I'm more sober than last year.
I think that's true.
You're probably
I'm
right.
also drunk.
He hasn't put the helmet on this year. It is
That's true.
Right, no burps.
Can we go out on a burp, Gretch? Can you give us that?
I don't have a burp. I'm like
We'll get there. Anything, Gretch, you'd like to plug? You got the Stealing Signals post out here.
Man, do I sound that drunk? Damn.
No, you're good. You're good.
No, like the Stealing Signals post from earlier today that's no longer relevant. Like I wrote it as it'll hit your inbox before the draft, and if you see this, click on it before the draft, but you don't want to see it now. Otherwise, yeah, we're kicking it. 3 UW picks in the first round. I don't know if you guys went to colleges where 3 players got drafted in the first round. I did.
I did.
Rich Gannon won MVP and he went to Delaware. So how about that?
you Dub.
Every single time on Ship Chasing, I tee you up, Gretch, for a plug. Ship Chasing, you manage to undercut the plug every time.
Every time I
check out Stealing Signal.
Yeah, I went to college in Ireland, so there's nobody. I'm the only person from my college you've ever heard of.
How good is your soccer team?
We might get a kicker one of these days.
Yeah.
I think you could claim Moritz Boehringer when he came from Germany that one time. It's close enough, right, Drico?
The Packers punter is from Ireland.
Okay.
And we just had the nation of Ireland just had a kicker signed for the Saints.
Yeah.
So we're getting there.
Pat, are you going back in the paternity lab, or are you going back in the content lab?
I'm going back in the content lab, although I'm going to be trying to work like more like 4 days a week and not as intense in May as I was beforehand. But we have some really cool articles that Sack was kind of teasing there. I have an article I'm really excited about that actually builds off of Sackreligious' article on Jacquard's similarity, and then he's got another article in that kind of expanding on some of those ideas. So kind of some stuff that's kind of building on the content in a really cool way. I have a couple more evergreen articles that I'm working on that I'll hopefully have out in May. We're going to have our best ball rankings for, I assume Best Ball Mania is launching as soon as the draft is over. So we're going to be prepared for that and have those ready to go. And we're also going to have the rookie rankings. I'm going to get those out on Sunday. We'll have the dynasty rankings updated Monday. I put out a post that I think was unfortunately confusing because my brain is fried. But there's a $25 renewal credit that we just launched today. So the short version is, if you are subscribed to Legendary Upside then as a yearly sub and you don't cancel your sub, you're going to get a renewal credit, $25. So thanks for subscribing to everyone who subscribed. And we're really excited about the content we have coming up.
Check out the FAQ to that post, though. It's like a J.K. Rowling. I mean, there's a lot.
I was trying to answer the questions and I confused everyone. I said, here's the thing. I mean, everyone got confused and that's the most simple thing of like basically 95% of you are just going to get a credit without having to do anything. I somehow miscommunicated that. Listen, I had a daughter and my brain doesn't work as well as it did 3 weeks ago, but there are credits.
It was good. You did great.
It was good. Let's see. Yeah, and for anyone who's new here, we are running ship chasing. We traditionally go 8:15 p.m. on Thursday nights. You get ADP chasing, which will be starting up on Mondays here. It sounds like at 3:30, and then our guest down here on stat chasing in season as well. For me, I do have a mega Best Ball Mania preview up on the Deposit Kingdom channel. That's my other YouTube channel. Went through kind of strategic angles month by month. If you're looking forward to BBM, I think you'll like checking out that video. And then I'll have a Best Ball Breakfast Monday. Hopefully we'll be live with the Best Ball Mania 5 drafts. We'll be drafting with Pat and Sean Siegel and doing some solo drafts, all of that good stuff. Mega block of streaming on Monday. So enjoy the rest of draft week. Also, for I know Gretch and Sean are going to be streaming tomorrow night. I know people were wondering, is there going to be another companion stream? We will not be here, but Gretch and Sean will be. That's on the RotoViz YouTube feed, right, Ben?
Yep. RotoViz Radio YouTube.
Awesome. Yeah. So if you guys want your round 2 and 3 companion stream, that is the place to be. And thanks again to Underdog for the giveaways tonight. That was very fun. Glad we could hit a few of those for you guys. Make sure you leave those comments so I can get you guys that credit. And one of the best annual traditions we have going here at Ship Chasing. Ton of fun tonight. So for Pat and Gretch and all of our guests and Underdog and fucking Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons, we'll see you guys next time.